Welcome back, legends. This is Animemonster Pro. Today's story is, we will see second part what if Harry Potter became stronger than Dumbledore. Here's a quick glimpse. After uncovering the truth behind Dumbledore's manipulations, Harry Potter makes a silent vow, he will never be anyone's pawn again. Disappearing from the wizarding world, he trains in forgotten branches of magic, masters ancient secrets, and prepares for the one duel no one believed would ever happen. When Harry finally returns, he's no longer fighting Voldemort alone, he's ready to challenge the greatest wizard of the age. Before we dive in, if you enjoy powerful stories like this, make sure to subscribe to Animemonster Pro and share it with your friends. Let's start the story. The week went by dreadfully slow for everyone. Their classes weren't keeping their attention because they knew all the material that was being covered and they had to keep an eye open for Ron, Ginny and Dumbledore. Their test run with the dolls went better than even Hermione had hoped. They had waited until their rooms were empty when they activated the dolls. Then they arranged the dolls on the bed so that they appeared to be sleeping and they put spells on the curtains to prevent their roommates from touching the doll or anything. In the mornings they apparated back to their rooms while invisible thanks to their vests and deactivated the doll. After 4 days of sleeping in the trunk no one even noticed that they weren't actually the ones in their beds. On Friday night, Harry, Hermione, Neville and their familiars stood in front of the message board in the Gryffindor common room and frowned at the notice that was in front of them. A Hogsmeade visit already. Neville groaned quietly. If we don't go it'll seem suspicious. I'll have to go talk to Chief tonight and tell him that I'll be late on my first day of training. Harry frowned and bit his lip in frustration. What is Dumbledore playing at? With Voldemort's return public knowledge then there should be extra precautions on these visits. Something tells me that there aren't even wards around Hogsmeade to protect the students. Hermione lightly brushed Harry's hand with her own. Sadly, that was the most amount of contact that they were safe with currently while in Hogwarts. If anything, we should go in order to protect the students in case there is an attack. Everyone nodded in agreement. Everyone wears their dragonhide tomorrow then, Harry said firmly. Even the familiars. Kex fidgeted on Harry's shoulder. Wouldn't that look suspicious then? You guys can wear your dragonhide under your clothes, but we can't. What will people think when they see 4 animals walking around Hogsmeade wearing dragonhide armor? Harry shook his head stubbornly. I don't care, I'm not risking your safety. We'll glamour them so they don't look like dragonhide. Kex nuzzled against Harry's cheek affectionately. Don't worry Harry, we'll be okay. If there is an attack then we'll finally get to put our skills to the test in a real situation. In a whisper he added, you won't get rid of me easily so don't worry about me getting hurt. With a sigh, Harry nodded. They went to their dorms and apparated to the trunk where they met Luna and Faye. Luna was pacing in the training room anxiously and went straight to Neville's arms when she saw them. I have a real bad feeling about this Hogsmeade visit, Luna whispered to Neville who ran his fingers through her hair. It's all right, Neville whispered to her. We won't go unprepared. I have to go talk to Chief, but I'll be right back. Luna nodded and stepped back so Neville could grab onto Sage and apparate. She and Neville had learned elf apparition from Hermione and were finally able to do short trips. While Neville was with the Centaur tribe, they went to prepare for the next day. If they were lucky then they were simply being paranoid, but they weren't known as the luckiest group in the wizarding world. Harry sharpened his sword on the floor of the training room while Hermione waxed her bow and bowstring before adding griffin feathers, a gift from Goldengaze, to her arrows. Luna took out her sword breaker and went through a few slices and jabs to help her body get used to the weapon that she hadn't used in a while. After a while, Harry looked at Hermione with somewhat pleading eyes. Is there anything that I can say to get you to stay behind? He asked quietly. Right away, Hermione stiffened and she glared at Harry. I don't need to be protected, she whispered hotly. Harry got up and walked over to Hermione and gently brushed her hair out of her eyes. I know you don't, but please understand where I'm coming from, love. I have lost everyone who ever loved me, and if you joined them then I don't think that I could go on. Hermione sighed and kissed Harry on the cheek. I can't sit by and do nothing, Harry. Please understand that I can't be a victim again, and by asking me to stay behind you are asking me to be one. I love you more than I ever thought possible, but I will not let you make me a victim. Harry took in a deep breath and gave Hermione a shaky smile. I'm sorry, my own. But please, be careful. Another tender key on the cheek helped calm Harry's nerves. "It'll take a lot to take me out," she whispered. "I will be marrying you, Harry, and I will be a very unhappy witch if either of us is killed before that can happen." The next day, Harry and his friends walked to Hogsmeade while keeping an open eye for anything suspicious. The heirs wore their dragonhide under their clothes and the familiars wore their armor, but it was glamored to look like their bodies. Their weapons were glamored as well, with a charm so strong that not even Mad Eye could see through it, and they wore them on their backs where they were quickly accessible. While the heirs were keeping an eye out, the familiars, minus Fae, were tasting the air for any hint of danger. Thanks to their bond with their wizard's witch, they knew what Death Eaters looked and smelled like, even though they had never actually met any. Fae flew over their heads and kept a sharp eye out for any activity. "We need to loosen up," Luna said when they reached Hogsmeade and Fae perched on her shoulder. "We'll gather attention if we look like we're expecting anything." "What do you propose we do, Luna?" Hermione asked. Luna smiled and shrugged. "I propose that we just get some shopping done. If an attack happens, then we'll be prepared, but we don't have to be on edge during the whole day." Everyone agreed and they went in the shops to browse. When they entered the bookstore, Hermione and Ivy found a couple of volumes that they knew weren't in the Potter library. They bought the books and stored them in Hermione's bottomless shoulder bag. After a quick stop to buy more ink and quills, they decided to head over to the Three Broomsticks for a drink. They spotted Ron and Ginny scanning the area outside of the pub and quickly went into the nearest shop before they could see them. Harry groaned in frustration and ran a hand through his hair. "Why can't they leave us alone?" he asked. Hermione smiled sadly. "Maybe they will one day. Let's just go to Madame Puddifoot's." Before anyone could agree, they felt a large number of people apparate into the area. A second later, screams began filling the village. They all shared an alarmed glance before they sprinted out of the shop. Walking confidently in the village were 15 Death Eaters. They wore their cloaks and masks so Harry couldn't recognize any of them. They sent curses all over the street and Harry gritted his teeth in fury when he saw one Death Eater hit a third-year student with a cutting curse which sent the student to the ground, crying in pain. "Follow Luna's plan," Harry instructed. "Neville, Hermione and I fight while Luna sends our prison's first prisoners to Flint. Neville and Hermione fight guard while I fight point. Sage, Ivy and Kex, you need to body merge, and Fae, you continue to survey the fight from above." At everyone's affirmative nod, Harry said grimly, "Time to work." The familiars, minus Fae, body merged with their wizard's witch and the heirs ran into the formation that Luna had planned. Luna activated her vest, which she still wore, and hung to the wall. Harry quickly put his black ring to his mouth and told Flint to prepare Black Manor for the first round of prisoners and ran to face the people who were no better in his eye than scum. Harry drew out his legal wand and sent a stunner at the closest Death Eater. The Death Eater fell to the ground and spun around to face Harry. "Stupefy!" Harry shouted. The Death Eater dodged the stunner and shouted, "Crucio!" Harry dodged the unforgivable with ease and continued dueling with the Death Eater. He sent a stunner that was masked by a disarming spell and smiled in grim satisfaction when he saw the Death Eater he had just beaten along with the Death Eater he had previously beaten seemingly vanish into thin air. Without taking time to enjoy his grim victory, Harry turned to face his next opponent. He took down another Death Eater and saw with relief that Hermione and Neville were faring well against their opponents. As soon as a Death Eater fell, he would disappear before a fellow Death Eater could revive him. "Incendio!" Harry heard Hermione cry. He turned around and felt a grim smile fill his face when he saw that Hermione had set a Death Eater's robes on fire. While the Death Eater put out the fire, Hermione cried, "Stupefy!" knocking out her opponent. Harry took down two more Death Eaters when he felt his body merge with Kex begin to waver. "I'm almost out of magic, Harry," Kex said tiredly through their bond. "I don't know how long I'll be able to hold it much longer." "Just a little longer, mate," Harry said determinedly. "There's only a handful left." A quick look showed that Hermione and Neville were beginning to tire as well. "Damn," Harry cursed. "We trained for so long and we didn't even realize that we tire more quickly when we've body merged." "Damn," Kex cursed as well. "We should drop the merge before you're drained." "I guess we don't have a choice," Harry sighed. There was a crack, and Kex was standing in front of Harry. The Pine Marten's eyes were tired and he swayed unsteadily on his paws. "Stay out of the fight, Kex, you're too tired," Harry instructed. Kex glared at Harry for a moment before he nodded and got out of the way. When Hermione and Neville saw Kex take cover, they cancelled their own body merges and instructed their familiars to hide. There were only 4 more Death Eaters and Harry was beginning to have difficulty sending out a simple stunner. The gem on my alder wand is full of magic, Harry thought while he wiped the sweat from his brow. But I don't want to reveal my wand in Hogsmeade when Dumbledore might not be far behind. His thoughts were interrupted when he heard Neville's cry of pain. Harry looked at Neville in alarm and his eyes narrowed when he saw that Neville's arm had been hit with a bone-breaking curse. Expelliarmus! Stupefy! Harry shouted in succession at Neville's attacker when his back was turned. The Death Eater's wand flew from his wand and was knocked unconscious before he realized what happened. Neville grit his teeth in pain and went on to duel the next Death Eater. "Where's Dumbledore?" Neville shouted while he dodged the killing curse. Anger at the headmaster filled Harry's veins as he grimly noticed that Dumbledore wasn't coming. He sensed Luna's worry for her fiancé right by his side and he turned to whisper, "Leave too." He felt Luna gently tap his arm to show that she understood. The few remaining Death Eaters looked like they were preparing to apparate out of Hogsmeade and Harry quickly cast an anti-apparition ward to keep them in. When one of the Death Eaters saw who cast the ward, he pointed an angry wand at him. "Potter, the Dark Lord will kill you and all you love." The Death Eater's voice made the hairs on Harry's arms stand up. "You can tell your half-blood leader that it won't be me who dies at the end of this war," Harry said coldly. The Death Eater laughed cruelly, but stopped abruptly. Even though the Death Eater was wearing a mask, Harry saw that he was looking past him over his shoulder. Well, the Death Eater laughed. "It looks like the mudblood survived. I thought that I did a pretty good job taking care of you, but apparently I need to be more thorough." Harry looked out of the corner of his eye and saw that Hermione's eyes were wide with disbelief and she was shaking so hard that she was barely holding onto her wand. "You're the bastard that nearly killed her," Harry roared in fury. Fury clouded Harry's judgment and he almost reached for his alder wand to blast the Death Eater's head off when a stunner came from the other direction followed by 2 more to stun the remaining Death Eaters. Harry looked at the direction of the stunners and felt his stomach drop when he saw Albus Dumbledore standing there with his wand and looking rather pleased with himself. While Dumbledore wasn't looking, Luna sent Hermione's attacker to the prison before he noticed. "Do not fear, young Harry, you are safe," Dumbledore said a little smugly. Harry clenched his hands in anger. "Thank you, Professor," he said coldly. Without waiting for a response, Harry went over to Hermione and gently shook her shoulders. "Are you okay, my own? Please say something." Hermione blinked a couple of times before she registered that Harry was there. Tears filled her eyes and it was only the sight of Dumbledore watching them with a calculating look that prevented her from diving into Harry's arms. "He was one of them," she whispered. "He was the one who stabbed me." Harry used wandless legilimency to send feelings of love and comfort to Hermione. Everything that he couldn't convey through touch, he conveyed through their bond. Hermione smiled sadly and Harry felt her gratitude, but he still felt her overwhelming sadness. Their moment was interrupted when Dumbledore walked up to them. His eyes were twinkling as if he was given an invaluable piece of information. "Mr. Potter, Miss Granger, I am sending the students back to the castle. I would like for you to escort Mr. Longbottom to the hospital wing to get his arm healed and to get yourselves looked over." Harry nodded curtly and led Hermione over to Neville. He sensed Luna hovering behind Neville and he smiled reassuringly before he helped Neville to his feet. They made their way back to Hogwarts at an irritatingly slow pace. Luna became visible halfway back to the castle and took Neville's unbroken arm in her own and she spoke softly to him. When they arrived at the hospital wing they saw that it was full of injured students who had been caught in the crossfire of the attack. Madame Pomfrey healed Neville's arm without even blinking and sent them on their way. "I think it's time to check in with Flint," Harry said quietly when they left the hospital wing. "It looks like our Death Eater solution will be put into effect much sooner than we thought." Albus Dumbledore answered the Auror's questions about the attack and quickly left the clean-up to the Order members as well as some of his staff. With practiced ease, he cast a glamour charm on himself and apparated to his destination. He landed in a nice, Muggle neighborhood and he swiftly walked to one house in particular. Unknown to Harry, Dumbledore had arrived just in time to hear the little outburst at the Death Eater. Even though the Death Eater had vanished when his back was turned, he had heard enough to warrant an investigation. He stopped outside of his destination and smiled when he saw the "For Sale" sign that was on the lawn. A quick wave of his wand showed that there were magical traces of the killing curse inside of the house. Albus Dumbledore chuckled to himself, and he felt the gears in his head begin to work at all the possibilities that were now within his grasp. Well, Miss Granger," he chuckled. "It seems that you have been keeping secrets from me." As soon as they were able, they used their portkeys to take them to Black Manor. Once they were there, they saw that the Black Elves were running all over the place doing the final preparations. Harry grimly led the way to the dungeon, but was stopped by Flint, who bowed low. "My apologies, Lord Potter Black, but we are still securing the prisoners. The wards haven't been used in a while and they're still warming up, so to speak. I have your elves restraining the Death Eaters that you sent to me." Harry nodded approvingly. "Thank you, Flint. I'm sorry that we had to send you our first prisoners before you were completely ready." Flint shook his head and smirked. "You can hardly plan when you're going to be attacked, my lord." Hermione, who was still slightly pale after meeting her attacker, bent over so she could speak with Flint at eye level. "Flint, is the interrogation area ready?" "Indeed, mistress," Flint said with a bow. "I did have to explain to a few elves that you weren't going to torture your prisoners. You have a warded cell that is separate from the others, as well as goblin-made chains to secure your prisoner." "Thank you, Flint," Hermione said with a dry smile. "Could you have some of the elves bring one prisoner to the room? It's time for me to do my work as Slytherin's heir." 5 minutes later, Hermione was standing outside of the secured room while a couple Black Elves finished securing the random Death Eater. Behind her stood her best friends, the Familiars and Goldengaze, who had joined them after Hogsmeade had been cleaned up. "Are you sure that you don't want one of us to do it my own?" Harry asked for the third time. Hermione looked over her shoulder and smiled bitterly. "No offense, guys, but your legilimency isn't good enough to get the information we need. Even if each Death Eater has amazing occlumency shields, it won't be enough to stop me." Harry frowned at the tone Hermione used to talk about her gift with mind magics. "Love, you aren't a bad person for doing this. Aren't I?" Hermione interrupted. "I'm basically raping this person's mind, even if it is for dire information for the war." She took in a few deep breaths and calmed herself. "I'll be fine. Just please have the other room ready for when I'm done." Harry put his hand on her shoulder and squeezed it gently. "If it's him," he whispered, "call for me right away. Please." Hermione nodded in agreement and took in another deep breath. With slightly trembling hands, she opened the door. The room was blank with the exception of multiple runes on the walls and 2 chairs. Sitting in one of the chairs was one of the Death Eaters that Luna had sent to the prison. Determinedly, Hermione took off the Death Eater's mask and her eyes narrowed when she recognized McNair, Buckbeak the Hippogriff's would-be executioner. He was still unconscious from a stunner, but otherwise he wasn't too banged up. After a few more shuddering breaths, Hermione pointed her wand at McNair and muttered, "Enervate." Immediately, McNair regained consciousness and began surveying his surroundings. His eyes were cruel and they made Hermione feel even more uncomfortable, but she wasn't going to let him intimidate her. "Don't bother struggling," she said in a cold tone, making McNair realize that he wasn't alone. His eyes narrowed when he saw who was standing in front of him with her arms crossed over her. "You," he spat. "Mudblood, where am I?" Hermione's eyes were cold as she pulled the spare chair so that she was sitting right in front of him. While she sat down, McNair struggled against the goblin chains and fervently searched the room. "I said don't bother," Hermione whispered. "You're going to help us and as thanks you'll walk away from here, with only a couple alterations." McNair glared at her and Hermione felt him throw up occlumency shields. With a bitter smile, Hermione pointed her wand at McNair. "Legilimens." Instantly, Hermione pushed herself through McNair's occlumency shields. She did have to give him credit though, they were rather impressive. She waded through all of his memories and grimaced at every scream and felt nauseous at the sight of every dead body. The things that McNair had seen and done were almost enough for Hermione to abandon her mission and run back to Harry. After a minute of searching through memories, Hermione settled on one that caught her attention. Sitting on a throne in a large, dark room was a pale man, almost white, with a snake-like face wearing black robes. At his feet was a cowering and whimpering figure who was softly pleading with the cold man sitting in front of him. "Please my lord," the young man whimpered. "I'll do it, just please don't use it again." Voldemort laughed cruelly and pointed his wand at the trembling figure in front of him. Crucio. The young man screamed in pain and began so convulse violently as the curse hit him straight on. Please my lord. I'll do it. I'll do it. A cold smile barely graced Voldemort's face as he ended the curse. Do not disappoint me, young Draco. Lord Voldemort does not forgive weakness. You have until Christmas. If you do not succeed, then your father will have the pleasure of killing you. Hermione felt tears fill her eyes at the sight of the Slytherin who had always done his best to belittle her. Even though she couldn't stand him, she would never wish that kind of treatment on anyone. I'll succeed, Malfoy whimpered. I'll succeed. On the side of the room, McNair looked towards Lucius Malfoy and noted that he also had a cruel smile on his lips. It was as if he was looking forward to killing his son. Hermione jerked out of the memory and cursed when she realized that McNair was only the muscle man. He didn't have any idea about what Voldemort's plans were. He only fought who he was told to fight and killed who he was told to kill. With a frustrated sigh, Hermione exited McNair's head. The Death Eater was glaring at her, hatred evident in his eyes. You will not defeat the Dark Lord, he spat viciously. He will kill you and Potter. Mudbloods, half-bloods and blood traitors will all get what they deserve. Hermione heard enough. With a fury that she rarely felt, she slapped McNair with everything that she had. The Death Eater recoiled and looked at her, shocked that she had actually struck him. Blood trickled out of the corner of his mouth and stained his robes. At the sight of blood, Hermione's gaze hardened. Again. Your blood is just as filthy as mine, she whispered. Your blood is stained with all of the pain that you have inflicted upon others. If I didn't want blood on my own hands, then I would say that you should be killed. But that's what makes us better than you. I am a human being just like you, but I am better than you despite my heritage. McNair stared at her with a mixture of disbelief and anger. Before he could reply, Hermione opened the door to find Harry waiting right outside anxiously. He doesn't know anything, she said coldly. Let's take care of him now. I don't want him anywhere near me. Harry looked at her in concern and took her hand gently in his own. All right, we'll get rid of him. For the first time in many years, McNair felt afraid. Death Eaters were meant to defy death by ridding the land of dirty blood, but it sounded like today the earth was going to be rid of him. One stunner and 5 minutes later, McNair, who was shirtless, was chained to the floor in a different room. He was chained in the center of a 5-pointed star. At the top point was a large, light gray stone that was placed on a pedestal, and at the other 4 points were Harry, Hermione, Neville and Luna. The familiars waited on the side of the room, looking on in fear and awe about what was going on. Harry pointed his alder wand at McNair and revived him. The Death Eater woke up and struggled in fear at what was going on. You say that you're better than us, McNair spat at Hermione. Yet you chain me to the ground just to kill me. Before Harry could hex him, Hermione said coldly, I never said that we were going to kill you. We're prepared to kill if we have to, but we don't have to kill you. I'd imagine that you'll rather dislike our solution. Harry gave Hermione a small, comforting smile. He felt her shock and anger over the things that she had seen in McNair's mind, but he could also fear dread at what they were going to do. We have no right to decide what justice is, Neville said gravely. But we can prevent you from hurting another living being ever again. Luna, are you ready? Luna nodded and stepped forward with a quill and a thing of ink. After dipping the quill in the ink, she drew a bunch of runes on McNair's back. McNair yelled and shouted profanities that nearly made Neville curse him on the spot, but Luna continued drawing runes on his back. The runes that I have drawn on your back will prevent you from harming another physically and will prevent you from harming yourself, Luna explained while she activated the runes with her hazel wand. Any pain that you inflict upon others you will feel as if it was inflicted upon you, and any desire to harm yourself will result in a compulsion charm that is impossible to resist, to prevent it. When the runes activated, they burned into McNair's skin, causing him to shout in pain. When the runes were done burning, the ink was gone and the runes were scarred into his skin. What? McNair stuttered. Before he could finish, Luna went back to her point and put the quill and ink on the ground before she and the other heirs drew ancient-looking daggers. With practiced ease, they cut their palms and let the blood fall onto the points. Once the blood touched the star started glowing blood red and surrounded McNair, whose eyes widened in fear. You will not harm others anymore, Harry said solemnly. This is the fate of all Death Eaters we catch. The spiritual heirs pointed their illegal wands at McNair and said in unison, Vox Semotis. McNair screamed in agony as he felt something rip from his very core. The five-pointed star turned a dark blue with light that was being pulled from McNair. The blue light covered the red and flowed into the top point where the stone sat. The stone absorbed the light and turned white before it, and the five-pointed star stopped glowing and resorted to their original coloring. In the center of the star, McNair panted heavily and sweat dripped heavily from his forehead. Harry and Neville shared a grim nod before they stepped forward and undid the chains. Without the chains to hold him up, McNair collapsed to the floor and twitched slightly. The four heirs held their wands at the ready while Harry used his other hand to take a foreign wand out of his pocket and toss it at McNair. "That's your wand," he said dryly. McNair stopped trembling but continued to pant. He grabbed his wand and was surprised to discover that it felt cold in his grip. "Lumos," he said desperately, but nothing happened. He continued saying spells, but nothing would happen. His magic didn't feel drained, because it wasn't there. "What did you do to me?" he demanded. "What have you done?" Luna walked over to the stone and put her hand on it. It felt warm under her touch. "I found a ritual in the Potter library a long time ago. It's considered dark, but like all dark magic, it depends on what it's being used for. It's a ritual to strip a witch or wizard of their magic permanently. All of your magic is now stored in this stone forever. Congratulations, Mr. McNair, you're a muggle. Even a squib has more power than you now." McNair stared at Luna in horror and fervently tried to cast a spell. No matter how many spells he said, his magic didn't react. "No, no," he shouted in fury. He made a move to attack Luna when the runes began to glow and he collapsed to the floor in agony with a barely repressed yell. The other occupants of the room looked on with a mixture of disgust and pity. Luna knelt down in front of McNair and reached a tentative hand out to him but quickly pulled it back. She was ghostly pale and looked like she was going to be sick. Neville quickly went over to her and pulled her in his strong embrace. "It's okay," he whispered to her while she started to cry. "Just think, now he'll never hurt another living creature again. Think of all the lives that we've saved by doing this." Luna nodded, but she didn't stop crying. The ritual had felt as dark to them as it had sounded in the book, and it made them feel dirty. Neville gently pulled Luna away and made room for Hermione, who knelt in front of McNair with her wand pointed between his eyes. "Enjoy your new life. Stupefy." When McNair fell unconscious, Hermione got to work. With her mastery of legilimency, she completely destroyed the memory of him being captured in the ritual that they used to strip his magic. By the time Hermione was done, not even Voldemort would be able to recover the memory. It was impossible to recover a memory that wasn't there. They took care of 5 more Death Eaters. When a Death Eater was interrogated, stripped of magic and their memory destroyed, Flint personally dropped each Death Eater off hundreds of miles away from the manor and from each other before reviving them and leaving. After they did the last Death Eater, none of them had the energy left to do another ritual. With a weary sigh, Neville keyed Luna and he and Sage went to the Forbidden Forest for his first training session with the Centaurs. Harry did a final sweep of the dungeon to make sure that the other prisoners were secure. Luna and Hermione didn't want to see any more Death Eaters that day, so Harry went down with only Kex and Flint for company. In 9 cells were the remaining Death Eaters. None of them had their masks on and Harry noted that he didn't recognize any of them. But he didn't need to know the name of the man he was looking for. He stopped in front of the last cell and glared at the man, who was sitting in the corner with a terrified expression in his blank eyes. As an extra precaution, Flint had the guard elves use their magic to temporarily blind the prisoners. Now, sitting inside of the cages were a bunch of blind, scared men instead of the ruthless killers that they were. "We take care of you tomorrow," Harry told the Death Eater in a dangerous voice. "Enjoy your last night as a wizard." The Death Eater whimpered. He, along with the other Death Eaters, had heard the power-ripping ritual that their fellow Death Eaters went through, and now the terror that filled his stomach was enough to almost make him pass out. "Please don't," he begged. "I'll tell you anything. Just please don't take my magic away. You will not be able to hurt anyone again," Harry said fiercely. "You will not hurt Hermione ever again." The Death Eater whimpered again and pressed himself against the wall. "Not so brave when you're the one being cursed, are you?" Harry spat in disgust. Without sparing the captured Death Eaters a second glance, Harry, Kex and Flint left the dungeon. Once they were outside, Flint sealed the doors with elf magic and looked at Harry. "Will you be returning tomorrow to take care of the rest, Lord Potter Black?" he asked. Harry sighed and ran a hand through his hair. Yes, I just don't know when. If possible, Flint, could you drug that last Death Eater just enough to make his magic weaker? I don't want Hermione to have to interrogate him, and unfortunately most likely the only way I'll be able to break through his occlumency shields is if he's drugged. Of course, my lord, Flint said with a bow. Also, Harry said with a serious expression on his face. I'm not saying this to offend you, but I want to get guards for the prison. I'm a friend of the goblins, and I'm sure that I will be able to get a squadron to help guard the prisoners. Also, having goblins add their own protections to the manors as well as yours wouldn't be a bad idea. What do you think? Flint's eyes widened in surprise when Harry asked for his opinion. I think goblin guards would be a great idea, Lord Potter Black. If it is acceptable, I could personally give a tour to a goblin representative and explain the magical layers on the manor so that the goblin could decide the best course of action from there. Harry smiled. That's a great idea, Flint. I'll bring a goblin with us tomorrow when we come back, and you two can talk while the rest of us take care of some more prisoners. Flint smiled and bowed. I do believe that you will gain the respect of the Black Elves after all, my lord. We will do as you ask, and I look forward to meeting your goblin friends. Harry's smile widened and he knelt down to shake Flint's hand. Thank you, Flint. You and the other Black Elves. Thanks to the effort that you and the other elves put into this place, a lot of people will be able to sleep more soundly. After saying goodbye to the other Black Elves and praising them for a job well done, he went back to the foyer to meet with his friends. Hermione and Luna were sitting together on a couch with their familiars in their laps while Goldengaze was curled up on the floor. As soon as Hermione saw Harry, she put Ivy down on the couch and ran into his arms and began crying. Harry rubbed her back and whispered in her ear. I saw so many terrible things, she sobbed. So much pain. Harry, I don't know if I can read his mind tomorrow. It's all right, love, he whispered. I asked Flint to mildly drug him so that I'll be able to do the interrogation. You won't have to go anywhere near his mind. Thank you, Hermione sniffed. She wiped her eyes and took in a shuddering breath. Let's get out of here. Harry nodded in agreement and turned to face the remainders of the group. I don't really feel like going back to Hogwarts just yet. What do you guys think about moving into Potter Manor right now? Luna smiled with a hint of happiness. That sounds great. I would love to have a little time to decorate mine and Neville's room before he gets there. He's a terrible decorator. Hermione giggled and picked up Ivy. So we'll meet at the trunk and finish packing. Goldengaze, she added, turning to the Griffin. Would you like to join us? Goldengaze looked at her warmly but shook his feathered head. I'm afraid that my presence is needed at Hogwarts. Even though I've been gone for barely an hour, Dumbledore is sure to be looking for me. I'll return to work and I'll distract his attention away from you. They thanked the Griffin before they all activated their portkeys with the trunk clear in their minds. Once Harry, Hermione and Luna were on solid ground along with their familiars, Harry called for 4 Potter elves. He politely asked them to move the packed belongings to their rooms at Potter Manor and informed them that they would be there as soon as they finished magically packing up the Potter library that was located in the trunk. The magic in the library went deeper than even Hermione went possible. To store the books, all they had to do was write, "Store," in the directory, and the books began swarming before shrinking and storing themselves in multiple bags. Faye noticed with her sharp eyes that each bag had a different book topic. Once all of the shelves were clear, the directory closed and the pedestal that it was on merged with the book. Hermione immediately stepped forward and picked up the precious directory before she gaped at all of the bags that were scattered throughout the library. Without the books on the shelves, the room seemed remarkably empty. Once the library was done storing itself, a Potter elf, Nova, collected the bags and directory and apparated back to Potter Manor to return the books to where they belonged. With the library done, Harry, Hermione and Luna went to check to make sure that nothing was left behind. After they were done with their last sweep, they met with Dobby in the training room, who was storing their weapons and training equipment. "Can we help with anything, Dobby?" Hermione asked kindly. Dobby smiled and shook his head. "Thank you, Miss Grangy, but I have it under control. Winky has already emptied the kitchen of all food items and put spells to prevent dust and rust." Harry nodded in approval. "Thank you, Dobby. We're going to head to Potter Manor now, so I guess we'll see you there. Don't work too hard, Dobby," he added with a wink. "Me? Work hard? Never," Dobby said with a large grin. Harry laughed and they all activated their portkeys to head to Potter Manor. They were bombarded with elves as soon as they were steady. The elves were cheering about having a Potter Lord living in Potter Manor once more. Hermione gently nudged Harry and pointed towards the hallway. "Looks like Winky has an admirer," she whispered. Surely enough, Dolan and Winky were having a very enthusiastic conversation. Dolan seemed very interested in Winky and Harry noticed that Winky had a slight blush on her cheeks. "I hope that Dobby doesn't hesitate for much longer," Harry thought, knowing Dobby's infatuation with the other head elf. "I'd hate to see him get hurt." Stone walked up to them and led them towards their rooms. Harry's and Hermione's room was done with a mixture of red, gold, and silver and green as tribute to the houses of which they were heirs to. There was a huge four-poster bed against the wall with a window on the opposite wall with a beautiful view of the mountains. Harry opened one door to find that the privy was incredibly large while Hermione opened the wardrobe to find that it was magicked as a walk-in closet that was almost as long as one of the tables in the Great Hall. They went to Luna and Neville's room and found that it was an exact copy of theirs except for the coloring. Once they were done exploring the main rooms, Stone led them to another room. "I had some of your elves make up another room, my lord, for your familiars," Stone told Harry. "I believe that they will enjoy it." Harry opened the door and gasped in astonishment. If he hadn't known better, he would have sworn that he was standing in the middle of a forest. In one corner was a large cluster of rocks with a large hole underneath them, a perfect size for a wolf den. On the other side of the room were a cluster of smaller rocks that had enough room for a fox den. In the center of the room was a large tree that had a hollowed hole in the middle and a large nest in the branches. In the far corner next to the window was a small pond that was big enough for even Sage to swim in. The entire floor was covered with grass and Harry could even smell the forest and feel a breeze blow through his hair. Immediately, Kex, Ivy and Faye swarmed into the room with excitement evident. Ivy immediately ran to the smaller rock cluster and dove into the gap while Kex climbed into the hole and Faye flew up to the nest. "This is wonderful," Kex yipped excitedly while he poked his head out of the hole. "It's like we're real animals." "You are animals," Luna remarked with amusement. Faye jumped from branch to branch and was pleased to find that they took her weight. "We're not technically real animals. We're more magical than our species. But I agree with Kex, it is nice to have a bit of stimulation for our animal side." Harry, Hermione and Luna left their familiars to get comfortable in their new dens. Hermione unpacked all of her stuff in half of the closet with an elegant flick of her wand and was quickly off to the library to see how the elves were organizing the books. "The directory gets all of the books for you, love," Harry laughed before she was gone. A small spark filled Hermione's eyes. "But I love the experience of searching for a book." After sharing a quick key, Hermione left Harry alone in their new room. Harry was unpacking his stuff the Muggle way, it helped him to think. He was almost done when there was a soft knock on the door. Turning around, Harry saw that Stone was standing in the doorway. "Pardon the intrusion, my lord," Stone said with a bow. "But I thought that you would like a welcome home present, so to speak." Harry dropped the shirt that he was holding when Stone carried in something that was easily twice as high as he was. The portrait was still relatively new and there were two achingly familiar people sleeping within the frame. "Mom, Dad." Harry gaped at the portrait of his parents that Stone was holding in the doorway. His parents were asleep, but they were there. In a sense at least. Stone carried the portrait in and leaned it against the bed. "I thought that Lord Potter Black would like some time to talk with his parents' portrait. They will awaken under your touch. Where would you like me to hang the portrait when you're done talking with them?" Harry stuttered. "The library, please. My parents have a portrait." "Yes, my lord," Stone said with a bow. "I'll leave you alone with your parents' portrait." The head Potter elf left the room and closed the door behind him. Harry stared at the portrait for a few moments, almost afraid to awaken his parents. With a slightly shaking hand, Harry touched the portrait. Immediately, the two people in the portrait grunted and shook themselves awake. The woman, who Harry recognized as Lily, rubbed her eyes and scanned the room. When her eyes rested on Harry, tears immediately filled her eyes and she shook her husband vigorously. James, wake up," she whispered fiercely. "It's Harry." James shook off the remaining weariness and gaped at Harry. "Bloody hell, Harry, you've grown." Harry looked at the ground, feeling a little embarrassed and shy. "Hi Mom, hi Dad. My baby," Lily sniffed. You're so handsome. How old are you now? Well, Harry hesitated. I'm 16 to the rest of the world, but I'm technically somewhere around 19. Lily stopped sniffing and looked at Harry with an understanding look on her face. You used my trunk, didn't you? A nervous chuckle came from Harry's mouth while James grinned at his son. I did use your trunk, Mum, Harry muttered. I've trained for over 3 years in it along with my friends who didn't train as long as I did. And why did you feel the need to train for over 3 years? Lily asked sternly. Harry met his parents' eyes squarely. Voldemort is back and Dumbledore has been manipulating me my whole life. I've been training for the final battle and I've also been preparing to go public with my titles. Wait a minute, James interrupted. I know that you're entitled to the Potter title, but what's the other? The black title, Harry said softly. Shock filled James's face. Sirius is dead. What's happened since? I'm assuming that we're dead. Harry pulled up a chair and sat down heavily. It's a long story. Lily and James sat down. Better start from the beginning then, Lily said softly. For the next hour Harry talked with his parents' portrait. They were shocked to hear that it was Peter who betrayed them and were furious to hear about what Dumbledore had done. The marriage contract that Dumbledore had made was what pushed Lily over the edge. That bloody, manipulating fool, she gasped in her fury. How dare he make a marriage contract for you? He was not even to be your magical guardian. And you were never to go to Petunia. If anything happened to us you were to go to the Longbottoms or the Tonks. I could kill that ass for meddling with my baby's life. Calm down, love, James said soothingly while he draped an arm around her shoulders. Imagine the shock that Dumbledore will get when Harry goes public. When are you planning on doing that, son? Harry shrugged. I don't have any real plans. I guess I'll go public when the time calls for it. What I'm looking forward to is opening declaring my engagement to Hermione. Lily looked at her son lovingly. When do we get to meet Hermione? A true smile brightened Harry's face at the mere mention of his fiancée's name. I could go get her right now if you would like. She's probably still in the library. So you got yourself a smart one too, huh, son? James laughed. We Potters always did like smart women. She's brilliant, Harry said proudly. I'll have Stone hang your portrait in the library and you can meet Hermione. You can also meet our true familiars. Lily clapped her hands together in joy. I'm so happy that you got the familiar eggs. It took me every Potter connection in a whole year to track those down, and I'm not even going to mention the spell work. You'll love Kex, Mum, Harry promised. But you won't be able to understand what he's saying though. Harry summoned Stone and asked him to hang his parents' portrait in the library. Once the portrait was taken care of, he went to the familiars' room and poked his head in. Amusement sparkled in Harry's eyes when he saw Kex, Ivy and Sage swimming in their small pool while Faye stood on the sides trying to stay dry. Once Kex saw Harry he climbed out of the pool and gave himself a shake before running over to Harry. This room is great, Kex said happily. The pool is spelled so that it never gets dirty so not even Sage can pollute the water with his fur. Sounds great, mate, Harry laughed. Hey, my parents left a portrait that Stone is hanging in the library. My mum wants to meet you. Kex immediately climbed up Harry's pants leg and settled on his favorite spot. Let's go then. Together, they headed towards the library. As soon as they were in the library, they heard Hermione's voice echoing through the tall bookshelves. We've only been engaged for a short amount of time, she said. I'm so excited about being his wife, but I'm afraid that I don't know when we'll be wed with the upcoming war. Harry smiled sadly and walked towards his beloved. He found her sitting in a comfortable armchair in front of a fireplace, talking to his parents' portrait which was hanging above the mantel. We'll marry, love, Harry promised when he sat down next to her. Hermione looked at him in shock before blushing slightly in embarrassment. I know that we will, Harry, she sighed. But I just worry that with everything. Harry keyed her full on the lips. We can start planning right now if you'd like. Hermione smiled but shook her head. There are more important things right now, but I'm sure that Luna and I will be able to plan in our spare time. Anyway, I was talking to your parents. An amused cough above the mantel reminded Harry about their audience. Harry looked up and smiled at his parents. Well, Mum, Dad, I see that you've met Hermione, the love of my life and the future Mrs. Potter. James nodded happily. She's a catch, son. You've got excellent taste in women. It's in the Potter gene. Lily elbowed her husband lightly in the ribs with a smirk on her face. So Hermione, did you get one of the familiar eggs as well? Yes, Hermione answered. Ivy, she's a fennec fox. I'd imagine that she's still getting accustomed to her new room. A fennec fox, that's interesting, Lily said thoughtfully. And you seem to have a pine marten Harry. Harry nodded and gestured to Kex. This little troublemaker is Kex. Nice to meet you, Kex said respectfully with a bowed head. After Harry translated for his familiar, Harry leaned back in his chair and took Hermione's hand in his own. I guess now's the time to tell you what we've been doing for the war. But I don't know if you'll like it. His parents shared an anxious glance before turning back to their son. If it helps you to survive, Harry, his mother said softly. Then we're okay with anything. I hope so, Harry whispered. Because we're not totally okay with it ourselves. The next day they were back at Black Manor, preparing to deal with the rest of their prisoners. Harry had gone to Gringotts and Ragnarok sent over one of his inspectors, a quiet goblin named Teg, to go over the manor's protections. After Flint went to give Teg a tour, Hermione made quick work of interrogating the other prisoners with the exception of her attacker. Hermione made the irritated conclusion that all of the Death Eaters that they had caught weren't important enough to actually know what they were doing. She ranted about how they were all so stupid that they didn't even know who to kill unless their wand was being pointed for them. How can a person kill another without even knowing the full reason why? Hermione asked them through furious tears which she didn't even bother to wipe away. Harry quickly pulled her into an embrace and gently stroked her hair. They don't deserve your tears, he whispered to her. They aren't worth the energy. Hermione nodded but she didn't stop crying. Just go take care of him, Harry. Please. I will love, Harry promised. And we'll take his power first so that he's gone that much sooner. Hermione smiled gratefully and stepped aside so that Harry could get in the room. After taking in a shaky breath, Harry put his hand on the door handle and opened the door. Chained to the chair was the pitiful Death Eater who had nearly taken Hermione's life. The man was staring at Harry with wide, fear-filled eyes that clearly saw who was standing in front of him. Please don't take my magic away, he pleaded again. I'll tell you everything. Harry immediately noticed that the man's words were slightly slurred and his eyes were slightly out of focus. With grim satisfaction, Harry sat in front of him and pointed his wand at the man's head. You'll tell me regardless. Legilimens. It took Harry a couple tries, but eventually he managed to break through the drugged man's occlumency shields. He sorted through the man's memories and quickly discovered that the man didn't know anything either, but Harry wasn't interested in what he knew about Voldemort. Harry was digging for a certain memory so that he would have the names of the Death Eaters who had caused his beloved so much pain. The Death Eater stood in front of Voldemort, looking eager for his assignment. Voldemort looked at him with a sadistic grin on his face. You lot will be taking care of a particular mudblood. She's Potter's main source of information and without her he will be easy to defeat. Do what you'd like with her, so long as you kill her and her whole filthy Muggle family. Voldemort looked to the side and nodded to a man who entered the room. The Death Eater scowled when he recognized the man with the long hair. Lucius, Voldemort continued, you shall lead this mission. Lucius' grin was as cold and bloodthirsty as Voldemort's. It would be my pleasure, my lord. Harry's eyes narrowed dangerously at the Malfoy lord's cold expression. Now I know who to get next, Harry thought grimly. After taking a moment to prepare himself, Harry sorted through the Death Eater's memories once more until he found himself staring at an achingly familiar house. The Death Eater group apparated right outside of the house. They all had their wands drawn and eager grins on their faces. Lucius stepped up to the door and opened it quickly. Together, the Death Eaters entered the house throwing curses wherever they wanted. Hermione's parents, who were sitting on their couch, leapt up in alarm. Two of the Death Eaters went after them while the other two, including himself, ran after the Hermione who had started coming down the stairs. Run, Hermione, Harry whispered as if it would change the inevitable outcome. Hermione let out a scream and fumbled for her wand, but the other Death Eater shot a curse at her, forcing her to run up the stairs. Mum, Dad, run, she screamed as she ran upstairs. Her plea was met with the agonized cry of her father. Tears dropped from her eyes as she continued to run away while her father was tortured. The Death Eater and his companion slowly followed Hermione to her room, enjoying the fear that she was feeling. Once they got to her room, his companion blasted open the door. The Death Eater frowned when he saw a white owl flying away from the window with a note in its talons, but thought nothing of it. Well, little mudblood, he sneered. It's time for us to have some fun. Hermione started saying a spell, but his companion was quicker and shot a disarming spell at her, causing her wand to fall to the floor behind them. Well, that's not nice, his companion laughed. Maybe we should have a little extra fun with her, the Death Eater said while he stepped forward and twirled Hermione's wavy curls with his finger while she flinched and tried to step away from him. Get your filthy hands off of her! Harry shouted in rage. He wanted nothing more than to punch the Death Eater too. Within an inch of his life, but Harry was just a spectator and had no physical form. Don't touch me, Hermione whispered defiantly. Anger replaced the grin on the Death Eater's face. Think you're actually worth something, you mudblood? He sneered. With all his strength, the Death Eater punched Hermione in the stomach, forcing her to double over and fight for breath. While she was winded, he effortlessly threw her over his side into the wall, causing her to cry out in pain. The Death Eater laughed at her pain while his companion used the Cruciatus curse on her, forcing her to scream in agony. His attention was grabbed by a red flash on Hermione's bed. He looked over and saw that there was a large egg that was faintly flashing red. What the hell is this? He asked out loud while he picked the egg up and recklessly tossed it in the air. No, don't touch, Hermione gasped while she fought for breath. A sadistic grin reappeared on his face. Is this important to you, mudblood? He enjoyed the look of horror and dismay on her face while he threw the egg to the floor with all his might. The look of anguish on Hermione's face was so delicious that he didn't even bother to see if the egg was broken. His companion cast the Cruciatus on her again with a bored expression on his face. If you're going to have fun with her, then have it not. I don't feel like wasting my magic on something as filthy as she is. The Death Eater looked at the trembling girl in front of him for a moment before he shook his head. Nah, she's too filthy for that. But, I think a prolonged demise would be appropriate for this mudblood. A gleam of silver was caught in the room while he pulled out a silver dagger from his robes. Hermione's eyes widened in fear and she tried to inch away from the blade. I hope that Potter finds your body, mudblood, he said while he knelt down and roughly touched her face. His companion looked at the blade doubtfully. What if they find her and take her to St. Mungo's? The Death Eater scoffed scornfully at his companion. We have ways to take care of her there too. But they shouldn't find her in time since Lucius isn't sending up the Dark Mark. I personally hope that by the time they find her she's covered with maggots. His companion shrugged. Then do it. The dagger gleamed again, as if eager to draw blood. With great strength, the knife was driven right into Hermione's side. No, Hermione! Harry cried in agony. He didn't even realize that he had lost his hold on the Death Eater's memory. He punched the pitiful man in front of him with all of his strength, sending the man who was still chained to his chair to the floor. Harry continued to mercilessly punch the Death Eater until he felt that his fists wouldn't do enough damage. He stepped back and pointed his wand at the crying figure in front of him. Crew. No, Harry. Hermione's voice came from behind him as the door flew open. Before Harry could finish the curse, Hermione threw her arms around his waist and sobbed into his back. Don't do it, she pleaded. Don't become like him. It took Harry a couple of seconds before the rage completely left him. His wand fell to the floor as he whirled around and pulled Hermione into a tight hug. Without shame, he sobbed into her shoulder while she sobbed into his. I'm so sorry, Hermione, I'm so sorry, he sobbed over and over. While Harry and Hermione left the room to simply cry in each other's company, Neville and Luna had the elves take the still whimpering Death Eater to the room where they would strip his powers. Harry and Hermione sat in one of the black rooms crying until they calmed down. It wasn't until a half hour later when one of them spoke. Love, Harry whispered hoarsely. How did you know that I was about to use an unforgivable on him? Hermione sniffed and looked at Harry. I don't need to be an empath to know when you're in so much pain. More tears fell from his eyes as he buried his face in her hair. I just wanted to know who else was there. It was Lucius who led the mission. The breath got caught in Hermione's throat and Harry felt fear so powerful that it was difficult for him to breathe. We'll stop them, he promised. We'll stop them from hurting anyone ever again. After another 15 minutes, Harry guided a trembling Hermione to the room where her attacker was for the power stripping ritual. They both let out a breath of relief when they saw that the man was stunned and Luna had already drawn the runes on his back. Neville and Luna looked at them in concern while Kex and Ivy nuzzled against their respective partners' legs in an attempt to comfort them. "Let's get this over with," Hermione said dryly. Without even bothering to wake the man up, they stripped him of all his powers and Hermione destroyed the memory with so much force that it was quite possible that other memories were destroyed as well. But she didn't care. It was the first time since her parents and Crookshanks were killed that she felt like some justice had been served. The rest of the term went by quickly and before any of them realized it was almost Christmas. Nothing of great importance had occurred after the Hogsmeade attack. Black Manor was still a prison that would have the occasional prisoner that the goblins caught and they were held there until the four heirs had the time to strip their powers. Luna had found the fairy colony the week after the Hogsmeade attack and was still earning their trust. While fairies were bright and mischievous creatures, they were still mistrustful. The colony queen, Shimmer, found Luna interesting and made a deal with Luna that if she could gain her whole colony's trust by summer then she would train Luna personally. So far most of the colony approved of Luna, but Shimmer would only accept Luna if the whole colony accepted her. Neville's training with the centaurs mostly involved weapons training. While Neville was fair with his sword, by centaur standards he was terrible. Chief worked on Neville's sword technique and had the herd's healer teach Neville how to use the herbs of the land to heal and how to use magic to strengthen their natural powers. Thanks to Neville's forest speech ability he knew where all the herbs were and he understood what they needed so that he could strengthen them without the aid of magic. Predicting the future by gazing at the planets was part of his training as well, but so far he was pretty lousy at it. So far there hadn't been any real moves done by either Voldemort or Dumbledore. Occasionally at dinner Dumbledore would look at them with a calculating look on his face, but what unnerved Harry was the way he would look at Hermione, like he was a predator waiting for the best moment to strike. One night a couple weeks before the term ended, Harry sat with his friends at the Gryffindor table for dinner. He was discussing Professor Griffin's latest Dada class with Neville when one particular emotion stuck out among the sea of other emotions that he usually drowned out. "What's wrong, Harry?" Neville asked when he saw the change in Harry's expression. Harry shook his head in confusion. "I don't know," he whispered. "But it's not good." The next day Hermione and Ivy walked the halls towards Hermione's Ancient Runes class. Hermione was discussing her runes translation with Ivy when she was stopped. "Miss Granger," Snape's cool voice came from behind her. Suppressing a cringe at Snape's poor tone, Hermione and Ivy turned around looking pleasantly at the greasy potions professor. "Can I help you, Professor Snape?" she asked politely. "Come with me," was the cool reply. Hermione and Ivy were immediately on their guard. "But I have class, Professor." Snape sneered at her with so much contempt that Hermione had to bite the inside of her cheek to keep from snapping at him. "Professor Dumbledore needs to see you." Fear quickly replaced her irritation. Before she could think of an excuse to keep away from the headmaster, Snape started walking towards Dumbledore's office with a simple, "Come." Knowing that there was no way to avoid meeting with Dumbledore, Hermione started putting her energy into her mind magic so that if Dumbledore tried to use the Imperius on her again it wouldn't take as long to fight it off. They arrived at the entrance to Dumbledore's office before Hermione even realized it. Snape gave the password and stayed outside while Hermione and Ivy nervously climbed the stairs. "Are your shields secure?" Ivy asked once they were standing outside the door. "I hope so," Hermione whispered back. She took in a deep breath and knocked on the door. "Come in, Miss Granger," Dumbledore's condescending voice responded. Hermione opened the door and walked in with Ivy right beside her. She sat down in one of the chairs that stood in front of the headmaster's desk and picked Ivy up and put her on her lap. "You wanted to see me, Headmaster?" she asked quietly. Immediately, Hermione felt Dumbledore test her occlumency shields. Satisfaction replaced some of her nerves when she saw Dumbledore's eyes widen in surprise for a brief moment. "I did want to speak with you, Miss Granger," Dumbledore said with a twinkle in his eye. "It has come to my attention that you have been an orphan since summer." Hermione gasped and Ivy barked in alarm. How?" she stuttered. Dumbledore smiled and waved his wand faster than Hermione could even follow. "I have known for quite some time, Miss Granger. It hurts me that you didn't come to me straight away. But you do not need to worry, as your magical guardian I have secured a place for you to stay. You will be going there until I have arranged for you to continue your education at Hogwarts." But, seeing as this has to go through the ministry, it might take a while. Let's get out of here, Hermione. Ivy cried. When Hermione tried to move her legs, she found that they were weighed down by magic, the same thing with her arms. What did you do to me? She demanded. I have done nothing, Miss Granger. It must be your grief for your parents that prevents you from moving, Dumbledore said with a shrug. He stood up and walked around the desk to face Hermione. Do not fear, Miss Granger, I am a kind guardian. You will be well cared for. Ivy snarled and leapt at Dumbledore, but he simply waved his hand and sent Ivy crashing into a bookshelf. Ivy! Hermione cried out in worry. Before Ivy could regain her balance, Dumbledore created a cage with a wave of his wand and sent Ivy in it with another wave. Once the door shut, the cage glowed as it locked. Ivy snarled profanities at Dumbledore and tried to apparate out, but found that the cage was blocking her magic. Now Miss Granger, a gift, Dumbledore continued as he ignored the fox barking. He pulled out a simple silver necklace and placed it around Hermione's neck. As soon as it touched her skin, Hermione felt her connection to her own magical core and to Ivy become blocked. She even tried to tap into her limited knowledge of elf magic and found to her dismay that it was blocked too. That's a power suppressor, Dumbledore explained smugly. I can't have you going off to avenge your parents now, can I? He's saying this to make it seem like him kidnapping me is the right thing to do, Hermione thought. Furiously. Just before Dumbledore called for an elf to come take her and Ivy away, Hermione focused on Harry and pushed all of her fear towards him in hope that he would sense it out of all the other emotions in the castle. Harry. When Hermione woke up, she found herself on a bed underneath a pile of warm blankets. She sat up and shook the fog from her head. A small, pitiful whine from beside her bed helped to clear the remaining fog. Ivy, Hermione gasped while she struggled out of bed and let Ivy out of the cage. Are you all right? What happened? When did I black out? Ivy limped out of the cage with her left leg tucked under her body. The house elf that Dumbledore summoned used elf magic to stun you. He went out of his way to make sure that no harmful magic could be connected directly to him. The elf took us here and told me that you would wake up eventually. It's been a couple hours. Hermione gently picked Ivy up and sat on the bed. Your leg, do you think it's broken? Probably, Ivy sighed. Dumbledore keeps a lot of hard books in his office. Can you apparate us out of here? Hermione tried, but found much to her irritation that the power suppressor was still on her and that she couldn't take it off. This thing suppresses my connection to magic. I can't apparate and I don't think I can do any magic. Ivy curled up in Hermione's waist and sighed painfully. That explains why Dumbledore didn't take your wand, I guess. Hermione gently put Ivy down on the bed. I'm going to see where we are. When Ivy nodded wearily, Hermione left her to explore their surroundings. They were being kept in a small shack. The whole building was at the most 20 feet long and 20 feet wide. There was a small bathroom on the side and a small fridge that Hermione found was full of food. Hermione went to the front door and opened it. She took 2 steps outside when she was stopped by a harsh gust of freezing cold wind, and the sight of a ledge that was 10 feet in front of her. Hermione carefully stepped up to the ledge and gasped in fear when she realized that hers and Ivy's new lodgings were located on the top of a rather tall mountain. Oh bugger. Harry ran through the halls of Hogwarts with Kex struggling to hang on and Neville and Luna along with their familiars right behind him. He ran as fast as his legs would take him towards Dumbledore's office, which was the last place he had sensed his fiancée's fear. Harry, slow down, Luna said for the 3rd time. We need to discuss this. Discuss what? Harry snapped at her. Dumbledore did something to Hermione. She was so scared. Neville grabbed Harry's shoulder and used his superior weight and muscle to force Harry to stop. Don't take this out on Luna, he said gravely. We can't go rushing into this. If you burst into Dumbledore's office to save Hermione, he'll want to know how you knew she was in trouble. What should I do then? Harry demanded. Just sit back and wait. Yes, Neville said firmly. Wait and plan. If you plunge right into this, then everything could be put in jeopardy and Hermione wouldn't want that. I doubt that Dumbledore would cause Hermione any physical pain. Hot tears filled Harry's eyes and threatened to fall. I need to know if she's okay. Luna looked at Harry sadly. We all do, Harry. But this is Hermione we're talking about, she's a survivor. That night at dinner Hermione still hadn't shown up. Harry kept his eyes glued to the entrance to the Great Hall, hoping that the next person to walk through the door would be Hermione. After waiting for 15 minutes, Harry couldn't take the waiting anymore. He got up from the table with Neville and Luna right behind him. They stomped up to Dumbledore, who was looking at them with an amused expression on his face. "Sir," Neville said with cool politeness, knowing that Harry would only shout. "We were wondering if you knew where Hermione was." The amused look on Dumbledore's face was replaced by false sadness. "I'm afraid that I cannot talk about this here. Let's go to my office and discuss it." "No," Luna said firmly. "Let's talk here." "Miss Lovegood," McGonagall said angrily. "That is no way to talk to your headmaster." "It is quite all right, Minerva," Dumbledore assured her. Turning back to the young students in front of him, he sighed. "I am afraid that Miss Granger's parents were killed sometime during the summer. As her magical guardian, it became my responsibility to take care of her lodgings. Until everything is taken care of so that she can return to Hogwarts, I have placed her in one of my houses." Harry went pale and would have cursed Dumbledore right there if Kex hadn't dug his claws into his shoulder. "How could you take her away from Hogwarts without letting her say goodbye?" Luna demanded. Her storm cloud eyes were bright with tears, but she refused to let them fall in front of Dumbledore. Even McGonagall looked surprised at Dumbledore's actions. "Albus, was it really necessary to remove Miss Granger from all of her friends? A girl who has recently been orphaned needs to be surrounded by loved ones." Dumbledore shot McGonagall a look of annoyance. "As her magical guardian, it was my call, Minerva. Harry, I must ask you to refrain from owling Miss Granger. You wouldn't want to lead anyone right to her. Rest assured she is perfectly safe." Harry's emerald eyes narrowed dangerously and had to be pulled back from the table by Neville and Luna. He wasn't even aware that he wasn't in Dumbledore's presence anymore until he was pushed down into a chair in the dining room at Potter Manor. He looked around and saw that they had been joined by Goldengaze, Dobby and Winky, all of whom looked just as worried as Harry felt. "Can you sense her?" Luna asked Dobby and Winky. The two elves closed their eyes and focused for a moment before they shook their heads despairingly. "Miss Granger is being blocked," Winky said brokenly while tears slowly fell from her large eyes. "I know that she is unharmed, but I can't tell where she is." "But she's all right?" Harry asked desperately. "Dumbledore didn't hurt her." Winky smiled sadly. "She is not hurt physically, Master Harry, but I'm afraid that Dobby and I don't know anything else." That night they all sat around the table in silence while they prayed that Hermione would find some way to get back to them. Hermione paced in the tiny shack irritably while she cursed repeatedly. "I can't bloody believe this, even my portkey isn't working. And here I thought that nothing could stop an ancient house's portkey." Ivy was still curled up on the bed and had her injured leg sprawled out in front of her. "Dumbledore is incredibly powerful, but I can't help but think that he must be paranoid if he even deactivated our portkeys. My guess is that they can only be reactivated by Harry now." Hermione sighed and sat down next to Ivy. "I hope that Harry isn't doing anything reckless." Ivy laughed hoarsely. "He probably will." They sat on the bed huddled under the blankets for warmth. Hermione dozed off until she heard a loud pop, forcing her to wake up. She looked around the little shack and glared at the cowering figure in front of her. "Who are you?" Hermione demanded. The house elf bowed shakily, and when she rose Hermione noticed that she was crying. "My name is Brooke, miss. I was the one ordered to stun you and bring you here." Never before had Hermione been so angry with an elf, even though she knew that the elf had no choice. "Where exactly is here?" Brooke continued to cry, and hastily wiped her eyes on her apron. "Master Dumbledore had me take you to his secure cabin on a mountain in Greenland." "Greenland?" Hermione gasped. "I'm in bloody Greenland." Brooke shook her head and started sobbing. "I is so sorry, miss. We elves know that you are the elves' champion and I imprisoned you. I is so sorry, miss." Brooke fell to her knees and cried even harder, softening the cold look on Hermione's face. Hermione knelt down in front of Brooke and gently took the sobbing elf's hands in her own. "Please stop crying, Brooke, it's not your fault. Dumbledore ordered you to take us here and you had to obey." "Miss is too kind," Brooke sobbed. "I is wanting nothing more than to help you get away, but I is forbidden. Master Dumbledore is forcing me to imprison the elves' champion." "What do you mean by elves' champion?" Hermione asked curiously. Brooke took in a couple deep breaths to calm herself. "Even us lowly house elves know of the spiritual heirs. For as long as house elves can remember, we have known that one day house elves would be treated better. House elves love serving families, miss, but we is still wanting to be treated with little more dignity. Brooke knows how Dobby was being abused, and this happens to many good elves. You is our champion because you will make sure that house elves will be safe and no longer invisible. Hermione gaped at Brooke in shock. She had become more open about house elves and their joy in serving families, but she still hadn't realized that they felt invisible, like they could die and nobody would even notice or care. How did you know about me? You is able to use elf magic, Brooke explained. We house elves didn't tell Master Dumbledore, but Master Dumbledore blocked house elf magic so that Mr. Harry Potter couldn't send Dobby to get you. Hermione ran her fingers around the power suppressor around her neck. Can you take it off, Brooke? Brooke shook her head despairingly. Brooke is forbidden. Brooke can only tend to you as needed. Hermione sighed. Well, don't go against your orders, I don't want you to have to punish yourself. Can you heal Ivy's leg? The house elf looked at Ivy with a doubtful look on her face. I is not a very good healer, but I can heal some. She walked up to Ivy and gently took the fox's leg in her hand. Ivy barked in pain and Hermione flinched when she heard something snap, but relief soon replaced the look of pain on Ivy's face. Brooke worked on Ivy's leg for a few more minutes and when she was done Ivy was sleeping soundly and her leg was bandaged up. Brooke looked at Hermione with a wary look on her face. Brooke put the bones back in place and healed most of it. But Miss Ivy's leg is still broken, but not as bad. Leg should heal in a couple weeks if it's not disturbed. Hermione smiled gratefully and smoothed Ivy's ruffled fur. Thank you, Brooke, and don't worry about keeping us here. I'll get out of here and I'll still fight for your rights. More tears leaked out of Brooke's eyes before determination shined through the tears. Brooke is forbidden to help you escape, but Brooke is not breaking orders by explaining something. What's that? Hermione asked. Brooke pointed at the power suppressor around Hermione's neck. Master Dumbledore's power suppressor blocks Miss connection to elf magic, familiar bond as well as her magic. But, power suppressor does not block one thing that Brooke can sense you can do. Hermione's eyes widened. And what's that? Brooke smiled slyly and pointed outside towards the mountains. Do not tell Brooke anything because then I is having to report to Master Dumbledore since there are no eavesdropping spells on this shack. But, if only Miss could fly. Wards prevent apparition and portkeys are disabled immediately upon entry, but no wards prevent flying. Hermione paled. So the only way to get out of here is to fly. Or climb down, Brooke said with a shrug. If only Miss could fly back to England, but I is knowing that even Miss is incapable of growing wings. Hermione smiled shakily. If only though. Thank you for everything, Brooke. Brooke smiled brightly and bowed. For what, Miss? She said and apparated away. Hermione groaned and sat down heavily next to Ivy who was still fast asleep. I bloody hate flying. Harry sat on his and Hermione's bed in Potter Manor with his head in his hands. It had been hours since Hermione had been taken and there hadn't been any word from her and they hadn't found anything in the library that could help them. Kex was curled up in a ball next to Harry as he found himself almost paralyzed by the grief and anguish that Harry was feeling. They sat in silence until there was a light knock on the door. Before Harry could yell at whoever it was to go away, the door opened and Luna stuck her head in. Are you done sulking yet? She asked him. Because Neville and I could really use your help looking up answers in the library. Why hasn't she just used her portkey? Harry asked desperately. Luna sighed heavily. Dumbledore is extremely powerful, Harry, so powerful that he could deactivate a portkey if he wanted to without even breaking a sweat. We need to trust that Hermione will find a way out of wherever she is, but that doesn't mean that we can't help her. Harry looked at Luna brokenly. He took her away to keep her from me. It's my. Shut it with the self-pity party, Harry, Luna snapped impatiently. She's my best friend and I'm worried too, but I'm not wallowing, I'm trying to find a solution. Maybe you should do the same. Harry stared at Luna in shock for a second before he smiled sadly. You're right as always, Luna. Do you think the goblins could help? Luna frowned thoughtfully for a moment. I don't know. But Harry, if you involve the goblins then you'll have to go public, but then again maybe that isn't terrible either. If you go public when we get Hermione back and openly declare her your ward and fiancé, then Dumbledore won't be able to touch her again. Why didn't I just do that sooner? Harry sighed. Because we wanted to keep a low profile, Luna answered firmly. Plus we never dreamed that Dumbledore would go and pull this. Harry nodded heavily and stood up. I'm going to go see Griphook and Ragnarok to let them know that I'll be going public soon. You and Neville keep looking to see if there's something to help us find Hermione, but like you said, Hermione is a survivor and won't let Dumbledore lock her up if she can do anything to stop it. He picked up Kex, who was starting to become more alert, and apparated away, leaving a more hopeful Luna. Hermione's hands trembled as she ripped the sheets on her bed into multiple strips. She had been doing this since Brooke had left, but she wanted to get the job done. She kept ripping until Ivy groaned and woke up. Ivy looked at Hermione in confusion before testing her leg gently. "How's your leg?" Hermione asked. Ivy winced and sat down heavily. "Better," she admitted, "but I don't think I'll be able to walk for a bit." Hermione smiled sadly and began tying some of the torn strips together. Her familiar looked at her in confusion and suddenly noticed all of the strips that were scattered on the bed. "What did I miss?" Ivy asked. "Brooke told me that the only way to get out of here is to fly," Hermione groaned. "Damn," Ivy sighed. "But that doesn't explain why you're tying sheets together." Hermione held up her project. It was a large sling. A large part of the sheet had been tied to numerous strips and was secured with some rope. "This is for you," Hermione explained. "You're in no condition to maintain a body merge, plus it's going to take a while to get back to England." Ivy nodded in agreement. "Great, so I'm going to be hanging around your neck all the way to England," she said sarcastically. "It's not going to be enjoyable for either of us," Hermione responded. "I don't even know how long it will take to get to England, seeing as we have no idea where we are, besides that we're in Greenland somewhere. Most of the trip will be over the ocean," Ivy said worriedly. "Will you be able to make it?" "I'll have to," Hermione said determinedly while she finished making the sling. "We might not even need to make it all the way to England. If we can find someone magical to take off this power suppressor, then I can apparate us to Diagon Alley." Hermione searched the shack for some supplies while Ivy scanned the room from her spot on the bed. Hermione took some food from the fridge and put it in the sling along with some small blankets. She was scanning the cupboards when something caught her eye. Sitting on the counter next to the fridge was a bottle of butterbeer with a cork sticking halfway out. Hermione glanced from the cork to the magnets on the refrigerator and felt an idea click in her head. Without explaining her idea to Ivy, she ran into the bathroom and searched through the cabinets until she found what she was looking for. "Perfect!" she shouted excitedly. "What's perfect?" Ivy asked. Hermione ran back into the kitchen and grabbed the cork, a magnet, and filled a glass with water from the fridge. She then sat down in front of the bed and began rubbing the magnet against what she had taken from the bathroom. "Would you please explain what you are doing?" Ivy asked. Triumph was evident on Hermione's face. "When I was in primary school, my teacher taught us a simple experiment. When I was getting food, I saw this cork and it instantly reminded me of it." "And?" Ivy asked impatiently. A wide smile was on Hermione's face as she showed what she had made. Stuck right through the cork was a sewing needle. Clearly excited, Hermione put the cork in the glass of water. "It's a handmade compass," Hermione said happily. "Because Greenland is in the north, this compass will point towards north. And by knowing where north is, you'll know where east is," Ivy finished excitedly. "You'll know which direction to fly." Hermione nodded and continued to watch the compass. When the cork and needle finally stopped spinning, Hermione pointed to where east would be. "That's where we start," Hermione said determinedly. Right away, Hermione finished arranging stuff in the sling and tested it to make sure that it wouldn't break. She put the cork and needle along with the magnet in the sling before she put Ivy in it. Being careful, Hermione arranged the supplies to make sure that Ivy would be covered by the small blankets without damaging the other supplies. Once Hermione felt that the sling was as secure as it was going to get, she put it around her neck and stepped outside. Immediately Hermione and Ivy were met with a gust so strong that it nearly knocked Hermione off her feet. "Are you all right, Ivy?" she shouted over the wind. Ivy looked up at Hermione with a stern expression. "I'll be fine, but you need to transform right away. You'll freeze in your human form." Hermione nodded and took in shaky breaths to fight off the fear that was so strong that it threatened to make her pass out. "I can do this, I can do this," she repeated. She pictured Harry's green eyes and thought about being in his loving embrace. Using her love for Harry, Hermione forced back the dizziness and shifted. She felt her body grow larger and felt the familiar pain as her new body part sprouted from her back. The sling became lighter and fit around her neck snugly without strangling her. Hermione took a few unsteady steps to get used to her form. "You've got this," Ivy shouted encouragingly. "We've got this," Hermione responded. Hermione stepped up to the location that was roughly east and leapt off of the edge of the cliff. Fear and exhilaration flooded through her veins as she took her rescue into her own hands. Standing on the ledge where Hermione had just jumped was a small house elf who was smiling happily. "Good luck, Miss Granger," Brooke whispered. Flying towards England, back to her friends, back to her beloved was a beautiful, light brown Pegasus. Despite the freezing cold, Hermione's body was covered with sweat as she continued to fly over the ocean in her animagus form with Ivy dangling around her neck in the sling. It had been over an hour since Hermione had leapt off of the mountain and she was already exhausted. All she had was a general direction in the hope that she would be able to make it the long distance back to England. They had concluded that the mountain they were on was somewhere near the coast, and they both hoped that Iceland wasn't too far off. Ivy looked up at Hermione with wide, concerned eyes. "Hermione, are you okay? You've never flown this long before." Hermione shook her long face and swished her dark brown tail in the wind. "I've never been so tired," she admitted. "This trip is going to take us more than one day." The small fox sighed and nodded in agreement. "You should land on the first piece of land that you see." The graceful Pegasus nodded and continued to breathe heavily. It was so cold and every part of her hurt. When Hermione had discovered that her animagus form was a Pegasus, she had been both excited and afraid. She was excited because she loved horses and knew that Pegasus horses had the ability to fly quickly and could disillusion themselves while flying. It was the flying part that terrified her. She had gotten used to her four legs in her larger form by running in the trunk, but due to the limited space she couldn't practice flying very well, and she was now realizing her mistake for not flying more often now that she wasn't staying in the trunk any longer. After another hour of flying, Hermione's tired eyes saw a shape in the distance. She found her second wind and pushed her wings to the point where they felt like they would fall off. Ivy barked encouragement and Hermione was soon gliding, falling to the very edge of the lass of land that was in front of them. Hermione's front hooves landed clumsily and she nearly fell, but she beat her already aching wings to regain her balance. Her breath was visible in front of her, but she could already feel the difference in temperature and felt warmer. She scanned the land, but nothing registered in her exhausted mind. "I need to rest," Hermione whinnied softly. "I can barely stand." Hermione walked for 10 minutes with her wings dragging in the dirt until she found a secluded area among rocks that provided enough room for Hermione. She changed back to her human form and pressed herself against the rocks while she took Ivy out of the sling. Ivy's black eyes were bright with worry. "Hermione, you'll freeze as a human." "I didn't think I could hold my Pegasus form any longer," Hermione said tiredly while she took out a roll that she had taken from the shack. She broke off half of it and gave it to Ivy, who immediately began gnawing on it. After their pitiful meal, Hermione took one of the blankets that she had brought and wrapped it around herself and Ivy. The rocks offered some protection from the wind and cold, but they were both still shivering. Ivy tried to take the power suppressor off of Hermione again so that they could reach Winky, but Ivy wasn't strong enough to break through Dumbledore's magic. They fought to stay awake, knowing that it was too cold outside for them to sleep. It was soon dark and Hermione was still exhausted, but she knew that she had to keep moving or they would freeze. Ivy and the blanket went back in the sling and Hermione transformed again. Because Hermione's wings were completely spent, Hermione trotted further into the land while keeping up her Pegasus disillusion magic. She hoped that they could find a village or something where they could sleep in warmth. Relief flowed through Hermione and Ivy when they found a small town. It was only a small number of buildings, but one of them had a barn where they could hide and rest. Hermione entered the barn and quickly scanned for signs of other humans. When none were revealed, she shifted back and climbed into the barn's loft. She arranged a makeshift bed of hay behind some boxes and practically collapsed on it. Ivy crawled out of the sling and Hermione pulled the blanket over them. It was hardly home, but for the night it would work. Griphook and Ragnarok had been livid when Harry had told them of Dumbledore's latest actions. Not only had Dumbledore kidnapped a lord's fiancé, he had kidnapped a friend of the goblin's fiancé. The penalty of such an action was incredibly painful, but unfortunately goblin law was not respected in the magical community and killing Albus Dumbledore would more than likely lead to another war. The three of them talked for an hour, going over details for when Harry went public. Ragnarok sent goblins to search all of Dumbledore's properties, saying that since Dumbledore kidnapped someone of great importance to the goblins, then they were fully within their right to search anything. Harry asked worriedly when a goblin appeared and whispered in Ragnarok's ear. The head of Gringotts Bank looked at Harry sadly and shook his head. I'm afraid, Harry, that every Dumbledore property that we have in our records has been checked and there are no signs of your fiancé. There are most likely other properties that Dumbledore owns, but because they aren't in the Gringotts files, then we would be overstepping by digging up the information. Harry sighed deeply and clenched his fists. There's nothing that the goblins can do. Ragnarok's eyes were incredibly sorrowful. I can only tell you that she is above the equator based off of her goblin chain that holds her engagement ring. I will go check again to see if her location has changed, but the goblin magic is being fouled up by Dumbledore's magic, making it almost impossible to find. Please try, Harry begged. I can't go searching half the world. If you can narrow it down to a country, then I could go search for her. The goblin nodded and excused himself to go check again. While Ragnarok was gone, Harry talked with Griphook. So it is all right with your king that I openly declare myself friend to the goblins when I go public? Harry asked. Griphook nodded. King Zesty is eager actually. After you go public, he wishes to have an audience with you. Harry smiled grimly. I look forward to meeting King Zesty. The door opened and Ragnarok entered, looking pleased. We have narrowed down her location, Harry. She's somewhere around Iceland, but I cannot tell you where on Iceland she is. Harry was immediately on his feet. Thank you, Ragnarok. I am going to search for her. I'll send word to you when Hermione is safe. Thank you so much. Ragnarok waved away the thanks. I was pleased to be of assistance, Harry. Now go to her. Harry nodded and headed back to Potter Manor with Kex right behind him. When they got there, Harry grabbed Kex and sprinted to the library. They found Neville and Luna talking amongst each other over a large book. She's near Iceland, Harry said loudly, startling his two friends. Luna's dull eyes brightened immediately. Are you going to search for her? Harry nodded and turned to Neville. I was hoping that you would help me search. In your animagus form you could track her easily. A shadow fell across Neville's face. Even though it had been a long time since Neville's disastrous transformation, he was still afraid and rarely changed. Seeing the doubt on his best friend's face, Harry's eyes grew sympathetic. Mate, you know that I would never ask this of you, but, please. What if it was Luna who was missing? The doubt lingered on Neville's face for a second longer before he nodded determinedly. I'll help you, Harry. Pride glowed on Luna's face. You'll be all right, Neville, she said softly. Just remember what we worked on, just remember your anchor. How could I forget it? Neville asked her, his eyes shining in adoration. They held their gaze for a moment longer until Luna turned to Harry. Dumbledore must have had her portkey deactivated and he must have cut off her connection to her elf magic, which is why she hasn't apparated. That's also why Dobby or Winky can't find her. She could be calling for them, but they can't hear her. It's a good thing that I didn't order Dobby and Winky to find her, Harry mused. If I had, then they would have had to punish themselves since they wouldn't be able to find her. Luna nodded. I'll stay here and continue researching. I have an idea of what caused Hermione to basically drop off the grid, as Muggles say. Hopefully when you get back I'll have a way to reverse what Dumbledore did. Harry nodded and put Kex down on the table. Kex, do what you can to help Luna. You too, Sage, Neville said to his familiar. The familiars scowled but agreed nonetheless. Harry grabbed Neville's shoulder and apparated out of Potter Manor. They landed on Iceland, he had no idea where, and immediately began to shiver. Bloody hell, it's cold, Neville gasped while he tucked his arms close to his body. How do you want to do this, Harry? Harry coughed on the cold air. I haven't thought that far. How about we just head in opposite directions and we portkey back to Potter Manor every hour to reconnect? Neville nodded and put his hand on Harry's shoulder. We'll find her, Harry. Harry smiled thankfully. Neville grinned back and stepped back before he began to shift. His body grew and his body became covered with thick, dark fur. When Neville was done shifting, he stood over 5 feet tall with huge paws and dark eyes. Mate? Harry asked hesitantly. The dire wolf turned his massive muzzle towards Harry and Harry felt his breath catch in his throat. The wolf stepped up to Harry and it took all of Harry's willpower to remain where he was. Panic welled in his until the wolf thrust his head into Harry's, nearly knocking him over. Relief made Harry laugh giddily. "You're in control." Neville nodded and clumsily pushed himself on his hind legs. On his hind legs he stood well over 7 feet tall. "Go for it, Titan," Harry said with a huge smile. Neville, or Titan, gave Harry a wolf grin and turned to run across the land. Harry watched until he couldn't see his best friend any longer. "Now it's my turn," Harry said determinedly. Hermione woke up early the next day and snuck out of the barn before anyone saw her. She paused at the closest stream once they were out of the village's sights so that she and Ivy could drink their fill and clean up a little. Every bone in Hermione's body hurt and it was exhausting just to stand. But standing still was not something that Hermione could risk, especially once Dumbledore found out that she was gone. When they were ready, Hermione transformed again and began trotting in the general direction that England was. Hermione was surprised to find out that her sense of direction was incredibly accurate in her animagus form and that she didn't need her makeshift compass to tell her where she was. The weather was warmer, which made it easier for Hermione to maintain her natural Pegasus disillusion, but she wanted to save her wings for when it was essential. After traveling in silence for half an hour, Ivy decided to break the silence. "What do you think will happen when we get back?" Hermione shook her head and kept trotting. "I wish I knew. But I do know that this will not happen again." Ivy shrugged and snuggled in the blankets. "Dumbledore may not be able to kidnap us again, but that doesn't mean that he won't stop trying to get to Harry through you. He won't get the opportunity again," Hermione said while she curled her lip in anger. "I let my guard down back in the office and because of that Dumbledore got me in a semi-body bind. From now on, I will not underestimate him." The Fennec Fox looked surprised at the ferocity in Hermione's voice. "Save your anger, Hermione, Dumbledore will get what's coming to him." Hermione nodded and continued on. She eventually had to slow down to a walk and began stopping more and more frequently to rest. Whenever she stopped, she shifted back and let Ivy out so that she could exercise her leg gently. Ivy would grimace in pain, but she refused to complain about it. She wouldn't complain about her leg hurting when Hermione was pushing her body past its limits in order to get them to safety. By noon Hermione couldn't take just walking towards England without seeing any change in scenery. Suppressing a groan, she flapped her wings a few times and took to the air. She was surprised to find that she actually felt better when she was flying compared to walking. As much as she didn't like it, her animagus body was made to fly. "The view is beautiful during the day," Hermione commented to Ivy over the wind. Ivy laughed, but refused to open her eyes. "At least one of us is getting over their fear of heights." Hermione laughed and was suddenly tempted to do a dive, but she wasn't willing to push it just yet. "I wonder if Harry feels this, well light while flying," Hermione thought. Hermione was enjoying the feeling of the wind in her hair, well mane, that she didn't notice an elated trill. It wasn't until Ivy excitedly butted her head against her that she surveyed her surroundings. Her heart skipped a beat when she saw something flying straight at her. Her instincts were telling her to flee, but something deeper was telling her to stay where she was. The figure flying right at her got closer and Hermione felt all of her exhaustion fade away when she recognized the red feathers and the emerald eyes. "Harry!" she cried out happily. She nearly barreled right into Harry. The phoenix flew circles around Hermione and would preen her mane with his beak anxiously as if personally making sure that she wasn't harmed. "Are you all right?" Harry demanded anxiously while he continued his inspection. Hermione nodded and glided down to the ground with Harry hovering right behind her. She shifted back and would have fallen if Harry hadn't put his feet on her shoulders and beat his wings to keep her upright until she was steady. Once she had her balance, he landed and shifted back. He was still sporting a few red feathers when he pulled her into a tight hug. All of the exhaustion and fear that she had felt crashed upon her and she cried in Harry's arms. He held her while he cried while being careful to not crush Ivy. When Hermione finished crying, she pushed her lips against Harry's and kissed him with more passion than she ever had before. When they came up for air, Harry helped her sit down and took the sling off from around her neck. His eyes narrowed when he saw how pale Hermione was and how exhausted she looked. "How long have you been flying?" he asked. Hermione chuckled tiredly and pushed her sweat-soaked hair behind her ear. "I took off yesterday, but we stopped last night." Harry nodded and gently caressed her face. "I'm so sorry, my own," he whispered softly. I'm so. Hermione clicked her tongue impatiently. Harry, I'm not hurt, just exhausted. I was scared, but I didn't let my fear stop me from doing what I had to do. Harry, I flew. Her eyes sparkled at her accomplishment. I flew longer than I ever thought possible. If Dumbledore hadn't kidnapped me, then I never would have done it. Please Harry, don't blame yourself, because in a strong way, Dumbledore did me a huge favor. Harry smiled proudly. What happened? Fatigue shadowed her face and Harry instantly put an arm around her waist to steady her. Let's go home, she yawned. I'd rather tell this story only once. Harry nodded and held onto Hermione firmly while she held onto Ivy. He apparated them to their bedroom in Potter Manor and immediately helped Hermione sit down. You need to eat and drink something, Harry said firmly while he went to their closet to grab Hermione a change of clothes. Ivy's leg is broken, Hermione said while she took a pair of sweats and a sleeveless from Harry. While she changed, Harry ran to get the others. She wasn't even settled on the bed when the door burst open and Luna tackled her into a hug. I was so worried, she cried. I didn't know if we'd ever see you again. Hermione smiled and hugged Luna back. I'm all right. Luna nodded and pulled back. Her eyes grew stormy when she saw the necklace around Hermione's neck. I was right. He did put a power suppressor on you. My guess is that it's only cutting off enough magic just so you can't cast spells and completely cutting off elf magic. That's right, Hermione said with a tired smile. It didn't block all of my magic though, I was able to transform and fly away. Luna's eyes widened in surprise. You flew. Blimey Hermione, you must have been terrified. A tired giggle escaped Hermione's lips. Completely, but my form is made to fly. They decided to wait for Neville to return before Hermione told her story. Winky brought Hermione and Ivy a huge meal and wouldn't leave until she was satisfied that they had eaten enough. She finished the healing on Ivy's leg and everyone left so that Hermione could sleep for a little while. While they waited for Neville to check in, Luna was reading a book with Faye while Harry, with Kex on his shoulder and Sage right beside him, paced impatiently. Please stop pacing, Luna asked irritably after 15 minutes. I'm trying to find a way to take that power suppressor off of Hermione and you're not helping. Harry stopped pacing and looked at Luna sheepishly. Sorry. Do you have any ideas? Luna nodded and showed Harry the text she was reading. We need to overpower Dumbledore's magic, she said simply. That's why Ivy couldn't take it off. We're all pretty powerful, but honestly none of us has more magic than Dumbledore. If we all pour our magic into the power suppressor, then we should be able to take it off. Will that hurt Hermione? Uncertainty filled Luna's gaze. I'm not sure, she admitted. It might burn her a little, but it shouldn't do anything terrible. Harry didn't seem thrilled at the idea, but he nodded nonetheless. 30 minutes later Neville reappeared in the library, covered with sweat. No sign, mate, he croaked. Harry smiled and pulled Neville in a hug. I found her, she's sleeping right now. The fatigue immediately disappeared from Neville's face. Is she all right? He asked. Exhausted, Harry sighed. And she has a power suppressor on that we have to get off. She's been flying for hours. Wow, Neville whistled. She must have been determined to get away if she flew. Pride filled Harry's face. She's not a Gryffindor for nothing. Or a Slytherin, Luna added. By the time Winky came to get them to let them know that Hermione was awake, they had a very general idea of what they needed to do to get the power suppressor off. They went to Harry's and Hermione's room and they made quick work of the nuisance. By pushing their magic into the necklace and merging their magic together, so to speak, Dumbledore's magic was quickly evaporated. Without Dumbledore's magic present, the necklace easily slipped over Hermione's head when they lifted it together. Around Hermione's neck was a slight burn, but she quickly took care of it herself. That's so much better, Hermione sighed in content while she leaned against the pillows. Harry glared at the necklace in his hand. Dumbledore will never touch you again, he promised. To prove his point, he tossed the necklace to the corner of the room and shot a quick reducto at it, utterly destroying it. Hermione smiled at her friends. Thank you. It all started. Anger was quickly becoming a well-known emotion to Albus Dumbledore. He had been told by some random house elf that the Granger girl wasn't in the shack and that there was no sign of her anywhere. He furiously dismissed the elf from his office and began pacing in his office. Damn that girl, he thought fiercely. He quickly checked his pocket watch and swore again. She even managed to disarm the power suppressor. I will subdue her, even if I have to break her wand to do so. As if to answer his thoughts, a house elf that he didn't recognize quickly apparated in his office and tossed a piece of parchment at him before apparating away before he could get a good look. With hands shaking out of anger, Albus Dumbledore opened the piece of parchment and read the short note. Dear Headmaster, you have now gone too far. No longer will you be able to play with people's lives as if they were chess pieces. We will stop you. Voldemort may be the evil Lord of Darkness, but you are the evil Lord of Light. Your days at Hogwarts are numbered. The heirs have returned. Sincerely, Beauty, Titan, Storm and Ashes. Albus Dumbledore went white at the letter and he let out a rage-filled cry along with a strong pulse of raw magical power, effectively destroying many of his possessions in his office. Having the heirs back would complicate things. He read the letter again and frowned. Who the bloody hell would name their kid Ashes? Harry walked through stone halls with Hermione on his right-hand side and their familiars trotting behind them. Walking in front, beside and behind them was a goblin escort. Even though Harry was a friend of the goblins, no human got to walk through these halls without an escort, friend or no. It had been a week since Hermione had been reunited with Harry and it had taken that whole time for her to fully recover. While she recovered, she and her friends basically dropped off the grid. Harry, Neville and Luna didn't go to Hogwarts for classes, only letting McGonagall know they were safe through a note, while they planned. They were currently walking through the stony hallways of the Goblin Kingdom. Only Harry, as friend of the goblins, Hermione, as his fiancée, and their familiars were permitted to enter. At long last Harry was to meet with King Zesty and talk about an alliance between the Potter Black houses and the goblins for the upcoming war. Leading them to their meeting with King Zesty was Ragnarok himself. The head goblin at Gringotts had insisted on introducing Lord Potter Black and the future Lady Potter Black to his king. Harry held Hermione's hand tightly in his own. Only Hermione knew of his anxiousness to meet with King Zesty due to his sweaty palms. This meeting was crucial to the battle that would inevitably happen. He couldn't afford to screw this up. Using his abilities as an empath, Harry could tell that Hermione was just as anxious as he was, but she was trying her best to maintain her composure. Harry's heart warmed at how his fiancée was handling herself in the unfamiliar environment. They walked in silence until they reached two large doors. The doors were large, but nowhere near the size of the doors to Hogwarts. Ragnarok gave Harry a reassuring goblin smile, which would not be reassuring at all if Harry wasn't familiar with goblin expressions, and opened the doors. Announcing, Ragnarok began. The Lord Potter Black, the future Lady Potter Black and their true familiars Kex and Ivy. Taking in a deep breath, the small group entered the throne room of King Zesty. The room was plainer than Harry thought it would be. Knowing of the goblin's love of gold and fine metal, Harry was expecting gems to be glimmering off of the walls or the throne to be made of crystal. Instead, the throne room was simply made out of stone with numerous torches hanging off the walls and a throne that looked rather uncomfortable. Sitting on the throne was a goblin who had enough scars to put Zeus to shame. He was average size for a goblin and Harry doubted that he would reach his waist. His eyes were black and cold, but they also held a fierce intelligence in them. There was a ring that held a different stone on each one on each of his fingers and on his head sat a simple crown that appeared to be made out of moonstone. Other than that the goblin wore no jewelry. Ragnarok led them until they were standing right in front of the throne. Once they were right in front of the throne, he walked to the side. As soon as Ragnarok was to the side and their guard dispersed to the side, Harry and Hermione knelt on the floor in respect while Kex and Ivy bowed low. King Zesty, Harry said formally without meeting the goblin's eyes. I come to you to humbly request your audience. I am the Lord Potter Black, friend to the goblins and past apprentice of Ragnarok's champion, Zux Griadkiller. I know who you are, King Zesty said in a deep voice, interrupting Harry before he could continue. And I know why you are here. He swept his gaze over the goblin guard and commanded, leave us. The goblin guard bowed respectfully and left the throne room in formation. Once the doors closed, Zesty rose from his throne and stepped up to the kneeling humans. Zux taught you well about goblin customs, Zesty said approvingly. You know better than to look a goblin whose status is higher than your own in the eye. Harry grinned and raised his head, still taking care not to look Zesty directly in the eye. Thank you, Your Majesty. Master Zux was an excellent teacher. Zesty nodded and turned his attention towards Hermione. I am pleased to see that you've recovered from your kidnapping, Mistress Granger. Thank you, Your Majesty, Hermione answered with her head still bowed. I am pleased as well. Now that we've moved on from the pleasantries, Zesty said with a dignified nod. We can move on to business. Let's take this meeting to a different location. Zesty led them into a smaller room that was similar to Ragnar's office back at Gringotts. Numerous chairs surrounded a circular table and there were numerous books and maps along the stone walls. He took the seat that was higher than the other seats and motioned with his hand for the others to do the same. Harry couldn't help but feel a little uneasy at how Ragnar's chair was lower than another goblin's. Even though Harry knew that Ragnar wasn't the most powerful goblin in the world, he was the most powerful one that Harry knew. So Lord Potter Black, Zesty began once he was comfortable. You propose an alliance between the Goblin Nation and your two houses. May I ask why you do not propose an alliance between my nation and all of wizard kind? Harry's back was straight and his chin was held with confidence, though he didn't look Zesty in the eye. Your Majesty, not all wizards can be trusted and there are many who would try to take advantage of you and your people. I am a goblin in all but blood and I love and value your culture. By creating an alliance between your nation and my houses, no one will be able to take advantage of your people. Zesty rubbed one of his rings absent-mindedly. And who would be under your control, Lord Potter Black? Harry frowned slightly at this. I do not wish to control anyone, Your Majesty. But, I do hope that you will trust those who I trust and that we will be able to work together. And how long do you propose this alliance to last? Zesty asked in interest. While I hope that we can create peace between our two races, Harry began carefully. I am proposing that this alliance last until the end of the war that is beginning. Zesty smiled grimly. A short alliance helps to prevent the opportunity of one side being taken advantage of. Harry looked slightly alarmed. We would never take advantage. Zesty raised his hand to stop Harry from continuing. I am not suggesting that you would, Lord Potter Black, but it is inevitable that other wizards would try to take advantage. You are part of the Goblin Nation, Harry, but you are part of the Wizard Nation as well. It is because you are a part of both worlds that I will accept this alliance. It took a couple moments for King Zesty's words to sink in. Once Harry fully understood those words, his composed position slumped and he let out the breath of relief that he hadn't been aware he was holding. Thank you, Your Majesty, Hermione said gratefully when she realized that Harry couldn't. We will not betray your trust. I hope not, my dear, Zesty said with a grin that showed all his teeth. Goblins are well known to hold grudges. But, my instinct tells me that I will not be bearing one towards you and your fiancé. Now, let us do the most terrifying part of alliances such as this, the paperwork. Albus Dumbledore scowled into his breakfast. Students talked, rather loudly, about the recent disappearances of Harry, Hermione, Neville and Luna. Although he had reassured the school about the force safety, it continued to irk him that they were missing at all. It had been a week since he had seen the Potter boy and his friends. It had also been a week since Granger had escaped imprisonment. Albus Dumbledore was no fool to believe that the two disappearances weren't related. Sitting on his right-hand side, Minerva McGonagall watched Dumbledore through narrowed eyes. The Scottish woman was no fool. She knew that Dumbledore relocating Hermione had triggered the absence of 4 other students. Minerva, Dumbledore said with thin patience. I thought that I discussed this with you. You have Albus, she answered, her accent even thicker with anger. But you haven't pleased me with your answers. You relocated Miss Granger, and 3 more students disappear with only a note saying that they are safe. You can understand why I am displeased with your answer of, it's taken care of. Albus scowled at his deputy. Since when do you question my judgment, Minerva? Since it started needing questioning. Before Dumbledore could make a retort, the large doors to the Great Hall opened and numerous goblins flooded in with weapons held in formation and Ragnar at the lead. When the Gringotts head goblin reached the high table, he looked Dumbledore evenly in the eye and frowned. What is the meaning of this? Dumbledore demanded. You have no authority to enter my school with an armed guard. I have full right, Ragnar replied coldly. When a client of high power is involved here, it becomes my right to ensure that everything is secure. Dumbledore's face grew red. And what client is this? That would be me. Everyone turned their attention to the source of the voice. Mouths gaped when they recognized the messy black hair and lightning bolt-shaped scar. Harry entered the Great Hall with Kex on his shoulder and Hermione and Ivy on his right. Neville, Luna, Sage and Faye brought up the rear looking just as regal as Harry and Hermione. "Harry, my boy," Dumbledore said in his grandfatherly tone. "You had us worried with your absence. Now, why do the goblins think that you are their client?" "Cut the crap, Dumbledore," Harry said coolly. "I am here no longer as Harry Potter. From today on, I am Lord Potter Black, Lord of the ancient houses of Potter and Black. I am legally emancipated and I proclaim Hermione Jean Granger to be not only my ward, but also my fiancée. No longer am I your pawn, Dumbledore. This is a completely new game now." There were few times in his life when Albus Dumbledore felt truly speechless. He could literally count them on one hand. This was one of those times. Dumbledore stammered. He felt his magic begin to grow wild out of anger and it took all of his restraint to not lash it out at the insufferable boy in front of him. "Harry," Minerva gasped. "What is the meaning of this?" Harry gave Hermione's hand a squeeze and left his guard behind to walk up to the high table. "Exactly what it looks like, Professor. I am declaring my titles and informing Dumbledore that things are going to start changing. Let us go to my office and sort this out, my boy," Dumbledore said quietly. "I'll pass on that, Dumbledore," Harry said coldly. "I haven't forgotten what happened when Hermione went to your office. The only reason why the goblins aren't taking you into custody now is because I hadn't legally proclaimed Hermione to be my ward. You will not come near her ever again." Dumbledore's eyes grew cold and he stood up. "You will not address me this way. I am your headmaster and your legal guardian. You cannot claim your titles." Ragnarok walked up to stand next to Harry. "He can and he did. Heirs to an ancient house can claim their titles at 11. The fact that Harry was not even aware of his inheritance until recently is unacceptable." "I will not be scolded by a goblin," Dumbledore snapped. He quickly took his wand out of his cloak and cast a privacy charm to block out the other students. Harry quickly cancelled the privacy charm. "You deserve worse, Dumbledore. Consider this a warning. Come after me through my loved ones again, and you'll feel the weight of my titles. I do believe that I have the power to start the process of removing you from your post on the Wizengamot. This is merely a notice that I am using my rights as a lord to take up the option of no longer living here at Hogwarts. From now on, we shall arrive at Hogwarts for classes, but other than that we shall return home." Snape stood up, furious. "Insolent little brat," he snapped. "You can't do that." "I believe that you'll find that I can," Harry replied coolly. "As a lord, I can choose my own lodgings, and Hermione can do the same as my fiancé." "That does not excuse Longbottom and Lovegood," Snape said with a sneer. Neville rolled his eyes. "Honestly, Professor, I'm the heir to the ancient house of Longbottom. As the heir, I have the same rights as Harry. And I proposed to Luna days ago, so that extends to her as well." Snape looked surprised that Neville was not only addressing him, but mocking him as well. 50 points from Gryffindor, he spat. "I don't care about losing points anymore," Neville said with a careless shrug. "The House Cup is a complete joke." Before Snape could take away 100 more points, Ginny Weasley came storming up to the group, only stopping when the Goblin Guard barred her way. "Harry, what did you mean when you said Hermione was your fiancé?" she demanded. Harry sighed, like he didn't have the energy to talk to her. "Exactly how it sounds, Ginny. Hermione and I are engaged. Hermione will be the lady of both the Potter and Black houses." Ginny's face grew as red as her hair. "But our contract only covered me as a Potter," Harry said steely. "It didn't cover me as a Black. Once I claimed the Black lordship, the contract was void. And since I'm legally emancipated, no one has the authority to bind me to a new one." "Harry," Dumbledore said as calmly as he could, "I really must insist that we go to my office." "And I insist that we don't," Harry spat back. "I haven't done anything to break school rules, I am only here for class. Now, if you'll excuse us, not that you have a choice, we're going to head to class." Albus Dumbledore could only stare in bewilderment as the boy who he thought he had under his complete control, turned his back and walked out of the hall, not even sparing him another glance. The next day, the headlines of the Daily Prophet brought great amusement to the tight group. Harry Potter becomes Lord Potter Black. Harry Potter, the boy who lived, the one who defeated you-know-who as an infant, has declared the titles of not one, but two ancient houses. Yesterday morning during breakfast at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, Young Lord Potter Black entered the Great Hall with a goblin escort, Hermione Granger, Neville Longbottom, and Luna Lovegood along with their 4 true familiars. When the young lord entered the room, Albus Dumbledore tried to convince him to go to his office, but Lord Potter Black denied the great Albus Dumbledore. He told the headmaster to cut the crap, one excited student told this reporter. Harry looked like a lord and he told Dumbledore that he wouldn't be controlled anymore. What does Lord Potter Black mean by controlled? While Lord Potter Black declared himself legally emancipated, he also declared Muggle-born witch, Hermione Granger, to be both his ward and his fiancée. Hermione Granger is a 5th year and the top of her class. Although she is the image of Ravenclaw, she is in Gryffindor. It is common knowledge that the witch is close friends to Lord Potter Black, but what this reporter wants to know is when she managed to snag him enough for him to propose. She is to be the lady of both houses, another student told this reporter. While it is uncommon for one person to be the lord of 2 houses, it is not unheard of and the lord would marry 2 witches who would be the lady of different houses. If Hermione Granger is to be the lady of both the Potter and Black houses, then she will need to produce both heirs. The details are still being hunted down, but rest assured loyal readers, these details will be printed and the truth will be known. Rita Skeeter. Even Hermione had to laugh at the article. She couldn't slander me now that I'm your fiancé, she laughed with Harry. Not unless she wants your wrath. Harry clutched his sides. They were currently sitting at the dining hall in Potter Manor, finishing breakfast before they returned to Hogwarts for classes. The whole commuting to school for class was seriously an improvement compared to sneaking around. I just hope that people know better than to send you hate mail again, Harry said once he controlled his laughter. Hermione shrugged and got up from the table. I'm not worried about that. They'll probably think that you'll use all your lordly powers to get them fired or something. You do own quite a good portion of the wizarding world, you know. I wonder if I could get Skeeter fired, Harry said wistfully. She did help us last year, Hermione pointed out. She wrote that article for the Quibbler. Doesn't mean that I like her, Harry said dryly. The group grabbed their books, said goodbye to the elves and apparated to Hogwarts. Something told them that this wasn't going to blow over too soon. Come March, the heirs finally got their first clue to Voldemort's current plans, and the clue came from Neville's forest speech ability. They were by the Black Lake, relaxing after classes before they went home, when Neville suddenly stopped stroking Luna's hair and literally put his ear to the tree that he was leaning against. Neville, Luna said once she sensed her fiancé tense. What is it? Something weird, Neville muttered. Everyone was quiet as Neville closed his eyes in concentration. After a minute he opened his eyes and stared at his friends in astonishment. I just got told by the trees that Malfoy met with his dad in the Forbidden Forest a couple days ago. The trees don't understand what they were saying, but they sort of, I don't know how to describe it, replayed the conversation for me to hear. They were talking about a cabinet and how repairs were going. Damn, Malfoy looked pretty scared. He blushed when he saw his friends gaping at him. I can't really explain, he muttered. That's your forest speech ability, Hermione said in excitement. I've been looking forward to seeing it in action. Neville grinned sheepishly and went back to stroking Luna's hair. That's the clearest that I've ever heard them, he explained. They don't communicate with words, but they remember them and can pass them on short distances through their roots. Harry smiled. Can you ask them to keep an eye out for any more Malfoy meetings? They don't really understand messages like that, Neville said as he fondly stroked the tree. But, they can sense that the Malfoys are bad news and they'll pass on any more meetings to me. You're amazing, Luna said lovingly as she cuddled into Neville's frame. Harry, check the map to see where Malfoy is right now. On it, Harry said as he took the map out of his bag and placed it on the ground. He activated it and scanned it for Malfoy's name. When he found it he frowned. He's in the room of requirement, he said dryly. He could be doing anything in there. And Crabbe is standing guard outside. Hermione smiled and stood up with a stretch. Well, I guess that we'll have to go find out what he's planning then, won't we? They quickly packed up their books and ran to the castle. When they made it to the floor where the room of requirement sat, they scanned the map for anyone else before Hermione picked up Ivy and got under the invisibility cloak and stepped around the corner. She frowned in confusion when she didn't see Crabbe standing outside of the room, but a small first-year girl holding a pair of scales. The map says that Crabbe is the one standing there, she said softly to Ivy while she quietly inched forward. Ivy sniffed the air and suppressed a sneeze. That's Crabbe all right. That goof never bathes. Plus, I can smell boomslang skin and lacewing flies. Ingredients for polyjuice potion, Hermione sighed. I guess that there are more people than we know of working this plan. Let's go find out what's going on. Hermione quietly walked up to Crabbe. Before Crabbe could sense her, she pointed her wand at him and muttered, "Legilimens." She was in and out of Crabbe's mind quickly, she didn't want to see anything Crabbe had done. Once she had her answer, she gently erased the memory of Crabbe needing to stand guard. She stepped back and watched in bitter amusement as Crabbe confusedly looked around the hallway before shrugging and walking away. Once he was gone, she took off the cloak and was joined by her friends. Crabbe doesn't know anything except that Malfoy is working on a project for Voldemort, Hermione said gravely. He and Goyle have been taking shifts disguised as first years to stand guard. If someone gets too close, they drop the scales to signal Malfoy to stay put. Do you know what Malfoy needed from the room? Luna asked. Hermione nodded. But, when we reveal the door, Malfoy will know something is up and he'll undoubtedly attack. Luna bit her lip in thought. The others gave her a minute to think her plan through. Luna always came through. After a minute she smiled. Hermione, do you think you can apparate in there once the door is revealed? Of course, Hermione said immediately. Can you do it silently? That made Hermione hesitate. It will be tricky, but I think that I can. Luna smiled. I'm sure that you can. Okay, I need you to apparate in there, silently and under the cloak, and observe Malfoy working on whatever it is that he's working on. Just long enough to get a good idea on what he's doing. I don't want you to use legilimency on him if you can avoid it. If you go unnoticed, then Voldemort remains unaware of our knowledge. When you know what he's doing, come back out here. But don't take too long, we wouldn't want you to give Harry a heart attack out of worry. The two best friends shared a giggle and Hermione put the cloak back on with Ivy still in her grasp. She gave Harry an invisible key on the cheek and put in extra effort to apparate herself and Ivy into the room that Malfoy had specifically asked for. When she was done apparating, she found herself standing in a room full of broken and forgotten items. She clutched Ivy with one arm and drew her wand with her other hand. Ivy used her ears to locate Malfoy and silently directed Hermione towards the obnoxious Slytherin. Malfoy was standing in front of a large cabinet with a dismayed look on his face. He held his wand limply and looked so defeated that Hermione almost felt sorry for him. "Why won't you work?" he asked the cabinet brokenly. "I was lucky that the Dark Lord gave me an extension to the end of the year. If he hadn't, then I would be dead already. I wonder what my chances are that he'll blab his whole plan right now," Hermione thought dryly. She had no such luck. For half an hour, Hermione sat on the floor, next to an ugly mannequin that had an uglier hat-like thing on it, watching Malfoy try spells from a list that he had. Every time a spell failed, he groaned and would kick the closest object. To assure Harry that she was safe, she would send out her feelings of love and confidence every few minutes. Just when Hermione was preparing to apparate back, Malfoy cried out and fell to his knees, crying. "I can't do it," he sobbed to himself. "Nothing that Aunt Bellatrix gave me is working. Fixing the vanishing cabinets had seemed so simple. I thought that after Borgin and I fixed the one in his shop that I would be able to do this on my own. Father is going to kill me." It was Ivy's light bite that stopped Hermione from stepping forward to comfort the distraught boy. Suppressing a sigh, she hugged Ivy close and silently apparated back into the hallway to join her friends. Before the cloak was even completely off, Harry was keying her. He scolded her for making him worry and key her harder. "Let's go home," Hermione said breathlessly. "We have work to do." They contacted Goldengaze and they were all soon sitting around the dining room table. Hermione had pulled out a couple of books from the library and she was looking excited. "Voldemort is planning on invading Hogwarts," she announced with a smile. Love," Harry said hesitantly. "That's not a good thing." "I know that," Hermione said with an eye roll. "But, I know how he is going to invade and I also know how we can turn it to our advantage." Faye ruffled her feathers. "Tell us already," she said impatiently. Hermione smiled sheepishly. "The vanishing cabinet has a mate in Borgin and Burke's," she started. "That one is functioning and Malfoy is working on fixing the one that's in Hogwarts. Once they're fixed, Death Eaters will be able to enter the cabinet in Borgin and Berks and arrive through the wards at Hogwarts. That's a brilliant plan, Luna said in awe. And I'm guessing that you have an idea on how to foil their plan. Hermione nodded and opened one of the books that she had taken from the library. Right now, Malfoy is trying to fix the cabinet. I could add some runes to the cabinet in Hogwarts to either prevent them, or I could add runes to severely cripple them as they pass through. Cripple how? Kex asked in interest. Blindness, deafness, loss of fingers, Hermione said vaguely. It all depends on what we feel like. Harry picked up the other book and flipped through some pages. It sounds like you think that we should let the attack happen, he pointed out. Neville leaned forward and put his elbows on the table. I think that we could control this attack to prevent any injuries from bystanders. This opportunity to catch some elite Death Eaters is not one that we can pass up. Goldengaze, who had been silent up until then, tapped his claws on the table absent-mindedly. I agree with Neville, we can't pass this opportunity up. If we start right away, we could work on protections for the students and traps for the Death Eaters. What do you think, Harry? Luna asked. Everyone turned to Harry, Lord Potter Black, spiritual heir of Godric Gryffindor and trusted leader. Harry smiled grimly and set down the book. Let's set some rat traps. Hermione and Luna worked on engraving runes in the vanishing cabinet while Harry and Neville stood guard to make sure that Malfoy didn't surprise them. The familiars explored the room looking for anything interesting in the stacks of broken items. Between the group, they decided to go with more subtle runes. Luna had pointed out that if they used runes to take away limbs, then there was a good chance that they would realize that something was wrong and turn around. Instead, the group decided on using runes that would slowly dim the senses. When the Death Eaters passed through, they would lose all of their senses within 10 minutes, little by little. They also decided to add a power cutoff rune to prevent the cabinet from working 5 minutes after it sensed that no one else had passed through. How's it going? Neville asked from further away. Hermione wiped the sweat off of her brow and put more of her power into the runes that she was working on. We're almost done. Creating these runes alone isn't easy, but add the layers of concealment charms and it takes more time. Kex poked his head out of an old trunk that he was currently inspecting. Take your time. There's a lot of cool stuff here. Faye glided over the stacks of forgotten items. I have never seen such a mess, she said distastefully. I wouldn't be surprised if this is where students have come since the Founder's time to discard of their unwanted possessions. Just when Hermione and Luna were almost finished, Sage suddenly let out a yelp of pain. Sage! Neville called out in alarm. With wands drawn, the heirs ran through the stacks of junk until they found Sage sitting next to the same mannequin that Hermione had noticed the day before. The hideous hat was on the floor and Sage was snarling at it while holding a severely burned paw to his. What happened? Neville demanded when he inspected Sage's paw. Sage panted in pain and glared at the hat. That thing has some real bad magic, he explained. I thought that I smelled something strange. When I touched the hat, something dark tried to curse me. But it didn't take. Hermione knelt down next to Neville and hissed sympathetically at Sage's burn. I think that's because certain curses can't affect true familiars. You guys are the physical bodies of powerful magic, and most spells can't overcome it. Luna nodded in agreement. That makes sense. Whatever cursed that hat must be pretty strong to hurt Sage like that though. I wonder what it was supposed to do. While Hermione and Luna went to finish their job, Harry and Neville used every protective spell that they knew to contain the hat and used their wands to move it into a spelled trunk. After the runes were done and the hat safely contained for travel, they all went back to Potter Manor where Hermione and Neville worked on treating Sage. The burn didn't heal completely with Hermione's magic, so Neville ended up applying some strengthened burn solutions that he had brewed. By the time they were done, Sage was limping around the dining room, grumbling. While Hermione and Neville treated Sage, Harry and Luna took the hat to a secure room in the basement. When the safety runes were activated, Harry levitated the hat out of the trunk and put it on the floor. He and Luna stared, trying every spell that they could think of to figure out what curses were on the hat, but they only found the remains of a compulsion charm which they figured wore off once Sage had touched the hat. In the corner of the room, Kex and Faye were pressed against the wall in an effort to distance themselves as much as they could from the hat. What's wrong? Luna asked in concern. Faye fluffed her feathers and shook her head. Sage was right. There is some real dark magic on that hat or diadem, as I think the proper name is. The compulsion charm must have been just strong enough to spike Sage's already strong curiosity. He was just lucky that whatever curse was on that thing didn't affect him completely. Harry nodded grimly and absently stroked his scar. Of course, the ever-observant Luna noticed Harry's action immediately. "Is your scar burning?" she demanded. Harry nodded grimly. "I don't understand why though. Even though I'm not as good as Hermione, my occlumency is strong enough to prevent it from hurting." Luna frowned and looked at the diadem. "Something about this diadem is making your scar act up," she observed. "I think that we should get a goblin to look at this thing, they have better diagnostic spells for dark artifacts." Harry nodded in agreement. "I'll go talk to Ragnarok right away." They met up with Hermione and Neville in the dining room, and after a quick key for Hermione, Harry apparated directly outside of Ragnarok's office. Doing the polite thing, he knocked on the door. "Enter," Ragnarok's commanding voice sounded from the other side. Suppressing a sigh, Harry entered the room and walked up to Ragnarok's desk. "Harry," Ragnarok said in surprise. "What can I do for you?" Harry sat down and sighed wearily. "I'm sorry, Ragnarok, but I have to ask something more of you." Ragnarok chuckled. My, Harry, you certainly are high maintenance." The two friends shared a quick laugh before Harry's serious expression was back. "We found a very dark artifact in Hogwarts, one that makes my scar burn in reaction." Immediately, Ragnarok's eyes narrowed. "That would imply that your scar shares a connection with the artifact." "That's what we figured," Harry said. "But we can't figure out what it is. None of us have ever seen anything like it. And you thought that goblin detection would be better suited," Ragnarok finished for him. Harry nodded. "If you are willing, I would like to have a goblin check it out." Ragnarok nodded thoughtfully before he stood up and walked around the desk. "I would like to see this artifact for myself." "Are you sure?" Harry asked in surprise. "Of course I am," Ragnarok said harshly. "I hardly ever offer to do something that I am not sure of. Now, let's go." When they arrived back in the manor, Harry led Ragnarok to the room where the diadem was held, where they found the other heirs and the familiars standing a few feet away from the cursed object. As soon as he saw the object, Ragnarok's eyes flashed in awe. "That is the diadem of Rowena Ravenclaw," he gasped. At the mention of Rowena, Luna's eyes widened. "This is the diadem. But it was lost centuries ago." Ragnarok nodded. "It was." He stepped closer and cast a diagnostic spell before he stopped abruptly, his teeth bared in fury. "May whoever did this to such a precious item always lift dull blades, and may they die without honor," he cursed. "What is it, Ragnarok?" Harry asked as he rubbed his scar. Ragnarok spun around and looked scared for a brief second. "You were right to seek goblin help, Harry," he said coolly. "Someone turned the diadem of Rowena Ravenclaw into a Horcrux." Hermione gasped in horror and grabbed Harry's hand tightly. "No," Hermione whispered in dismay. "Love," Harry said worriedly. "Fill me in here." Hermione's eyes began filling with tears. "Oh, Harry," she cried. "If the diadem is a Horcrux, that means that a piece of someone's soul is inside it. And because your scar reacted to it, that means that it must be Voldemort's soul." "Okay," Harry said. "But what does that mean?" "A Horcrux is a tether to life," Ragnarok explained angrily. "If the body dies, the soul fragment will live on and the person can come back. So that's why Voldemort lived stuck between worlds," Neville sighed. "But if we destroy this and then kill Voldemort, then there will be no more problem, right?" Ragnarok looked doubtful. "If Voldemort made one Horcrux, there's no evidence to say that he didn't make more." Luna cried out in frustration. "How are we supposed to know how many there are?" Ragnarok shrugged. "I honestly cannot say, Miss Lovegood. But, seeing as the goblins have formed an alliance with the Potter Black Houses, you will have our full support." Hermione, who had been silently wiping away her tears, eyed the diadem and Harry's scar. "Ragnarok, can you sense a piece of Voldemort in Harry?" she asked quietly. Silence filled the room and Harry felt his knees weaken. He did recall his second year when Dumbledore had told him that Voldemort had left a piece in Harry after their fateful encounter. It did make sense. But that didn't make him feel any better. Ragnarok had seemed to come to the same conclusion as well. He nodded sadly and waved his hand to cast the spell once more. Right away, Harry's scar started burning and he would have collapsed to the floor had it not been for Hermione, who immediately steadied him. When his vision cleared, he saw Ragnar shaking his head sorrowfully. "I'm sorry, Harry," he said quietly. "But, my spell detects a piece of a soul that is not your own residing in your scar." Hermione let out a choked sob and buried her face in Harry's shoulder. "You must have a way to extract a soul fragment without harming its host," she pleaded. Ragnar nodded grimly. "It has never been done on a human before though," he said sadly. "Do it," Harry said firmly. "I can't live knowing that I have a piece of that freak's soul living in me." The head goblin of Gringotts hesitated for a moment before nodding. "I can do it to both you and the diadem right now. All I require is a goblin-made blade." "I've got my blade from Master Zux," Harry offered. Ragnar considered it for a moment before shaking his head. "A warrior's sword might be too overpowering, and with your safety on the line I will not chance it." He quickly apparated back to Gringotts and was back within a minute holding a beautiful dagger. Harry whistled in awe and he felt a flash of envy flow from Hermione which confused him. Not paying attention to Harry's or Hermione's actions, Ragnar began speaking softly in goblin tongue and drew the knife across his palm once he was done. The blade absorbed the blood and glowed a soft blue. When the blue glow faded, Ragnar drove it into the diadem on the floor, earning a squeak of horror from Luna. "Wait for it," Ragnar ordered. The blue that had covered the dagger a moment ago covered the diadem. There was a harsh scream from the diadem, but it ended as soon as it had begun. When the glow faded, they were all stunned to see that the diadem was perfectly intact. There wasn't even a scratch where the dagger had entered. Tentatively, Luna stepped forward and, at Ragnar's reassuring nod, picked up the diadem. With a look of complete awe on her face, she examined the diadem delicately. "The Ravenclaw legend is that when Rowena Ravenclaw wore this," Luna began, "that her wisdom increased and that she guided Godric as his most trusted advisor during their time. You can try it out later, love," Neville said adoringly. "But let's take care of Harry's snaky problem first." Ragnar had already performed the spell once more on the dagger and was beckoning Harry to lie on the ground. "Are you going to have to stab him?" Hermione asked in worry. "Unfortunately, yes," Ragnar said sadly. "This will hurt, Harry. But the spell is meant to enable the dagger to destroy the soul, not the container. You might feel as if you were stabbed, but you should be fine." Hermione was biting her lip in worry and she had her healing wand out and ready, just to be safe. When Harry gave the affirmative nod, Ragnar thrust the dagger into Harry's stomach. Harry gasped in pain and clenched his teeth to keep from screaming. His body was soon covered in the blue glow and the haunting scream that wasn't Harry's own, came from his mouth. His scar began to bleed and Harry began thrashing. Ragnar quickly knelt by his side and pressed down on one shoulder while Neville pressed down on the other. "What's happening?" Hermione cried in horror. "The soul is trying to possess him," Ragnar snarled. Hermione ran over to her fiancé and knelt by his head. She cradled Harry's head in her hands and whispered soothingly to the man that she loved. "You're going to be all right," Hermione whispered. "You've beaten him before, and you're going to beat him now just like you will beat him for good in the future." "Hurts," he gasped. "I know it does," Hermione whispered as she graced Harry's lips with a key. "But, you Mr. Potter, are not allowed to quit. I hardly want to marry that psychopath that's trying to possess you." Despite the pain that he was in, Harry managed a chuckle. Slowly, the scar on his forehead stopped bleeding and his body stopped convulsing. After they were sure that Harry was all right, Ragnar and Neville let go and Hermione pulled Harry's head into her lap. His emerald eyes were drooping with exhaustion, but other than that he appeared fine. There was no entry wound from the dagger. "You're amazing, love," Hermione said. Softly as she keyed Harry softly. "But don't you scare me like that again." Harry wiped a tear away from Hermione's cheek with his thumb. "I'll try," he promised. Ragnar wiped the dagger and tucked it in his belt. "Do not fret over the other Horcruxes. I will put a team of my best goblins on the search, starting with every vault in Gringotts." "Thank you, Ragnar," Harry whispered tiredly. He vaguely remembered Ragnar's reply before Hermione apparated him to their bedroom and his eyes closed in a deep sleep. Harry woke up feeling stiffer than he had in a long time. He felt worse than when Zux would drill him for hours at a time. Suppressing a groan, he got out of bed and made his way to his bathroom. A hot shower helped to ease the tension out of his body, and he was soon walking down the hall, searching for his friends. He found them in the library. Hermione and Ivy were hidden behind a large pile of books and Neville and Luna were discussing something a few feet away. "What are you searching for?" Harry asked. Hermione's head snapped up so fast that Harry was afraid that her neck would snap. She closed the book she was reading and raced over to engulf him in a big hug. "Harry," she exclaimed, "you should be in bed." Harry smiled warmly and kissed her hair. "Sorry that I worried you so much, love. How long have I been asleep?" Kex jumped off a near bookshelf and agilely climbed up Harry's pants leg until he was sitting comfortably on his shoulder. "You've been asleep for over a day. It's Saturday now." Harry blinked in surprise. "I can't believe that I slept for that long." "It's perfectly normal," Hermione said as she took a step back. "Your body was accustomed to hosting a piece of Voldemort for so long that it needed to take time to recuperate." "I actually noticed something interesting, Harry." "What's that, love?" Hermione dragged Harry over to the nearest table and forced him to sit down. Only when he was seated comfortably did Hermione continue. "It seems that Voldemort's soul fragment was actually inhibiting your own magic," she said. "Luna and I have both checked, and we both noticed that your magical power has been steadily growing as you slept." "Wait," Harry said in astonishment. "So you're saying that I actually have more power than I currently do? I don't understand how Voldy's soul could stop my own magic from growing." Luna sat down across from him. "Our theory is that Voldemort's soul fragment stopped your magic from growing when it entered your body. When two souls fight over one body, something takes damage, and in this case, your magic did. We think that your level of magic before Ragnarok got rid of the soul fragment is the same that it was when you were a baby and became a Horcrux." It was a good thing that Harry was already sitting, otherwise his legs would have given way at this surprising development. "I don't, how, why?" Hermione giggled and smoothed Harry's hair back away from the scar. "It seems that Voldemort really is a parasite. We think that his soul was feeding off of your growing magic to survive because it couldn't overpower your own soul. I'd imagine that your body will be a little weak for a few days as it regenerates its lost magic. You'll need to be careful whenever you do magic from now on until you're used to your new level." Harry nodded and took out his holly wand. "Lumos," he said. Everyone had to cover their eyes as a blinding light came from his wand. It filled the library completely with light. "Nox," Harry gasped and the light went out. He stared at his wand, then at Hermione. "Wow," he gasped. "Wow indeed," Hermione said as she rubbed her eyes. "Please don't do that again until you have more control though." "Agreed," Neville said as he blinked open his watering eyes. Harry chuckled sheepishly and leaned forward to key Hermione. "Will do. So, what are you all researching?" Immediately, Hermione went into study mode. "We've been trying to find clues as to how many Horcruxes Voldemort could have made. While you were sleeping, Ragnarok came back and told us that they found another Horcrux in Bellatrix's vault. He took care of the soul fragment and sent us the host in exchange for forfeiting our discovery fee. The goblins completely shut down the Lestrange vault and are working on shutting down every known Death Eater vault." "Whoa," Harry whistled. "So, what was the host?" Hermione gestured to a goblet that was sitting on the table in front of them. "That's Helga Hufflepuff's cup. Ragnarok already took care of the soul, so it's perfectly safe now. I think that Voldemort is going for Founders' items. We've already taken care of the diadem and now we have the cup. I've also been thinking about it and I think that the diary from second year was a Horcrux as well." Harry frowned. "But, if he was going for Founders' items, then why use a plain old diary?" "I couldn't give you a guaranteed correct answer," Hermione sighed. "So, Luna and I have been looking into other Founders' objects and the only other ones beside Gryffindor's sword that we have found is Slytherin's locket. But, those are the Founders' exclusive items. There could be other items that are associated with the Founders, but that have slipped through the cracks in the history books." "So far," Luna interrupted, "we know of 4 Horcruxes, you, the diadem, the cup, and the diary. I've been thinking, Voldemort is all about increasing his own power, so I've been doing research into what numbers are considered most magical. Every text says that the number 7 is the most magical. We see 7 all the time in potions because with a lot of magic, 7 provides the most potential without completely overwhelming the intention. But, another thing is that I don't think that Voldemort intended to turn you into a Horcrux, Harry." "Then why am I counted as one of the 7? Harry asked in confusion. Luna sat down and absent-mindedly began stroking Faye's feathers as she continued to explain. Unfortunately, Hermione and I can only offer you theories right now. We went back to the night that Voldemort attacked your family. For him to personally attack your house says that he had another purpose besides just killing you and your parents. We think that he was going to make his 7th Horcrux with your death, and he did, just not in the way that he intended. Harry continued to nod, though he was barely keeping up with what Luna was telling him. Being able to pick up on when he was no longer following, Hermione came to his rescue. Simply put, Luna and I are fairly sure that there are only 3 left. But, we have no idea what they could be. We sent Hedwig with a note to Ragnarok informing him of what we've found, and he responded that he would put Zux on the case because Zux is the expert in tracing dark magic. Will we see Master Zux soon? Harry asked hopefully. Hermione shrugged sadly. I'm sorry, Harry, she said sincerely. But you know that Zux doesn't stay in one place too long. I hope that you'll be able to see him soon, but Ragnarok said that Zux doesn't like to leave a mission unfinished. No, he doesn't, Harry admitted. Suppressing a groan as his still stiff muscles contracted, Harry stood up and stretched. I'll be right back to help you guys with research, but if it's alright I would like to talk to my parents' portrait for a little while. Hermione nodded knowingly. Take all the time you need. I'll be here. Before they knew it, the time had finally come right before the end of term. The forest informed Neville of another meeting, and Neville picked up on the information that the forest didn't understand. Tomorrow, Neville sighed warily. They're going to attack tomorrow. Harry frowned. Why on a Saturday? Is there something special about tomorrow? Neville shook his head. Malfoy didn't talk about it. It's pretty ballsy though. They're going to attack when Dumbledore and all the professors are here. Unless they plan to overrun them, Luna, the strategist, put in. It's most likely that there are Death Eaters among the students, so it would be simple for them to slip by the professors in the panic and take out the target. Which could very likely be me, Harry said dryly. All right then, let's go through the castle one last time to check our rat traps. They all nodded in agreement and separated to check on different parts of the castle. After they put the power-draining runes on the cabinet, they had set subtle traps all throughout the castle. Most of their traps were meant to minimize the students' exposure to the actual fight, while some of them were actually a bit more complicated. Hermione and Harry visited very specific traps through the castle to make sure that they were fully functional. It was Harry's idea to ask Ragnarok for the goblins' assistance in the fight, and after he had gotten the okay from King Zesty, they started putting goblin traps that most wizards knew nothing about. They were inspecting a goblin version of a portkey when Harry pulled Hermione into a hidden corner. Taking their cue, Kex and Ivy stepped away to give their partners a moment of privacy. With the same intensity that he used whenever he worried for Hermione, Harry pressed his lips against hers in a desperate key. They keyed in the privacy of the corner for almost a minute when the air was gone from their lungs and they had to resurface. Instead, Harry pulled Hermione into an embrace and pressed his face in his hair while Hermione rested her head in the crook of his neck. It's really happening, Hermione whispered. This isn't going to be small like the Hogsmeade attack. We don't even know if Voldemort himself is coming. Harry tightened his grip on Hermione. Whatever happens tomorrow, Hermione, just know that I love you so much and I will give my life before I let any of them hurt you. Hermione chuckled sadly. Harry, after all this time, don't you realize that I would do the exact same thing for you? You say that you can't live without me, but Harry, I cannot live without you either. So, the sensible solution is that neither of us gets hurt. I love you, Hermione, Harry whispered. I love you too, Harry. They held each other for another moment before they gathered their familiars and continued to check the traps. When the goblin-made traps were checked, they went down to the kitchen so that Hermione could talk to the house elves. After Hermione had recovered from her kidnapping, she had gone to the kitchens to talk to the elves. Because she was their champion, they served her to a degree so long as it didn't conflict with Dumbledore's orders. The elves greeted her happily and Hermione knelt down to hug some of them. They talked animatedly for a minute until Hermione stood back up and smiled down at them. Do you all remember what we told you about an attack? She asked them. Yes, Miss Hermione, the elves chorused back. Well, that attack is happening tomorrow, Hermione said gravely. So, when you receive the signal you need to follow through with your part of the plan that Luna explained to you. The elves nodded determinedly. After the goblins had been involved, Luna had suggested involving the house elves as well. Non-surprisingly, the elves had eagerly agreed to defend their home and with their ability to apparate within Hogwarts would be invaluable. The oldest house elf in Hogwarts, Lefty, stepped forward and bowed to Hermione. "Miss Hermione," he croaked. "We will all be prepared for tomorrow. Our eldest and youngest shall remain in our housing, but the rest of us will fight with you." The elves cheered and Hermione hastily wiped away a tear. "Just please," she begged, "be safe." After everything was checked over and deemed in working condition for the next day, they all met at Goldengaze's office. The griffin with a human mask had sighed warily when he saw their grave faces, knowing that it meant only one thing. "I will fight as well," he said solemnly. "Although griffins do not usually fight in human affairs, I have been given the duty of protecting you and so I shall." "Will you fight in your true form?" Neville asked in interest. Goldengaze thought for a moment before shaking his head. "I hope to return next term as your teacher in order to keep an eye on you. This cannot be done if my true form is revealed." Luna looked at Goldengaze worriedly. "But, aren't your powers restricted in this form?" Their professor stretched his human limbs. "I got this position regardless of whether or not my powers are limited in this disguise. Do not fear for me, dear Luna, I will be fine." That night, none of them wanted to be apart from each other. They slept in the living room together. Harry held Hermione while Neville held Luna. The familiars were all cuddled together against Sage's larger frame. Even Dobby and Winky joined them, having been with the group since the beginning. Winky sniffed quietly at the thought of her beloved masters and mistresses being harmed and Dobby would lovingly comfort her. They didn't get too much sleep that night. When the sun finally rose, they all got in their dragonhide armor which they glamored to look like regular school robes. They grabbed their weapons and disillusioned them so that they wouldn't be noticed. Their more powerful wands were kept in their wand holsters which were kept on their wrists where they would be hidden. Everything was prepared, but they couldn't help but wonder if they were ready themselves. Hermione was irritated that the attack was scheduled on the last day of exams, but she knew that she had no control over when it was going to happen. After their exams were finished, they went to wait by the lake for the first swarm of Death Eaters to arrive. Shame that they would attack today, Hermione mused as she laid her head in Harry's lap. So many students will be celebrating the end of term. Harry nodded and continued to stroke Hermione's hair. But, it's also when the teachers are most distracted. They're spread out and won't be able to take on the attack head-on. Luna, from her spot leaning against Neville, sharpened her Chinese sword breaker. It's a better strategy than attacking at night. The teachers' quarters are close to the room of requirement and they would be able to respond quickly to an assault. I wonder if the Slytherins are gleefully waiting in their dorm, Neville said sourly. Slytherins are cowards. Hey, Hermione protested. That earned a dry laugh from the group. You're the only Slytherin that I like, Hermione, Neville laughed. Their moment was ruined when Winky apparated in front of them with a worried expression on her face. The cabinet alarm runes have activated, she said anxiously. They are coming. Immediately, they were all on their feet with their illegal wands in their hands. Winky, go inform the kitchen elves and then go to the Black Prison to tell the elves that it's time, Harry ordered. Winky bowed and looked at them all tearfully. Please be safe, she begged and then she apparated away. The spiritual heirs of Hogwarts turned towards the castle and stood there for a moment. This was the biggest thing that any of them had ever faced, and they only prayed that they would all walk away from this fight. Let's do this, Harry said coldly. And then they all apparated to the castle, where someone they held dear would never leave again, alive. Things were set in motion the second that they apparated in Hogwarts. Sparing only a moment to hug each other, they separated to different areas of the castle. Harry went to join the goblins in the main corridor where Luna predicted that the Death Eaters would first strike. Neville went with him as they were the more powerful two of the four. Hermione went to do student control. The runes that she had placed to minimize student involvement were useless with the students roaming the halls, but luckily Luna had planned for that. The house elves were currently apparating any students that they found to their dorms while Hermione locked down the dorm rooms to prevent anyone from leaving or entering. While this was all going on, Luna body merged with Faye and they flew up to Dumbledore's office. When they determined that the coast was clear, they separated and Luna locked down Dumbledore's office as was her right as Ravenclaw's spiritual heir. The office was the safest place for Luna because she was the one giving out the commands. Armed with the Marauder's map and Hermione's new adaptation on the charmed galleons, she was prepared to plan and give orders. Harry paced back and forth in the main corridor with Kex on his shoulder. He was anxious for the battle to start and he feared deeply for the losses that they would inevitably face. "Harry, don't torture yourself," Kex said wisely. "This is what we've been training for." "But we're bound to be outnumbered," Harry whispered back. "It's just our group, 3 squads of goblin warriors, and the fittest house elves." "Would you feel better if Master Zux was here?" Kex asked. Harry hesitated a moment before nodding. "He's the experienced warrior who should be in charge," he said softly. "You're the heir of Godric Gryffindor," Kex pointed out. "You were meant to lead us to victory. Luna is really the one leading us." Kex dug his claws into Harry's shoulder. "Enough with the pity party," he snapped. "Luna is the strategist, but you are the leader. A leader is the first to charge and the last to leave the battlefield. You are our leader, Harry, now act like it." The words, though harsh, were exactly what Harry needed to hear. He scratched Kex's chin gratefully and turned to face the goblins whom he was leading. "Hello," Harry said in a strong voice. "I am Harry Potter, also known as Lord Potter Black and spiritual heir of Godric Gryffindor. My goblin name is Lightscar and I have been trained by Zux Griatkiller. If you will grant me your strength and courage, then I will lead us to victory. May our blades pierce our enemies' hearts and our hearts overflow with honor." The goblins took up the cheer and raised their blades with a shout. Their moment was ruined when the last person that Harry wanted to hear interrupted them. "Harry, what is the meaning of this?" an angry Dumbledore said from behind them. Suppressing a sigh, Harry turned around and glared at Dumbledore. "Death Eaters are invading the castle, I don't have time for your crap." Dumbledore's blue eyes narrowed in anger, but it was quickly gone. "My boy, I assure you, Hogwarts is not under attack. Now, I must insist that you have your goblins leave." Behind him, the goblins bristled in fury. "They are not my goblins," Harry corrected icily. "They are magical beings themselves who have hearts and minds of their own that cannot be owned. They are, however, my comrades in arms and I will not allow you to insult them. They are lower life forms who are in my castle." Dumbledore shouted back, momentarily losing composure. It took all of Harry's restraint to shout that it wasn't his castle, but he wasn't ready to let his identity as Godric's heir out just yet. Luckily, Harry didn't need to defend the fact that they were under attack and waste time any longer. Before Dumbledore could make another demand, a silver Patronus in the shape of a tabby cat glided through the walls and stopped in front of Dumbledore. "Albus," the cat spoke with McGonagall's voice. "The alarm wards have activated, the castle is under attack. But, I do not know where the Death Eaters are coming from. What are your orders?" Dumbledore gaped at the Patronus which vanished in thin air. Then he whirred back to Harry, his eyes sparkling in anger. "How did you know that the castle was under attack?" he demanded. "I have my sources," Harry said vaguely. "Now, if you want to go elsewhere, we have this corridor covered." Behind him, Neville snickered at the sight of Harry basically telling the headmaster of Hogwarts to beat it. Harry looked over his shoulder and grinned at his best friend before turning back to Dumbledore. "I must insist that you return to your dorm and let the Order handle this," Dumbledore said sternly. "You are too precious to lose." "And why is that?" "Because of your prophecy. I know that the prophecy that you shared with me is bull, and I won't allow you to order me around," Harry spat. "Now, do something useful and go defend the students whom you are responsible for." For a moment, Harry and Dumbledore stared each other down until Dumbledore finally had to relent and turned around to start making his way to another part of the castle. As soon as Dumbledore was gone, Harry felt a weight lift and it made the upcoming battle seem that much easier. The gallon around his neck grew hot and snapped Harry out of his momentary daze. He pressed it and turned to Neville who had activated his. "We hear you, Luna," Harry said out loud. In his ear, where a small ear-com that Hermione had made to coexist with the galleons was stuck, he heard Luna's voice as clearly as if she were right in front of him. "The Death Eaters are leaving the 7th corridor and are splitting off into 3 segments," Luna said. "The largest segment is heading straight for your party, Harry. The other 2 are heading towards the Gryffindor and Ravenclaw towers respectively. They want to terrorize the students," Hermione said distastefully in the comms. "Huh," Luna said in confusion. Neville was instantly on alert. "What's wrong, love?" he asked. Luna clicked her tongue in thought. Dumbledore has gone towards the astronomy tower instead of meeting with the other professors in the order. What's really weird though is that Snape and Malfoy are heading right towards him. Are there any more Death Eaters emerging from the room? Harry asked. I haven't seen any more in a couple of minutes, Luna responded. But, I want to wait another couple before we activate the first wave of traps. Are the students out of the way? Neville asked. There was a moment of silence from both Hermione and Luna. I don't see any more students, Luna finally said. Hermione, activate the security on the houses. What about Death Eater students? Harry asked. They won't be able to get out of the dorms, Hermione answered. You got all except Malfoy, Luna continued. But, I want to know why he is going after Dumbledore with Snape. Hermione, you go the astronomy tower and eavesdrop. On my way, Hermione answered. Be careful, Harry said. I will, and Hermione's calm went dead. Harry sighed and stretched his arms. Luna, what's the ETA on the large group? At the rate they're moving, less than 2 minutes, Luna answered. I'll keep you posted on any changes. I love you, Neville said right before they turned off their comms. I love you too, Luna said warmly. Be safe. They all turned off their comms and Harry and Neville looked at each other. I love Hermione, but mate, you're the one who I would want by my side in battle, Harry said. Neville nodded. Same here. They gave each other a brief hug before breaking apart. Kex and Sage, I want you two to keep low and take out the stragglers, Harry instructed. Leave the heavy hitters to us. Kex and Sage nodded and went to the sides of the hall where they stayed out of sight. Harry and Neville held out their illegal wands and got into battle stances with the goblin squads prepared behind them. The first curse came at them from the oncoming wave of Death Eaters. The battle had begun. Hermione silently climbed the stairs of the astronomy tower in Ivy's body. They both knew the importance of knowing what Dumbledore was up to, but they were both irritated that Luna's strategy involved taking them away from the battle. When Ivy reached the top of the tower, she silently moved to the corner and crouched down low. They should be here shortly, Ivy said through their bond. We can maintain the merge for 15 minutes without it draining our power too much, Hermione reminded her. Let's find out what they're doing and then leave immediately to inform Luna. They didn't have to wait for long. Dumbledore reached the top of the tower and walked to the center. Then, he waited. Shortly after, Snape came walking briskly up the stairs with his cloak gliding behind him. How could you not know of this attack? Dumbledore demanded. I have swarms of Death Eaters in my castle and I have a large number of children whose safety I am responsible for. Snape did not cower before Dumbledore's rage. It seems that the Dark Lord did not trust me with this information. But, I can tell you that there is a target for this attack. And who would that be? Dumbledore sneered. Expelliarmus. A shout came from the stairwell. Hermione and Ivy rolled their eyes at the weak hex that was sent towards the powerful headmaster. Dumbledore deflected the hex effortlessly and he smiled towards the direction of his attacker. Mr. Malfoy, he said with a twinkle in his eye. You will need to try harder than that to kill me. Your attempts this past year have been poor indeed. Malfoy has been trying to kill Dumbledore. Hermione wondered. It must have been kept quiet. I can't believe that we didn't notice. Malfoy walked up from the stairs, with his wand trembling in front of him. I have to kill you, he stuttered. If I don't, then the Dark Lord will kill me. Dumbledore chuckled. Mr. Malfoy, you cannot honestly believe that you have any chance of beating me. Your magical abilities are so poor that I almost thought that you were a squib. Malfoy's pale skin reddened in anger. Avada Kedavra, he shouted. Dumbledore laughed out loud and summoned a piece of stone from the tower to intercept it. Yet another poor attempt, he taunted. While Malfoy continued to cast the killing curse at Dumbledore, Snape watched on with an indifferent look on his face. Headmaster, he said after Malfoy's fourth failed attempt. I do have an unbreakable vow with his mother to protect him at the best of my ability. Dumbledore sighed in annoyance and quickly sent a stunner towards Malfoy. The Slytherin didn't even have the chance to dodge it as it collided with his and sent him crumpling to the floor. All right then Severus, Dumbledore said in an irritated tone. Fight me to protect him to the best of your ability. Then, I shall dispose of the annoyance in return. To the fight to save the castle. Hermione couldn't believe what she was hearing. She knew that Dumbledore was not as good as he appeared to the outside world, but she still couldn't believe that he would just condemn Malfoy to death just like that. I can't just sit by and let Dumbledore murder someone, even if it's Malfoy, Hermione said to Ivy. Would you risk our skins for Malfoy? Ivy asked curiously. Hermione groaned. I can't believe I'm saying this, but yes. But, he will have to go to the Black Prison. He has already cast the killing curse 4 times in the past 2 minutes. There's no saying if he'll cast it again. While Hermione and Ivy conversed for a moment, Dumbledore and Snape started their duel. Snape started by making a slashing motion with his wand while shouting, Sectum Sempra. Dumbledore quickly raised his wand. Protega, he said calmly. The curse couldn't penetrate Dumbledore's shield. The 2 powerful wizards continued dueling for 5 minutes, with Dumbledore foiling Snape at every turn. Hermione could tell that Snape was trying his hardest while Dumbledore appeared bored. Dumbledore is way out of my league, Hermione said to Ivy. I won't be able to defeat him to save Malfoy. Ivy stayed silent for a moment. Let's get Malfoy out of the way now then while Dumbledore is distracted. I'll cast a disillusion charm on myself. All right, Hermione agreed. The fox familiar closed her eyes in concentration and let the charm flow over her body, making her blend in with her surroundings. When she was confident that Dumbledore and Snape wouldn't be able to see her, she quietly crept over towards the stairs where Malfoy laid unconscious. Hermione scoffed in disgust when they reached Malfoy only to discover that he had literally peed his pants when facing Dumbledore. I always knew that he talked a bigger game, she said to Ivy. Let's get him out of here, Ivy said back. My nose is starting to burn. Ivy put her paw on Malfoy's forehead and cast a weak feather-light charm. With the unconscious Slytherin lighter, she grabbed the scruff of his robes in her strong jaws and started dragging him as quietly as she could. She dragged him further down the stairs with relatively little difficulty as she wasn't trying to minimize Malfoy's injuries on the stairs. Upstairs, Dumbledore and Snape continued their duel. When they were out of sight, Hermione cancelled the body merge and put one of the Black Prison portkeys around his neck. When the portkey was around his neck, it glowed red and cut off all of Malfoy's magic before it took him away to the prison. With Malfoy gone, Hermione body merged with Ivy again and they went back to watch Dumbledore and Snape duel. Dumbledore had disarmed Snape and had placed a leg-locking curse on him. But, Snape was smiling in his cruel way. I dueled my hardest, he laughed coldly. Now I cannot be killed by the unbreakable vow. I shall tell the Dark Lord that you killed poor, young Draco. The other Death Eaters will try and take Potter from the castle so that the Dark Lord may finally kill him. And I shall come in at the last second to save Mr. Potter, Dumbledore said with a nod. Then he shall finally realize that I have his best interests in mind and he shall obey me. Snape sneered. Potter is not worth the effort, he spat. But, the castle is under attack and I wouldn't be surprised if the Dark Lord sent his best Death Eaters here to do as much damage as possible. Then I shall get rid of Mr. Malfoy so that I may save the castle, Dumbledore said just as coolly. He turned back to where he had stunned Malfoy and he scowled when he saw that the pale nuisance was no longer there. Where is he? He demanded. He needs to be killed for the greater good. Snape looked around and his eyes narrowed when he too saw that Malfoy was gone. He was stunned, he couldn't have gone anywhere without help. Dumbledore raised his wand and waved it in a horizontal arc. Hominum Revelio, he said. Hermione, Ivy held their breath as the spell was cast. They waited a moment and released their breath when the spell came up with nothing. There are no humans here, he informed Snape. But, that doesn't mean that there is no one here at all. He summoned Snape towards him before waving his wand above his head like a lasso. Hermione, Ivy stood in horror as flames were conjured from the wand and began filling the small room with fire. Run, Ivy! Hermione screamed. Ivy didn't need to be told twice. She turned to run, but the flames were too quick. Ivy barked out in pain when her pelt caught fire, giving away their location. Sectum Sempra, Dumbledore shouted, pointing his wand in their direction. At the last second, Ivy dodged, but the spell still cut into her back leg. Unable to walk, she collapsed on the floor. Use the portkey. Hermione shouted in pain. Ivy panted and activated her portkey. When the uncomfortable pulling sensation was over, they found themselves on the floor in Potter Manor. At the hard contact with the stone floor, Hermione lost her hold on the body merge and separated from Ivy. Mistress Hermione. Winky's terrified voice came from the other side of the room. I'm fine, Hermione said immediately as she rubbed her sore leg. Tend to Ivy, she's hurt. I have to go back. Ivy whimpered as she struggled to sit up. Be careful, she panted. Hermione gave Ivy a quick key on the head before apparating back to Hogwarts. As soon as she landed on the grounds right outside, she felt her galleon around her neck get hot. I'm fine, she said as soon as she turned it on. They're going to try and take Harry, and Dumbledore plans on coming in to save him at the last second. Dumbledore tried to kill Malfoy, but I sent Malfoy to the prison before he had the chance. Ivy got burned and cut by Dumbledore and we went to Potter Manor to get to safety, she finished in a rush. You've been busy, Luna commented with dry humor. Harry and Neville are still fighting the largest swarm of Death Eaters, Bellatrix is among them. But, what really has me worried is that there is a small party of Death Eaters who weren't caught in the goblin traps are heading towards Harry's and Neville's backs. Hermione immediately began running towards the other side of the main corridor where Harry and Neville were fighting. How many? She asked. 3, Luna answered. But their magic should be pretty weak by now. Are the numbers dwindling? Hermione asked. It took Luna only a moment to assess. At least a third of the force has either been sent to the prison or killed, Luna informed her. Most of the remaining forces are currently fighting Harry and Neville, and the remaining Death Eaters are either caught in our traps or they're being taken out by the staff and the few Order members who are here. Hermione ran up the stairs, not willing to stop until she took down the threats. Keep an eye out for Dumbledore, she told Luna. I wouldn't put it past him to attack one of us when our backs are turned. Will do, be safe, and then Luna was gone. It took Hermione less than 2 minutes to make it to the corridor where she would be able to intercept the party that was planning on attacking their main party from behind. She took her bow off of her back and pulled an arrow from the quiver. She heard them before she saw them. They were complaining about the house elves striking out at them and about how the goblin traps incapacitated a large portion of their numbers. As soon as the first Death Eater stepped around the corner, she let her arrow fly. The arrow flew true and struck the Death Eater in the eye, killing him before he even hit the ground. Immediately, there were spells cast in her direction, but Hermione gracefully dodged them. She dodged the killing curse and put another arrow to her bow when she saw who her attackers were. Staring at her in pure fury were the 2 last Death Eaters that Hermione wanted to face. Lucius Malfoy and Antonin Dolohov. Bugger, Hermione groaned as she saw the 2 Death Eaters whom she was facing. At the end of the hall, Lucius and Dolohov sneered at her. Little mudblood, Lucius said coldly. Are you here to die at our superior hands? When they started making their way forward, Hermione noted with grim satisfaction that they were squinting slightly. The senses dimming wards are working, just slower than we expected, she thought. Their magic should also be dimming by now thanks to some of our traps. There will be deaths today, Hermione said just as coldly. But I won't be one of them. I never got the chance to repay you, Dolohov, for cursing me at the Department of Mysteries. And I owe you, Malfoy, for leading the attack that killed my family. The Death Eaters laughed at her and began firing more killing curses at her. One curse came too close for comfort, within 1 foot, causing Hermione to decide to go on the offensive. After doing a dodge roll to avoid another curse, she loosed another arrow from her bow. This one lodged itself in Dolohov's leg, causing him to curse in pain and drop to the floor. While Dolohov was temporarily out of commission, Hermione put her bow back on its strap on her back and drew her illegal wand. Aqua Eructo, she called as she pointed her wand at Malfoy Sr. Out of her wand came a jet of clear water and blasted at powerful speeds towards Malfoy. Malfoy raised his wand and shouted, Protega. But Hermione moved her wand, making the jet of water go around the shield and blast him from behind. The cursed as the strong jet of water pushed him to the floor. When he raised his head, blood was pouring from his nose. He put his hand to it to wipe it away, glaring daggers at Hermione. You mudblood filth, he spat. You will pay for spilling blood as pure as ours. Crucio. Hermione ducked the curse and pointed her wand at the floor in front of Lucius. Confringo. The blasting hex caused the stones to explode and the area to erupt in flames. Lucius yelled when his robes caught fire. Aguamenti. He shouted as he used his wand to douse the flames. While Hermione was focusing on Lucius, Dolohov struggled to his feet and pointed his wand at Hermione. Defodio. Hermione didn't see the gouging spell until too late. At the last second, she moved to the side, but the spell still grazed her side, making a small gouge in her skin. Bloody hell, Hermione hissed in pain as she staggered to the banister and used it to support her weight. Avada K. Dolohov started casting. Flippendo. Hermione shouted quicker than Dolohov. The spell sent Dolohov flying backwards. Then Hermione pointed her wand towards Lucius and shouted, "Furnunculus." Lucius shouted in agony as his body began covering in painful-looking boils. The pain caused him to drop his wand and begin ripping off some of his robes to avoid having the boils get any more painful. While the two Death Eaters were busy, Hermione pointed her wand to her injured side and muttered, "Vulnera Sanenfer." Her wand, ever so eager to do healing magic, quickly stopped the bleeding and healed the worst of the damage. The power and senses draining aren't working fast enough, Hermione thought as she grabbed her bow back off her back. I can't afford to try to incapacitate these two. I'll have to kill them. Even though Hermione despised the thought of killing, and had done it only once so far, she knew that killing was necessary in war. But that didn't make it any easier for her. If I survive this war, I'm going to become a healer, she promised herself as she put another arrow to her bow. Lucius glared at Hermione and picked his wand back up. "Incarcerus," he shouted. Ropes were conjured from his wand. They tied up Hermione's legs, but not before she loosed her arrow. Grim satisfaction filled her when the arrow went right through Antonin Dolohov's throat. The Death Eater whose curse had been the cause of many of her nightmares for so long would never curse anyone else ever again. "You bitch," Lucius snarled as Dolohov fell. Defodio. Crucio. The first curse gouged right through Hermione's bow, rendering it useless. The second one hit her full on. Hermione cried out as she was hit with the torture curse. Her body convulsed, making the ropes around her legs tighten even more. Expelliarmus. Lucius shouted, causing her wand to go flying from her hand. As soon as her wand was clear, he began torturing her once again. "How does it feel, Mudblood?" he taunted. "How does it feel to lie at a pureblood's feet where you belong? I hope that Potter had his fun with you, because you will never see him again." Hermione continued to cry out in pain, only able to hear half of what Lucius was saying. She tried to reach for her other wand, but it was in her leg holster and she couldn't reach it due to the ropes. Her bow was now useless, and by extension her arrows. "I can't die here," she thought as her body continued to spasm. The prophecy must be fulfilled. "Use your true magic, my dear," a soft voice said out of nowhere. Somehow, the presence of the voice took away the edge of pain from the torture curse. Even though her body still convulsed, Hermione's mind was clear from the pain. "Who are you?" Hermione whispered. The voice laughed, and Hermione then deducted that Lucius couldn't hear it. "I am a woman who is trying to help a child in pain," she answered. "You are not ready to die yet, my dear, for we have yet to formally meet." Lucius continued to cast the spell as he laughed gleefully. "What is my true magic?" Hermione asked. "You know what your true magic is, spiritual heir of Salazar Slytherin." Hermione's eyes widened. "Elf magic," she gasped. "You can't be talking about Hogwarts' magic, because I haven't finished my elf training." "I have heard that you were a smart one," the voice laughed. "You must defeat your enemy and win this battle. When you have won and your wounds have healed, we will come for you to study with us. You're a true elf." The true elf's voice was full of laughter. "That I am. Win your battle, young one, and I will come for you. But, don't forget that while incomplete, you still have knowledge of elf magic." And then the voice was gone. With the elf's presence gone, Hermione was fully susceptible to the curse once again. The shock of the pain coming back caused Hermione to bite through her lip, and the spasms opened her side wound back up. "You aren't going to kill me," she panted. She held her hand out and grinned at the head of the Malfoy house. "This is for Dobby and every house elf that you ever hurt." Lucius didn't even have time to patronize her. Hermione snapped her fingers and Lucius was sent flying, over the banister where there was nothing but air and 100-foot drop to the stone floor below. The cries of the head of the House of Malfoy lasted briefly, and were silenced after a loud thud. Grimacing, Hermione used elf apparition to get out of the ropes and picked up both her wands. Only then did she look over the banister. She grimaced when she saw the mess of blood and robes and quickly turned away so she could empty the contents of her stomach. When she was no longer heaving, she pressed her charmed galleon. "Are you all right?" Luna immediately demanded. "I saw that you were fighting Malfoy and Dolohov," I'm so sorry that I didn't realize who I was sending you to until it was too late. Hermione coughed in pain and slid down against the wall. I'll live, she panted. We overestimated our traps, they still had most their senses and their power was still strong. I took out all three. What are your injuries? Luna demanded. Side wound and exposure to the cruciatus. But, I'll be all right, Hermione said as she healed her side once again. Where do you want me now? Luna hesitated for a moment. Harry and Neville are holding their ground, she said at last. They don't need your help. But it looks like the Order is struggling. They're being overrun by Death Eaters. Where? Hermione asked as she picked up her bow and repaired it as best she could. It was goblin-made and the magical repair would last 3 shots at best. The Great Hall has the most, Luna answered. Can you do an overhead support? Hermione looked at her barely functioning bow with tears in her eyes. No, my bow got broken. I have 3 shots at best. Do you want me to provide support as Beauty? No, Luna said immediately. This obviously isn't the final battle because you, Neville, and I have yet to finish our training. Save your form for then. Go and act as a silent aid. On my way. Merlin, I hope that this battle ends soon. Harry continued to pant heavily as he cut down yet another Death Eater with a spell. He didn't know how so many people could follow Voldemort, but this swarm felt almost endless. While he and Neville worked as the long-range fighters, the goblins took out their fair share of the enemy. They would gain up 5 to 1 wizard and quickly overpower them before moving on to the next one. There were bodies, both goblin and wizard, littering the large corridor, but there was no time to mourn the loss of comrades. Not in the middle of battle. Depulso! Harry shouted as he pointed his wand at the Death Eater whom he was dueling. The Death Eater shouted in surprise as he was banished back into the stone wall where he was speared by a goblin before he even slid back down to the floor. Potter! Bellatrix's furious voice screeched across the battlefield. Harry ducked her killing curse out of instinct and retaliated with a severing jinx of his own which was blocked. The Death Eaters cleared the way as Bellatrix made her way forward. Some of the goblin warriors moved forward to take her on, but Harry waved them back. Leave her to Neville and me, he told them. The goblins nodded and sprinted forward to take on the remaining Death Eaters. Neville walked over to join Harry, a look of cold determination on his face. This was the time that he had been waiting for, the opportunity to take down his parents' torturer. Harry, let me take her, he said calmly. This is my fight. I'll get revenge for Sirius and my parents. Harry hesitated a moment before clapping Neville on the back. Be careful mate, he cautioned. Your magic is more powerful than hers, but she's like a wildfire that takes down everything in its path. Neville nodded in understanding. You help the rest of the goblin squad. But, if something happens to me, take care of Luna. The two best friends then separated, Harry to rejoin the goblins and Neville to face the woman who had taken his parents away from him as a baby. Well, if it isn't Baby Longbottom, Bellatrix taunted in her shrill voice. Are you here to join your mummy and daddy in insanity? Despite his brief time with the centaurs, their teachings on how to handle anger were what stopped Neville from dashing out right away to dig his sword into Bellatrix's stomach. You won't hurt anyone anymore, Bellatrix, Neville said calmly. I will make sure of that. Protego totalum, he finished, creating a barrier that separated him and Bellatrix from the rest of the battle. Bellatrix looked at Neville with her half-crazed gaze. Are you capable of casting the killing curse, little boy? Neville shook his head. I cannot master enough hatred to cast that curse. But, I will end your life as mercifully as I possibly can. There is no mercy in death. Bellatrix laughed. Then you really are far gone, Neville said coolly. You are as evil as Voldemort and you cannot be allowed to live. Bellatrix's dark eyes narrowed in anger. You dare say the Dark Lord's name. I will kill you for your insolence, blood traitor. Neville raised his wand. Expelliarmus. Stupefy. Deprimo. He shouted in succession. Protega. Bellatrix shouted as she raised her wand. The first 2 spells were absorbed by the shield, but the third had enough power to burst through. Bellatrix shrieked when the spell put a great deal of pressure on her and forced her to her knees. Duro. Neville shouted. Bellatrix pointed her wand at the closest life form, a fellow Death Eater, and shouted, Mobilicorpus. The unsuspecting Death Eater cried out in shock as he was levitated from his battle with a goblin and was thrown in front of Neville's curse. He screamed in horror as the curse hit him and he was turned to stone. Bellatrix looked at her stone comrade with disdain and threw him against the hull where the statue broke into hundreds of pieces. Neville stared at her in shock. He was your comrade, he shouted at his nemesis. How could you throw away his life like that? Bellatrix shrugged. He was only a lower-level Death Eater, expendable. The spiritual heir of Helga Hufflepuff glared at his opponent. The world will be rid of you tonight, he swore. They then went into the most intense duel of Neville's life. Every time he shot a spell, it was countered, every time she shot a spell he dodged it. After 5 minutes of intense dueling, the smirk vanished from Bellatrix's face. She was a ruthless killer, but she never smirked in the face of a true opponent. Avada Kedavra! Bellatrix shrieked. Neville summoned a slab of stone to intercept the curse. When the rubble cleared, Neville waved his wand in an arc and cast an arrow-shooting spell. Protega! Bellatrix screamed. Some of the arrows got caught in her shield while the others got absorbed by Neville's shield. Crucio! Bellatrix shrieked when the arrows had faded. Neville bit back a cry as the curse hit him head-on. It was only by a great act of will that he managed to stay upright. I won't let this monster kill me, he vowed. She won't take me away from Luna or my friends. With shaking hands, he unsheathed his sword and brought it up between the curse and himself. Because it was goblin-forged, it did not break under the force of Bellatrix's curse and prevented it from touching him. Reducto! He shouted, pointing his wand right over Bellatrix's head. The ceiling above Bellatrix's head crumbled and fell on top of the deranged witch. One rock collided right with her head, sending her to the ground. Expelliarmus, Neville said calmly, catching the wand that took so many lives in his hand. Underneath the rubble, Bellatrix struggled to climb out to get to Neville. My lord, she screamed, I will not shame your mark. Give me the strength to destroy this whelp where he stands. Neville watched her in disgust as she struggled in vain to get out from underneath the wreckage, screaming insults as she tried. Deciding to finally end it, he walked up to her with his sword in one hand and his wand in his other. He stopped in front of her with cold eyes. When she looked back up he saw crazed fear in her eyes, like a rabid animal who knew that they were about to be put down. In a mercy stroke, he took his sword and cut her throat and watched her quickly die on the cold floor. In one quick minute, the monster that was Bellatrix Lestrange was no more and Voldemort lost his most loyal servant. That's it, Neville said softly. The galleon around his neck warmed up and he quickly pressed it. I'm all right, love, he said lovingly. Neville, Luna's panicked voice came from the other end. What's wrong? Neville asked instantly. Even though he wasn't an empath like Harry, he could still feel his beloved's fear. Dumbledore is heading for his office, Luna said fearfully. Hogwarts will eventually admit him. Neville used a quick spell to clean Bellatrix's blood off of his sword before sheathing it. Can you find a different spot to use as command central? He asked, trying to keep calm for Luna's sake. Nowhere else is as protected, Luna answered. Then move somewhere out of the castle where you will still be safe and have room to work, Neville ordered. It will be okay, Luna, but you have to move now. All right, Luna answered. I love you. If you need me, summon me and I will be there, Neville promised. But right now you need to leave there now. Okay, Luna said in a calmer voice. I love you. I love you too, Neville said tenderly. Then the comms turned off. With a heavy sigh, Neville turned back towards the battle and smiled when he saw Sage restrain a Death Eater long enough for a goblin to kill him. He then cancelled his shield and ran back into the fray, praying that his fiancée would be able to avoid Dumbledore safely. In a rush, Luna packed up her supplies in the feather-light bag that she had brought with her. The Marauder's map went in along with the charmed galleons that she had been using to stay in contact with her friends. Faye, let's go, she ordered. Wait, Faye's voice answered. She was inspecting an open book on the bookshelf and had found something of interest. Using her talons, she closed it and threw it towards Luna. Pack that, it's a book on Horcruxes and there's notes in it. Apparently Dumbledore has known about them for some time and hasn't shared that information. Luna immediately put the book in the bag. Let's go. They body merged and were about to fly out the window with the bag in their talons when the door opened. Faye's sharp eyes widened in fear when they saw Albus Dumbledore entering his office with Fawkes on his shoulder. Dumbledore's blue eyes sparked in anger when they recognized the falcon that was about to fly out of the window. Your Lovegood's familiar. Before he could cast a spell, Faye leapt out of the window and started flying away as fast as her wings would take her. They didn't get far when a flash of red appeared right in front of them. Fox, Luna, Faye said out loud. What are you doing? Fox looked at them regrettably. I am sorry, he said in his musical voice. But I must follow the orders of Albus Dumbledore, and he has ordered that I kill you. Fear sent a shiver down their spine. You can't be serious, Luna, Faye exclaimed. You know that Dumbledore is mad. The Phoenix hung his head sadly. I know that, he admitted. But that doesn't change the fact that I must stay loyal to him, and that includes following his commands. Please forgive me. He lashed out with his talons, and it was only Faye's quick reflexes that saved them from being sliced in half. With a screech, Faye raced away with Fox right behind. While a phoenix is a truly majestic creature, they weren't built for flying at fast speeds like falcons are. Faye Dove swerved and climbed at a faster speed than Fox, but whenever she got too far ahead, Fox would simply vanish and reappear in a burst of flame right in their path. We can't dodge him forever, Luna told Faye. Use your portkey to get us back to Potter Manor, and then we'll come back without a phoenix trying to cut us into shreds. Before Faye could activate her portkey, Fox appeared right in front of her path and brought his talons across her. Faye screeched in agony as the talons cut deep and lost her control on flight. Unable to glide, and in too much pain to activate her portkey, Faye started falling from a terrible height to the unmerciful cliffs below. Luna, Faye screeched in fear and pain as they continued to fall down towards the cliffs surrounding Hogwarts. Portkey, Faye, Luna urged her friend. But, the cuts were too deep and Faye's pain was too great to heed what Luna was saying. The cliffs were getting closer, and if they didn't do something soon they would not survive. Say, ha, rate, Faye groaned as they continued to fall. I won't leave you, Luna said firmly. Mew, Saint, Faye urged weakly. Lee, Vey, F4, nay Neville. Give me control, Luna said suddenly. I'll take most of the pain. Though weak, Faye was firmly against the idea. You're too important, she said. With sudden strength, she pushed Luna back out of her mind, until there was a crack, and there were two bodies falling. Luna screamed as she fell faster, but her mind was clear from the pain. She quickly looked up and saw that Faye was still falling and appeared to be unconscious. Faye, she cried as she reached for her. She created a ball of light in her hand using her limited fairy magic, and threw it over to Faye. When it made contact, Faye got suspended in midair and started gliding towards the ground at a much slower pace. Neville, Luna thought with tears in her eyes as the rocks got closer. I'm so sorry. I love you. When the rocks were within 30 feet, she closed her eyes and waited for the brief moment of pain followed by nothing. There was a sound of wings beating followed by a screech. Luna felt the wind blow around her as something came at her at incredible speeds before she felt something grab onto her shoulders with sharp talons. She winced as the talons cut into her skin and opened her eyes and looked up at her savior. Golden gaze, she gasped. Save Faye. The great griffin turned his golden eyes further up and quickly sped forward to catch the unconscious falcon in his other paw. She is gravely injured, he said in his deep voice. He hoisted Luna on his back before handing her beloved familiar, and flew towards some even ground. When he landed, he knelt down on the ground and helped Luna get down. Tell me what happened to you, he ordered. Luna sat down on the ground shakily and began applying basic healing spells to Faye, in hopes of stopping the bleeding. Dumbledore came back to his office, she sniffed. He saw Faye and sent Fox after us to kill us. I don't know where Fox is now. Golden Gaze looked very troubled at this. For a phoenix to be ordered to kill, then their wizard's influence must be very great. Did Fox show remorse? Yes, Luna answered. Faye stopped bleeding, but her breaths were too quick and shallow and she still hadn't regained consciousness. Then Dumbledore's influence hasn't completely overcome him, Golden Gaze said with a sigh. Dumbledore honestly thinks that everything he does is for the light. And soon, Fox will think that murder for the light will be acceptable too. Luna was only partially hearing what Golden Gaze was saying, she was too busy tending to her familiar. She needs to go back to Potter Manor, she said. Winky can tend to her better than I can. Go. Quickly then and then return, Golden Gaze instructed gently. I will take you somewhere safe for your planning. Thank you, Luna said softly. She touched her portkey and arrived back at Potter Manor. After giving Faye a comforting hug and a few words of love, she passed her to Winky and used her portkey to arrive back where Golden Gaze was waiting. Let's go, she said as she wiped her eyes free of tears. Golden Gaze crouched down so Luna could climb onto his back again before beating his massive wings and flew over the castle. "How did you find me?" Luna asked over the wind. "I am your keeper," Golden Gaze answered. "I sensed that Ravenclaw's magic was in danger and I went to aid you. Unfortunately, I had to reveal my true form to the Order and Death Eaters in order to get to you in time. But, it was a price that I was happy to pay." Luna hugged him gratefully. "What are the casualties so far?" she asked. Golden Gaze turned and began flying between the towers of Hogwarts. "I saw a young man with red hair get attacked by a werewolf in human form. And I saw many stunned Death Eaters vanish, so I am assuming that Hermione secretly sent them to Black Prison before they could be revived. They landed on the Dark Tower, which was outside of the vicinity of the battle and secure enough so Luna would be safe." Luna got off of Golden Gaze's back and gave him another hug. "Thank you, Golden Gaze. Give me a moment to see where you're needed the most." Digging into the bag which Faye had miraculously held onto, she pulled out the map and quickly activated it. It took her a few moments to assess the battle and decide where to send him to. Harry and Neville need more help, she decided. Most of the goblin force has been taken out and now Harry and Neville are outnumbered. Golden Gaze nodded and shook out his wings. "Well, since I have already been seen as a griffin, I may as well fight to the best of my abilities." Luna nodded. "Will you be able to maneuver in the corridor?" she asked. "It will be challenging," Golden Gaze admitted. "But, that's what life is. Now, will you be alright on your own, dear Luna?" "I may be more of a strategist than a fighter, but I can still take care of myself," Luna said with a smile. Golden Gaze laughed and nuzzled Luna affectionately. "You are more of a warrior than you give yourself credit for. Be safe, dear one. Don't tell the others this, but you are my favorite heir. Your kindness and ability to believe make me feel young again. I have expressed this with Willow's song, and she agrees that when our daughter is of age, she will be named Rubinsky. Because your heart knows no bounds, and is as free as the sky." "Golden Gaze," Luna said, touched. "Farewell," he said with one last nuzzle. The griffin then spread his powerful wings and leapt off of the tower. Luna watched him fly away towards the battle before setting up protective wards and setting up her station. She could only pray that the battle would end soon. Hermione clung to the sides of the Great Hall, disillusioned, as she shot stunners at any Death Eaters who were overpowering the teachers or the Order members. Whenever one fell, their opponent would simply move on to the next Death Eater without too much thought, allowing Hermione time to put a portkey around the fallen Death Eater, sending them to the Black Prison. The Order members and teachers only stunned the Death Eaters, and it made Hermione roll her eyes in annoyance. Every time one was stunned, they were revived within 20 seconds. Dumbledore tries very hard to make sure that the Order has a good reputation as warriors of the light, Hermione thought dryly. But, in war, it's impossible to remain light. The best that you can do is stay gray. She watched as Mr. Weasley stunned a Death Eater and turned his back. While his back was turned, another Death Eater revived him. Before he could kill Mr. Weasley, Hermione shot a silent, bone-breaking curse. The Death Eater screamed in pain, and Hermione quickly stunned him, mostly to shut him up. When Hermione had arrived at the Great Hall, she had seen Golden Gaze fighting in his human form. For a griffin that was imposing as a man, he was a very good duelist, and he quickly took down a few Death Eaters with bone-breaking curses. What had worried Hermione was when Golden Gaze had suddenly stiffened in the middle of a duel. His golden eyes had gotten a far-off look before they narrowed dangerously. Then, before everyone, he changed into his true form and quickly flew out of the Great Hall and away from the battle. Hermione could only guess where he had gone in such a hurry. When the last Death Eater was taken down, Hermione cancelled her disillusion charm and quickly went to heal any injured Order members. She was healing Remus's wounded leg when Dumbledore entered the Great Hall. "Well done, my friends," he said in a voice that carried over the hall. "You have won this battle, and you have won it for the light. We are victorious." The Order members cheered in victory, and Hermione had to bite her lip to keep herself from shouting that the biggest battle was still happening. Professor McGonagall limped over to Dumbledore with a smile on her face. "Many of the Death Eaters fled when we overwhelmed them, Albus. You were right that we could defeat them without injuring them. They didn't flee, I sent them to prison," Hermione thought coldly. She couldn't believe that her favorite professor would be so blind to Dumbledore's orders. Dumbledore looked around the Great Hall and frowned when he saw the injured Death Eaters. Who cast to injure? He asked. Griffin did, Mr. Weasley gasped. He fled the battle after shifting into his real shape. He's an actual griffin, Albus. A real griffin. Dumbledore gasped in shock. He must be brought to me, a griffin could be invaluable during the war. Unable to take it, Hermione stood up and walked over to Dumbledore. His name is Goldengaze and he's not a pawn for you to sacrifice, she snapped. Miss Granger. McGonagall gasped in shock. No, Professor, Hermione said harshly. Dumbledore gives orders to merely stun Death Eaters, but as soon as they're stunned they're revived and they kill you while your back is turned. I can understand not using the killing curse because that curse requires the true desire to kill. But, we're in a war, and we can't afford to simply use a fourth-year spell on our enemies. If we continue to do that, then we might as well pick out our tombstones now. Dumbledore looked at her with cold, blue eyes. Miss Granger, you are too young and inexperienced to understand what is needed in war. If we kill our opponents, then we are no better than they are. Hermione smiled just as coolly. You're wrong, Dumbledore. There is death in war, it's inevitable. But, killing in battle doesn't make you evil. What makes the Death Eaters evil is that they kill anyone and they enjoy it. So long as we don't kill for fun, then we are not on their level. Some of the Order members nodded in agreement, but Dumbledore was not about to let a bookworm like her make him seem inferior. That attitude leads to becoming dark, he said dangerously. The way of books is not the way that life actually is. You know nothing outside of your books. A few years ago, the insult would have made Hermione cry, but now it just brought a smile to her face. I know more than you will ever know, she said happily. Before she unintentionally taunted Dumbledore to act on something, Hermione ran out of the Great Hall. When she was out of earshot, she pressed her galleon. Are Harry and Neville still fighting? She asked Luna. Yes, Luna answered, albeit a bit shakily. Are you all right? Hermione asked in concern. Dumbledore had Fawkes try to kill Fay when we were merged, Luna said. Fay got hurt and Goldengaze saved us from falling to our deaths. Hermione took in a sharp breath. So that's why he left so abruptly. Are there any straggling Death Eaters in the halls? No, Luna replied. The only remaining Death Eaters are fighting Neville and Harry. I'll come get you and we'll join them, Hermione said. Where are you? Dark Tower. Hermione concentrated and apparated to the top of Dark Tower. She waited while Luna deactivated her protective spells before she grabbed her best friend's hand and apparated them to where their beloveds were still fighting. Harry wiped the sweat from his brow in a quick second before he brought his sword up to intercept a spell before retaliating with one of his own. The Death Eaters had now lost about half of their senses, but now they were firing curses like mad, taking out both enemies and comrades. There were now about 15 Death Eaters left alive, and they had lost most of their goblin force. Beside him, Neville was firing powerful curses of his own, aiming to seriously injure and incapacitate their opponents. Neville had returned from his duel looking shaken and with a bit of blood on his robes, but the grim satisfaction on his face had told Harry all that he needed to know, that Bellatrix Lestrange was taken out. Expelliarmus! Harry shouted at a Death Eater who got too close to Neville. When the Death Eater's wand went flying, Neville cut him down with a swing from his sword. The Death Eater screamed in pain before dropping to the floor with a thud. Thanks mate, Neville panted. Harry nodded in acknowledgement and went to duel the next Death Eater. Arresto momentum, he shouted with his wand pointed right in front of him. The Death Eater's movements started slowing and before he could retaliate, Harry shouted, Carpe retractum. A long piece of rope was conjured from his wand and wrapped its way around the advancing Death Eater. Harry then pulled the Death Eater towards him and used his other hand to stab the Death Eater in the gut with his sword. Not wasting time to feel guilt over killing, Harry tossed the now dead Death Eater to the side and shot a stunner at another Death Eater. When the Death Eater fell, the closest goblin finished him off. The Death Eaters, who were still either alive or able to fight, gathered together and started making a slashing motion with their wands. Harry's eyes narrowed in anger when they all simultaneously cast the same curse that had nearly killed Hermione at the Department of Mysteries. Behind me, Harry ordered. When Neville and the remaining goblins were out of harm's way, Harry put his wand in its holster and thrust his sword into the ground. He then quickly wiped his finger on one of his cuts before he rubbed it over one of the protective runes on the sword. The sword glowed white and threw out a white, protective barrier to intercept the onslaught of curses. Under the weight of all the curses, the sword trembled, but the ancient magic of the goblins prevailed and the curses vanished. Goblins, fire! Harry shouted. Simultaneously, the goblins held out their palms and launched a barrage of fireballs. Hastily, the Death Eaters threw up shields, but not every Death Eater moved fast enough and they were consumed by flames. Koloshu! Harry shouted with his wand pointed at the floor. A sticky substance shot out of his wand and covered the floor in front of the Death Eaters. When one Death Eater stepped on it, his shoes became stuck and no matter what he tried, he wasn't going anywhere. While the Death Eaters struggled to get rid of the sticky substance, Harry fought to regain his breath. Harry felt a tug at his waist and looked down to see a wounded goblin staring up at him. Lightscar, he croaked. We do not have enough magic to launch another simultaneous attack. What are your orders? Harry quickly assessed the battle. There were still 10 Death Eaters left standing, and they were down to only 5 goblins. As much as it pained Harry to admit it, the goblins were no match for the Death Eaters' ability to fire off rapid killing curses. Get the rest of the goblins out of here, Harry said after a moment. There is no reason for all of you to die. You ask us to flee like cowards, the goblin snapped. Harry shook his head. I ask you to live. You and the other survivors will be crucial to the next battle. You've fought wizards and survived, we'll need your knowledge and experience. Get the others and return to your base. Neville and I will take care of the rest. The goblin hesitated a moment before nodding. Very well, Master Lightscar, he said respectfully. But, you have better survive, lest Master Zuck's skin us alive. Harry laughed and nodded. I'll do my best. Now go. The goblin nodded and quickly got the rest of his comrades together before they apparated away. Neville nodded in support when the goblins left and moved closer to Harry. Out of the shadows of the corridor where they had silently been taking down Death Eaters, Kex and Sage ran over to their wizards. Let's merge, Harry said confidently. I want to take out the rest of these jokers with a couple more spells. That's all that I have left in me, Kex panted. A couple spells. Beside him, Sage nodded in agreement. Then they'll have to be pretty effective spells, Neville said cheerfully. The familiar's body merged and Harry could immediately tell that they had a very limited time to take out their enemies. Altogether, Harry instructed, blasting curses full power above and on. We'll take above, Neville, Sage said. Then we've got on, Harry, Kex said. The two wizards pointed their wands at their respective targets and shouted, Confringo. Neville and Sage's curse blasted the roof over the Death Eaters' heads, causing hundreds of pounds of stones to fall on them, and Harry's and Kex's curse collided with the falling stone, causing the remaining Death Eaters to explode along with the rubble. A few agonized screams came from the Death Eaters, but they soon ended. As soon as the screams ended, both wizards separated from their familiars and fell to their knees in exhaustion. I'm ready for a nap, Neville coughed. Harry laughed dryly. I'm ready to sleep for a week. We've taken down, 40 Death Eaters? Give or take a few, Neville chuckled before he stopped suddenly. I never thought that I would be this calm after killing, he added softly. Either them or us, Harry said instantly. I find it easier thinking that every Death Eater that I kill is one less that will hunt down Hermione based off of her heritage. Neville thought about it for a moment before nodding. That does help. The two best friends shared a laugh and didn't notice the moving rubble in front of them. Harry wasn't aware of the green light heading right towards him until he heard a shout, Harry. A gray body came from out of nowhere and shielded Harry from the killing curse. Harry's eyes widened in horror and a strangled cry came out of his throat as his savior fell to the floor, dead. Golden Gaze. Golden Gaze. Harry cried as the powerful griffin fell to the ground, dead. Without thinking, Harry ran over to the griffin while Neville made quick work of the Death Eater who had fired the curse before. Running to join Harry. Golden Gaze, wake up, Harry pleaded as he shook the griffin's shoulder. You can't be dead, you're the Founder's chosen one. You're supposed to help us unlock Hogwarts' magic. You can't be dead. Behind him, Sage let out a long howl of mourning, causing tears to leak from Harry's eyes. He gripped Golden Gaze's feathers in his hand before pulling the limp griffin into a hug. I'll make sure that Willowsong and Robin are protected, he promised through the tears. Harry moved on the floor so he could look Golden Gaze straight on. The griffin's eyes were still opened and his face was frozen in a determined gaze. With trembling fingers, Harry closed his friend's eyes. "We should take his body to Potter Manor," Neville said quietly. "Griffin feathers are very valuable and I don't want anyone to ravage his body." Harry nodded in agreement, but his body felt frozen. Lying in front of him was yet another life that was lost because of him. "Harry," Hermione's soft voice said behind him. Turning around, he saw through his teary vision Hermione and Luna standing 20 feet away from them with tears running down their faces. The girls let out a sob and ran towards their beloved's arms. Luna was sobbing uncontrollably as she looked at the dead Griffin. "He saved me," she sobbed into Neville's. "I sent him here. It's my fault." "Shish," Neville said soothingly. "It's not your fault, love. Golden Gaze chose to save Harry." That bit of news caused Hermione's head to shoot up. "He saved you?" she asked Harry gently. Harry nodded numbly and pulled Hermione into a hug where she rested her head in the crook of his neck. "We didn't notice that a Death Eater survived. He shot a killing curse at me that Golden Gaze intercepted. I'm such an idiot. If I was paying attention then Golden Gaze wouldn't have had to interfere." Hermione shook her head and clung to Harry. "You can't torture yourself over Golden Gaze's death," she sniffed. "He knew what he was doing. Don't insult his death by tormenting yourself, love. He wouldn't have wanted that." "It just hurts," Harry said quietly. "I know," Hermione responded just as softly. "But, our mission isn't over. We need to take care of the dead. I'll help you tend to the fallen goblins." "Where's Ivy and Faye?" Kex asked in an anxious tone. Harry looked down at Hermione who took in a deep breath. "Ivy was hurt by Dumbledore," she responded. "I took her back home. Dumbledore sent Fawkes after Faye and she was hurt pretty bad," Luna sniffed. "She's at home too. Will they be okay?" Sage asked in concern. It was obvious that the wolf couldn't take losing another member of his pack so soon. Luna gave Sage a watery smile. "I hope so," she cried. Neville keyed Luna on the top of her head. "Why don't you go and check in on her?" he gently suggested. "You can tell Winky and Dobby what has happened." "I'll come right back," Luna sniffed. She gave Neville a deep key before she activated her portkey and disappeared. As soon as Luna disappeared, Harry gave Golden Gaze one last mournful gaze before he activated the Griffin's portkey. The gray Griffin disappeared, and Harry felt emptier than before. "We'll need to contact Willowsong," Neville said sadly. "But I don't know how." "How about you go to Golden Gaze's office and look for anything that can be useful?" Hermione suggested. "Before Dumbledore gets to it." Neville nodded and left the bloody corridor at a weary walk with Sage following loyally behind him. With a weary heart, Harry and Hermione started tending to their fallen comrades. Harry instructed Hermione on the proper ways to tend to a warrior's body on the field. Their eyes were to be closed and their weapons put on there with their hands around the hilt. Each body was lined up against the wall and when every single body was present, Harry chanted in gobbledygook, no joke, that's the language, and held out his palms. Out of his palms, white fire shot and quickly consumed the bodies. With his arm around Hermione and Kex on his shoulder, Harry watched while he unashamedly had tears running down his cheeks. Within a few minutes, the bodies were reduced to ashes and the blades remained, albeit blackened. As per Goblin tradition, the blades would be put in the field of honor in the Goblin Kingdom and the ashes would be scattered to the winds. Harry quickly blasted the remainder of the wall away, revealing the beautiful countryside. He then cast a simple wind charm and bowed respectfully as the wind took the ashes of his fallen comrades farther and farther away. When the ashes were gone, then the blades glowed white before vanishing. Only when the hall was clear of the honorable warrior's ashes did Harry and Hermione start rounding up the Death Eater bodies. Hermione did a spell on each one to check that they were really dead. They didn't treat their enemies' bodies respectfully at all. They didn't even touch them. Using their wands, gems stored power, they simply levitated the bodies in a line. Hermione had to levitate Lucius back up to the corridor and she had to conjure a sign with Lucius' name on it to put on his because his face had been smashed in from the fall to the point where it was almost unrecognizable. They were almost done rounding up the remainder of the bodies when Dumbledore and the Order showed up. When they saw the 40+ dead Death Eaters, they froze in shock. "Harry," Dumbledore gasped, "you had the goblins murder like savages. I am very disappointed in you." Harry had had enough. He was not in the mood to deal with Dumbledore. "Those goblins were some of the finest men that I have had the pleasure to fight beside," he said coldly. They knew what had to be done. You preach about not hurting Death Eaters, but then when the Death Eaters eventually escape and kill again, you don't take the blame. We're in a war, and in a war it's sometimes necessary to take lives. Remus stepped forward. Harry, you didn't cast the killing curse, did you? No, Remus, Harry said with a shake of his head. But, I did take down my fair share of Death Eaters. I aim to survive, and that means that I will kill if I have to. Dumbledore shook his head disappointedly. That is the path to the dark, my boy, he said sadly. Harry scoffed and rolled his eyes. I'm not part of the dark, but I'm also not part of the light. I'm simply gray. I'll fight for what's right, but I won't hesitate to kill if necessary. Now if you excuse me, he said, grabbing Hermione's hand. I'm going home. Mr. Potter, McGonagall said harshly. You will do no such thing at this moment. You have killed and you need to accept the consequences. I will accept the consequences of fighting to survive, Harry said with a sigh. But, I think that you'll find that in accordance to the law, I was simply defending myself and I cannot be charged with murder. It's not like I went after the Death Eaters to kill them, and that makes all the difference. Let's go to my office, Dumbledore said firmly. There is much for us to discuss. For a second, Harry was tempted to object, but with a heavy sigh he agreed. He started following Dumbledore with Hermione right behind him. Miss Granger, Dumbledore said when he noticed her presence. This is a discussion for Mr. Potter and myself. Where Harry goes, I go, Hermione said defiantly with Harry nodding in agreement. I must insist, Dumbledore began. And I insist that my fiancé be present, Harry interrupted. Without waiting for Dumbledore's response, Harry took Hermione's hand in his own and they continued walking towards Dumbledore's office. They waited for the angry wizard at the entrance and they both got some satisfaction at the anger that Dumbledore was barely managing to suppress. When they were in the office, Harry and Hermione sat down with their wands hidden in their sleeves. They weren't taking any chances. I do not care for the blood that you have shed in my school, Harry, Dumbledore began. The way of the light requires that we do not kill. And that's bloody stupid, Harry interrupted. We're in a war, there's bound to be deaths. That is the same opinion that Tom Riddle expressed too, Dumbledore said with a smirk. Harry rolled his eyes. Being realistic does not make me evil. Now, is there anything useful that you wanted to tell me? Dumbledore's eyes flashed and Harry felt an attack on his mind. He threw up his occlumency shields, but his shields weren't as impressive as Hermione's and they nearly cracked under the pressure. Hermione swiftly grabbed Harry's hand and used her own shield to protect Harry, and Dumbledore was thrown back into his seat in surprise. I would appreciate it if you didn't try to mind rape my fiancé again, Hermione said icily. Now, say what you want so we can leave. I merely wanted to make sure that you weren't being possessed, Dumbledore said with a false smile. Speak or we leave, Harry said angrily. I have places to be and deaths to honor. I want to give you lessons, Dumbledore began. On the life of Tom Riddle so that you can better understand your enemy. If you kill him now then he will come back. Harry sighed and stood up with Hermione following suit. We already know about the Horcruxes. We don't need your help. What? How? Dumbledore gasped. Taking Hermione's hand, they began walking back towards the stairs. You aren't as brilliant as you think you are, Harry said, and then they were gone. When they arrived back home, they were immediately engulfed in a hug by Winky, who threw her arms around their legs. Master and Mrs. is okay, she sobbed. Harry and Hermione both knelt down and hugged the little elf. We're okay, Harry whispered. How are Ivy and Faye? Hermione asked. Winky sniffed a couple times before stepping back. Ivy is fine, but Faye is still really hurt. I did all that I can, Mrs. Hermione stood up and ignored the sting coming from her wounded side. Where is she? I'll try and help her. In the dining room, Winky answered. She studied Hermione for a moment before adding firmly, and I is expecting to see you too when you're done. Winky can see that you are injured. You're hurt, Harry immediately demanded. Before Hermione could stop him, he put a hand on her side, causing her to hiss in pain. Why didn't you tell me? Hermione smiled and kissed Harry on the cheek. It's not that bad. I got caught with a gauging curse, but I healed most of it. Worry about me later. Before Harry could protest, she made her way to the dining room. All of the medical supplies that they had were currently in there, as the room was turned into their temporary sick bay. Although the remainder goblins were back at their base, the room was still occupied. Ivy was sitting on the table with a worried expression on her face. Her back was covered with a burn salve and her back leg was heavily wrapped. When Hermione entered, she turned to her and smiled. "I almost apparated to you 10 times, she said. "I can tell that you're hurt." "I'm all right." Hermione gave Ivy a quick key on the head before continuing further down to where Luna was sitting in a chair with her head bowed. On the table, Faye was sprawled out with her stomach covered in bandages. The Falcon's breath was uneasy and when Hermione touched her she was hot with fever. "Winky has done everything," Luna cried. "Please save her, Hermione." Hermione was already working. She took out her illegal wand and frowned when she noticed that the gem was almost out of power. And she didn't have much left herself. "Is your gem still full?" she asked Luna. When Luna nodded yes, Hermione continued, "I need more power. Transfer your gem's power to mine." Luna took out her wand and tapped it against the gem on Hermione's. The glow from Luna's wand flowed into Hermione's and Hermione went to work. She gently took the bandages off of Faye and winced in sympathy at the damage. The talon marks were easily half an inch thick and Hermione could tell that infection was already sitting in. "Winky said that the wounds are resistant to her magic," Luna said miserably. "Something about phoenix wounds. And when I tried to heal her I could only stop the bleeding." "Luna," Hermione began gently. "Maybe you should leave. What I have to do is going to hurt her." Luna shook her head stubbornly. "I'm not leaving her." With a heavy sigh, Hermione nodded. The first thing she did was do some gentle cleaning spells on the wound. With all the dirt cleaned from the wound, she cast a spell to get rid of infection. It wouldn't get rid of it completely, but it was a start. She then took a bottle of essence of dittany and added a couple drops to it. Faye started thrashing in her feverish state as the wound began burning, but quickly exhausted herself and lied still as the dittany did its work. When the wound healed up more, Hermione took a damp rag and gently wiped the wound clean. She then took a magically strengthened antibiotic cream and rubbed a layer on Faye before putting fresh bandages on the wound. She gave Faye a few drops of blood replenishing potion, fever reducer potion, and pain potion. "I can't give her any more than that, it would cause more harm than good," Hermione explained to an anxious Luna. "I'll give her more every couple hours. If you want to stay with her, I'm sure that she would be comforted by that." "I don't want to move her a lot." Luna nodded and gave Hermione a tight hug. "Thank you," she cried. "I couldn't bear to lose her too right after losing Goldengaze." Hermione returned the hug. "Do you know where his body is?" "Outside," Luna answered with a soft sob. "He always loved the Potter grounds. I wanted him to be at peace." "That's a great idea. Would you do me a favor and help me tend to my side?" Luna quickly agreed and helped a hurting Hermione take off her top so she was only wearing a bra. Originally, the gouging spell had taken off quite a bit of flesh and Hermione's spell had only healed the basic damage, it hadn't restored her side. The gouge wound was no longer bleeding and it looked as if it was days old, but the wound was still red and inflamed and it would take a while for it to heal completely. "Bloody hell, Hermione," Luna gasped. "That looks like it hurts." "It does sting a bit," Hermione admitted. "I need you to put some essence of dittany on it, 2 drops should do, and then add a little bit of that antibiotic cream." "You're sounding like a healer," Luna remarked as she started doing what Hermione instructed. Hermione hissed as the dittany made contact with her skin. "I've made a vow to become a healer after the war. In an attempt to make up for the lives that I've taken and will take." Luna nodded supportively. "That's a wonderful idea, Hermione. You'll make a wonderful healer. I don't know what I'll do, but I'll do something good. Life is too precious to waste." When Hermione's side was completely wrapped up and her shirt back on, she gave Luna another hug and went to pick up Ivy. They then went outside where Harry was sitting on the grass next to Goldengaze's body. "You're all right. And Faye?" he asked her when she sat down. Ivy carefully limped out of Hermione's arms and cuddled up next to Kex. "Little sore, but I'm fine. Faye will hopefully be all right, but I've done everything that I could," Hermione replied as she leaned into Harry. "What are you doing?" Harry took in a deep breath as he forced himself not to cry. "I'm waiting for Willowsong. Something tells me that she knows that Goldengaze is dead and that she'll come to us. I wanted to be the one to tell her why her mate is dead." Hermione pulled Harry's head down so that he was lying in her lap. There she lovingly stroked his hair. "She won't resent you," she said. "I'm sure that Willowsong knew that Goldengaze would be in danger during the war. It's our responsibility to take care of Willowsong and Robin as best we can. Goldengaze should be the one taking care of them, Harry whispered. I don't want to lose anyone else. I don't either, Hermione said just as softly. They waited with each other on the grounds for a few hours without bothering to change and wash up. Neville had checked in to report that he hadn't found anything of use and Hermione had left to check on Faye, but other than that they stayed still and quiet. They were about to call it a night and go back inside when Harry stiffened. What is it? Hermione asked sleepily. Harry sat up and wiped his eyes. Willowsong and Robin are almost here. I can feel their grief. He was right. 5 minutes later, a large shape was seen flying over the grounds and landed right in front of them. It was a beautiful, light brown griffin and on her back was a dark brown griffin that was the size of a medium dog. Willowsong, Harry choked out. I'm Harry Potter. Willowsong gazed at Harry tiredly. I know who you are, she said in a song-like voice. She walked past Harry and sobbed as she buried her head in Goldengaze's cold feathers. The little griffin jumped off of her mother's back and cuddled against Goldengaze's body. When she looked at Harry, Harry had to take a step back. While Robin's body looked more like her mother, her eyes were gold, just like her father's. Robin, Harry sniffed. Your father was a brave warrior and it was an honor to know him. He gave up his life to save mine, and I will never forget that. Robin looked from her father to Harry. Her gold eyes were dull with grief, but they still had the spark that Goldengaze's always had. Daddy must have liked you then, she said simply. And if Daddy liked you, then I will like you. That was too much for Harry. He fell to his knees and began sobbing uncontrollably whilst repeating apologies over and over. Willowsong looked from her dead mate and observed Harry with emotionless eyes while Robin tilted her head curiously. She then walked over to Harry and cuddled next to him. For a moment, they were kin, out of their grief for the honorable Griffin who had departed from the world far too soon. It had been a week since the battle and the school year was over. Students were getting ready to return home for the summer and the castle was going to be repaired while the students were gone. The battle was talked about with excitement by everyone except the teachers, Slytherins, and the heirs. Harry had willingly offered to help restore the castle with Neville not far behind him. It was only fair because they had destroyed their fair share of it. Harry wouldn't let Hermione help because her side was still sore, so she opted to making Willowsong and Robin comfortable on Potter grounds. After they buried Goldengaze in the grounds, Willowsong had announced that she wished to live on Potter grounds with Robin so that they would still be close to Goldengaze. Harry was more than happy to oblige. The mother and daughter were now working on making their new home in the nearby cliffs. Faye had pulled through her injuries and was currently taking it easy as Hermione advised her against flying for a couple more weeks. The falcon was still very sore, but grateful to be alive. She had grown very close to Robin as both of them were unable to fly. The young griffin had named herself as Faye's personal caregiver when Luna wasn't nearby. There had been quite the uproar over all of the pureblood deaths. 10 of the killed Death Eaters, Lucius included, were on the Wizengamot and the remaining purebloods on the court had demanded that the heirs be incarcerated for murdering those of higher status. They have no case, Hermione had pointed out. They attacked us. As always, Hermione had been right. The evidence that the dead purebloods were Death Eaters was so concrete that the charges didn't make it past Amelia Bones' desk. At the Black Prison, they had secured 20 Death Eaters. Hermione had interrogated every one of them and had found out some useful information. Apparently Voldemort had been planning on murdering Fudge's replacement as minister, Rufus Scrimgeour, and then effectively take over the ministry. However, that plan wouldn't be happening so long as Dumbledore was alive, which was not supposed to happen. Hermione searched every Death Eater's mind carefully, looking for any information on where the remaining Horcruxes might be. She had found a lead in one unimportant Death Eater that led to a gross little shack. While Harry and Neville were at Hogwarts, Hermione and Luna along with a few goblin specialists had gone to the shack and recovered the next Horcrux, a ring. After Harry and Neville angrily berated their loves for going on such a dangerous mission without them, they destroyed the Horcrux and put the ring in a secure spot in Potter Manor where the other former Horcruxes were kept. Luna and Neville continued their respective training while Hermione anxiously waited for the true elves to come to her. Something inside of her told her that she shouldn't tell Harry about the true elves coming for her, and though she absolutely hated keeping something from Harry, she felt that it was necessary. Because, she had no way of knowing where the true elves would take her and how long she would be gone. Harry wiped his forehead free of sweat before levitating another stone in place. It was the day that all the students went home, and he wanted to finish the wall that he had started that day. Kex lazily sat on the floor, telling Harry where to put the stone. You could help, you know, Harry panted as he took a deep drink from his water bottle. Kex scratched his pelt. I know. But those stones are bigger than I am, and I would hate to have another familiar get hurt. People might start thinking that you're abusing us. Ha ha, Harry said sarcastically. He finished the wall and picked up Kex before they started heading towards Dumbledore's office where he was going to meet with the Minister of Magic and the head of the DMLE, Amelia Bones. They were finally going to put the Pureblood Massacre, as some called it, to rest. When they entered the office, Harry frowned as he noticed that his friends were not present. Dumbledore sat behind his desk with his patronizing smile on his face with Scrimgeour and Amelia Bones sitting on the chairs while they awaited his arrival. Hello Mr. Potter, Dumbledore said pleasantly. I'm glad that you were able to come so quickly. What do you want? Harry asked crudely. I've got more work to do. Scrimgeour scowled at Harry's apparent disrespect. I am here to follow up on all of the Wizengamot members that were murdered by your goblins. Those savages murdered good people. And we need to take action. They can't take action against you, so they're taking action against the goblins, Kex said angrily. I really hate your government. Ditto, Harry mumbled. Those brave goblins gave their lives protecting the school and its students from being hurt or worse, he said to the minister coldly. Trying to put the blame on others is not what it means to be a good leader. Those purebloods were Death Eaters and they were taken care of more effectively than you would have been able to do. Scrimgeour glared daggers at Harry. I am your minister, he snapped. Harry shrugged. If it weren't for us, you would have been Voldemort's next target. Dumbledore frowned. And how do you know that, my boy? It's common sense, he snapped back. Voldemort is exactly the type to kill the Minister of Magic and take over the ministry from behind the curtain. Is there anything worth my time that you wanted to tell me? I won't testify against the goblins if that's the only reason you're here. Scrimgeour grunted. Action needs to be taken, he said. The ministry can't look incapable of defending its people. If we can hold the goblins accountable for this, then things will be better for our world. Harry rolled his eyes. God forbid that a politician actually be truthful. The goblins saved your ass. The Death Eaters who the goblins killed were dangerous and had to be taken care of. It's plain and simple. Taking great pleasure in it, Harry turned his back on the Minister of Magic and his headmaster and promptly left the office. Behind him he could hear the minister shouting, Potter. But he ignored it. As a lord of two houses, there was little that Scrimgeour could do to him. He returned to the Great Hall to assist with the rebuilding. Surprisingly, most of the damage had been done there caused by the Order, even though they had fewer Death Eaters to fight. When he arrived at the Great Hall he saw Neville, McGonagall, Flitwick and Hagrid were doing most of the grunt work for fixing the damages while some students did their best to try and assist. He immediately walked up to Neville, who was easily doing the most work. Hey mate, Neville panted as he placed yet another stone firmly in place in the floor. How was the headmasters? Harry rolled his eyes and sat down heavily. Scrimgeour wanted to put the blame on the goblins. I told him off and walked out. Neville frowned at this. I don't think we need another enemy, Harry. Harry shrugged. We already have Voldemort and Dumbledore. What's one more? That brought a dry chuckle out of him. Where's Sage? Kex asked, noticing the wolf's absence. Neville sat down across from Harry. He went with Hermione to the grounds. Hermione said something about wanting a tracker. Hermione has been acting somewhat off, Harry noted. I think she's more grieved than she's letting on. Maybe, Neville said, unsure. Anyway, let's keep working. I'd like to be home before dinner for a change. The two heirs continued working while Kex supervised their progress. Between Harry and Neville's raw power, they accomplished more within the hour than the teachers did all day. They finished repairing the ceiling when there was a flash of red hair coming their way. Harry groaned. It was apparently too much to ask that Ginny leave him alone. Ginny, Harry said curtly without pausing his work. Do you need something? Ginny kept her flirtatious smile on her face and ran her hands down Harry's back, causing him to stiffen. I just wanted to thank you for saving us all again, she purred. Will you come to the Burrow this summer? I would love to spend the summer with you. Harry shrugged off Ginny's touch. He could feel her lust for him using his empathy and it made him feel sick. I won't be coming to your home, he said coolly. I'm going to be staying at my home with my fiancé all summer. Why are you with that bookworm? Ginny demanded. I am much more worthy to be the Lady Potter Black. No you aren't, Harry snapped back. You don't love me, you lust for my money and fame. Why could I want you when I could live with Hermione by my side for the rest of my life? Ginny's face flushed red in fury. We are betrothed, she insisted. You have no right to promise yourself to that loser. That contract was done without my consent and only applied to Lord Potter, not Lord Potter Black, Harry said through clenched teeth. And even if I weren't Lord Potter Black, I'd sooner give up my birthright to the Potter house than be your husband. You don't mean that, Ginny fumed. She grabbed onto Harry's wrist and pulled him towards her. Before Harry knew what she was doing, she brought her lips to his and began keying him lustfully. Harry felt his body freeze in horror and disgust as Ginny continued to key him and began jamming her tongue in his mouth. It was nothing like keying Hermione, who was gentle and loving. Keying Ginny was like keying someone who was clearly marking their territory. It didn't feel good at all. The sheer shock of Ginny keying him in the Great Hall in front of everyone was enough to make him freeze and not pull away. It wasn't until he felt an overwhelming sense of hurt and betrayal that he finally shook himself out of it and pushed the Weasley away. He turned to the door of the Great Hall and felt his heart clench at the sight. Leaning against the door for support was Hermione. Her mouth was open in shock and tears were running freely down her cheeks. She had obviously just walked in to see her fiancé keying another woman, she didn't see him being forced to. By her side Sage was snarling profanities at Ginny and Ivy's tail was bristling so much in anger that it was nearly twice its normal size. Don't stop my love, Ginny said, loudly enough to be carried back to Hermione. She started to move back to key Harry once more. The motion was too much for Hermione to bear and she turned tail and sprinted away from the Great Hall with Ivy right behind her. Hermione. Wait, Harry called. He ungraciously ripped his arm away from Ginny, making her fall on the floor in the process, and started sprinting after her, leaving a stunned Kex and Neville behind. He was shocked when Sage started running with him. She's leaving Harry. Sage barked urgently. They came for her. She was coming to tell you, but now she'll leave and I don't know when we'll see her again. Harry started running faster. Who's coming for her? He demanded. Sage was built for running long distances at a quick pace and kept up with Harry effortlessly. She asked me to come with her to the edge of the Forbidden Forest to help her look around. Apparently she was contacted by the True Elves during her duel with Malfoy and they said that they would come for her when the time came. They contacted her by the woods and she was coming to tell you when she saw you. Bugger, Harry cursed. Sage took the lead and led Harry down towards the edge of the Forbidden Forest. In the distance, they could see Hermione running down the hill towards the edge of the forest. Hermione, please wait. Harry begged. Let me explain. Whether it was his pleas or her running out of steam, Hermione began to slow down. During that time Harry caught up to her and grabbed her arm. Let me go, Hermione cried as she punched Harry in the. I saw you. In the Great Hall in front of everyone. She forced me. Harry objected desperately. Hermione, I love you. Hermione scoffed and pulled her arm back. You didn't seem to mind the key. From where I was standing. Harry shook his head desperately. Neville will tell you. Ginny forced me. Please Hermione, don't go. Don't leave me. The sheer desperation in his voice made some of Hermione's anger melt. Harry could feel it. But the hurt was too deep for it to go away all at once. I want to marry you, he whispered as he gently pulled her into a hug. It has always been you, Hermione. You're my whole world and I can't bear to lose you. Hermione didn't return the hug. Her rationalizing mind was trying to tell her that Harry would never cheat on her, but her heart wouldn't hear it. It only felt the pain and betrayal of her love keying another woman. Stifling a sob, Hermione pushed Harry away. Her eyes were full of tears but she was refusing to let them fall. I need to go, she said simply. No, Harry said desperately as he grabbed Hermione's hands. Sage told me that the True Elves came for you, but please don't leave me. Not like this. Hermione turned her head towards the forest as if listening to someone talking to her. It lasted for a few seconds then Hermione turned back to Harry and keyed him softly on the lips. I've got to go, she said softly. They're waiting for me. Harry tightened his grip on her. Why can't they come to you? Hermione sighed and leaned into Harry's. They won't reveal themselves to humans other than me. How long will you be gone? Harry asked, fearing the answer. I don't know, Hermione answered honestly. She took in a shuddering breath and stepped away from Harry. I'm going to go, she whispered. She walked over to Sage and put a gentle hand on his head. Will you tell everyone that I'm sorry that I left without a goodbye? And that I love them all very much? Sage nodded and touched his cold nose to Hermione's hand in a wolf key. I'll tell them, he promised. Just be careful. I will, Hermione promised in return. She walked back to Harry and gave him another small key on the lips. Then, to Harry's absolute horror, she began taking off her engagement ring. No, he gasped in pain as she put the ring in his hand and closed it. I am not to bring any personal items with me, she explained softly. Will you hold on to that for me? You still want to marry me? Harry asked hopefully. Hermione chuckled and nodded. Of course I do, you prat, she said playfully. I'll use this time to think about what happened, and when I return I will expect that ring to be put back on my finger. Harry keyed the ring and put it in his pocket. It's yours, now and forever, he promised. I'll wait for you. Just please, don't leave angry with me. I could never stay angry at you, Hermione answered with a teary smile. She then took off her wand holsters, portkey, and all other personal items on her and gave them to Harry. You can't bring your wands? Harry asked worriedly. All I can bring are the robes on my back, Hermione answered. Ivy is coming as is her right as my familiar, but other than that I am not to bring anything. Not even my books, she added with a scowl. That brought a laugh out of Harry. He put the items in his pockets and pulled Hermione in a tight hug before keying her passionately. That was the right way to key someone. A key that was so full of love and tenderness that he felt that his heart would explode from beating so fast. No matter how hard Ginny tried, she would never take Hermione's place. For now and forever, Hermione was his love. After a minute of keying, they came up for air. Hermione looked at Harry tenderly and cupped his cheek. I love you, she said lovingly. I love you too, Harry whispered just as lovingly. Please come back soon. I've always been a quick study, Hermione joked. They shared one last key, then Hermione picked Ivy up off of the ground and began walking to the edge of the forest. She looked back and gave Harry a loving smile and stepped over the border. Harry watched in amazement as she disappeared seemingly into thin air. Harry stood there in silence for a while with Sage waiting patiently beside him. She'll come back to you, Sage said confidently. Hermione is a smart girl, she'll come to realize that you would never cheat on her. You think so? Harry asked hopefully. The wolf nodded and began walking back towards the castle. Of course I do. If there's something that I've learned, it's that Gryffindor's and Slytherin's destinies are always intertwined, just like Hufflepuff's and Ravenclaw's. You and Hermione need each other, just like Neville and Luna need each other. She'll be back and you'll both be just as happy as before, if not more so. The two walked back to the castle where they met up with Kex and Neville. After explaining what happened, they went back to Potter Manor. While Sage went to fulfill his promise to pass on Hermione's message with Neville and Kex, Harry went to Goldengaze's grave alone. The Honorable Griffin had been buried on top of the tallest hill where the view was the most beautiful and the breeze was constant. When he got up there he blinked in surprise to see that he wasn't the only one there. Hello, Willowsong, Harry said hesitantly, not wanting to disturb Goldengaze's mate. The beautiful Griffin raised her weary head from the fresh mound of dirt and gave Harry a kind look. Hello, Harry, she answered. She used her tail to gesture Harry to sit down next to her. You seem troubled, she observed. Hermione went to join the true elves, Harry said sadly. Willowsong nodded understandingly. She told me that she would be joining them to finish training, she admitted. Harry sighed and looked longingly at the sky. Do you think Goldengaze is at peace? He asked softly. Willowsong looked up at the sky with a hint of a smile. I really do. Undoubtedly I miss him, but he did what was right. It just shows that even immortals are susceptible to death. I'm sorry, Harry whispered. You lost your mate, Robin lost her father, and Hogwarts lost its protector. And all because of me. It wasn't your fault, Willowsong said softly. She stood up and shook out her graceful wings and looked at Harry with serious eyes. And Harry, Hogwarts has not lost its protector. A week before he died, Golden Gaze passed the Founder's blessing on. Harry gaped at her. To who? Willowsong spread her wings and prepared to take off. He passed it on to our daughter, she answered. Without waiting for Harry's response, she took off and flew towards the cliffs. Harry stared after Willowsong, completely shocked. He sat next to Golden Gaze's grave for an hour, just contemplating what Willowsong had just told him. Then, to his shock, he started to laugh. Golden Gaze, you clever bastard. Harry laughed, tears running down his face. You knew that you were likely to die, so you took steps to make sure that the Founder's blessing would not be lost. That's why Robin's eyes have the same spark that yours did. I promise, Golden Gaze, that I will do everything in my power to protect your daughter just like you protected me. Above Potter Manor, a gentle breeze blew across the land. The battle may have been won, at terrible cost, but the war had just begun. The spiritual heirs of Hogwarts had yet to complete their destiny, but when they did they would take the whole magical world by storm. The end. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.